better than ever before.
It's their time, a night to remember.
Shot and a terrific performance from Peter McGrail.
Lovely movement from Masoud.
Sustained atop from Yabai.
Eye-catching, classy, star quality.
Real-time stats and scores have arrived on your DAZN app. Follow your favorite teams and competitions from over 500 leagues and cups with instant updates so you never miss a big moment. Get even more from your daily destination for sport.
Sport never stops on DAZN's live channels. The biggest names and moments streaming 24/7. NFL Network, the plays, the stars, the drama. Red Bull TV, extreme sports, extreme action. Matchroom boxing. Knockout after knockout all day, every day. PDC darts, precision under pressure. That and so much more with dedicated live channels on DAZN.
Greatness comes to DAZN this summer. The world's best players will be summoned together to decide the greatest club on earth.
Vinicius, great chance to score.
Goats will battle Wonder Kids. Fire will meet ice. From Boca to Bayern, PSG to Palmeiras, 32 clubs from across the globe will compete to be crowned
Rodrigo, what a strike that was.
world champion. And this summer, Haaland won't be watching from home, but you can on DAZN. In every country in the world. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch on DAZN from the 14th of June.
DAZN is the global home of women's football.
Let's go!
Bringing you the best live games.
On my team!
With the biggest stars battling it out in the biggest competitions.
Cue the chaos! First blood in the title decider! Would you believe it? Goodness me!
Witness every season-defining moment.
The stubborn champions!
Live and on demand. Only on DAZN. The UEFA Women's Champions League Final.
Barcelona at their glorious best. Mariana Candente! Brutal from us. How fine will the margins be?
What most stood out for you? What did you enjoy about the football that we saw on display?
Well, I mean, as a former goalkeeper, 18 goals scored is not sort of what you're after, but, it's fast and furious. It's a smaller goal. It's smaller dimensions on the pitch, so you can, as a goalie, you can ping the ball forwards. I like the fact that there's no offside, so that you can goal hang a little bit. I love that. Yeah, because if I'm a goalkeeper, I'm ready for that. It's another element to think out. It's quite interesting actually watching the forwards kind of having to compete with their brains and what they're trained to do in not stepping offside.
I was surprised no one went and stood on the goalkeeper.
Yeah, you're right.
And just stayed in that offside position.
We're seeing some of the highlights from day one here. And again, it was just so
crackers
exciting.
Of shots.
Bangers. The goals were great.
I mean, they were absolute bangers, and I think the standout player was Giuliano from Roma. She was incredible, and she owned the moment. And those are the players that we want this platform to expose to the world. The players that maybe don't get the big stage. Maybe Roma right now isn't that top team in the women's football, but they have some players that are dynamos. And Giuliano was one of those. I mean, what the first two goals, what were they, 5 minutes apart for her?
Yeah,
brilliant.
It was incredible, yes.
And also the tactics adopted. It's really interesting to see how each manager and each team approaches the seven-a-side matches differently.
Well, some teams I know have consulted other sports, futsal, hockey, as to what to do with rolling subs, how to deal with no offsides, tactical set plays, whereas some teams have had a couple of training sessions trying to figure out how to best work with the rolling subs, whether to bring on 6 substitute outfielders at once, bring on 1 or 2. I think we'll probably see different strategies. What teams used yesterday, they won't necessarily replicate today.
Yeah, and it's funny, and maybe you guys talked about this, but the managers were asking for game footage. So they wanted to actually go and do the analyst work. And
they're taking it seriously.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not that we didn't expect that, but that is the focus. And they're trying to learn on the fly, just like the players are. Walking off the pitch yesterday with Lily Johannes, one of the first things she said was, look, we're just trying to settle in and find our rhythm. We're not there yet. And you saw that in their first match. They gave up a couple goals, and it was hard for this younger squad to rebound. But they're all getting used to it, the managers and the players, and I think that's exciting. You want to learn, even as you're 20, 30, 40 years old, you always want to grow.
What's the reaction been like back in the US?
I like to say that, like, in the U.S., we commercialize things, and so there's been an incredible, embrace for this type of tournament. They recognize that this is the way we can connect with that younger demographic. They recognize this is a massive opportunity for brands because we do reach that future fan. We do reach that purchasing power, and so the brands even that we're talking to want to know how this first event is going. They're going to get all of this exposure in event 2, 3, and 4. So I think there's a lot of people that are interested but really bullish on this format.
Okay, well, it's a new concept, new rules, and if you missed any of the action yesterday, here's a quick recap of what you can expect.
The stage is smaller, but the stakes bigger than ever. Welcome to World Sevens Football, a bold new frontier in the women's game. It's fast, it's fierce, it's football without the filter. Unlimited rolling subs keep the tempo relentless. No offsides, no draws, just winners. If it's tied at full time, 5 minutes of extra time, 5 versus 5. First goal wins. Still level, sudden death penalties decide it. 1 shot each until someone breaks the deadlock. Under the sun of Estoril in Portugal, the world's best battle not just for glory, but for a $5 million prize pool. This is the game, reimagined for the fearless. Tickets on sale now at world7sfootball.com. This is not just another tournament. This is World Sevens Football.
So 5 minutes extra time, the golden goal wins it. What a fantastic rule. How much would you have liked to be part of a match like that?
I was itching. I was on co-coms yesterday to be able to talk through extra time and it go down to 5 players and the game open up and then to go to penalty shootout. But it didn't happen. It will happen, I'm sure.
I'm sure it will.
We need it to happen. I want it to happen. I was praying at the end of the day. Benfica had a chance to come back. I think next event we make the matches longer, by the way.
Yeah.
I think we go 20-minute halves.
It must have been a fun process going through the rules and how you would sort of format this whole tournament.
I mean, when you get to create something from scratch, it's pretty incredible. And even just the way that we're integrating the clubs into the experience, it's a blank slate, and there's beauty in that. And I think that's one of the beauties of the women's game is that we don't have to be held to the history that we've had on the men's side. We can be more nimble, we can adapt and create structures like this that we think are going to elevate not only the status of women's football, but grow the brand, open the market for these clubs.
Can I ask a question? After the tournament, will you consult with the teams and players and figure out what sort of rule changes they might want to see to enhance the tournament?
Absolutely. And we have an incredible advisor group, as you guys know, that is helping lead that process and just setting up the rules. They're always going to be a sounding board and guiding us and steering us in the right direction. But that's pivotal. That's fundamental to this value proposition. It's working with the clubs and the players to make sure this format is really integrated in the way that they want to have it, be additive to their environment.
And also, I was thinking, with the new rules, there's no offside, of course, which must be really difficult to train for when you're so used to having to make sure you're not offside. And no VAR, by the way, which is actually quite a relief.
Thank goodness, yeah. The offside one was certainly one from the commentary position. You're looking at centre forwards kind of holding their runs to ensure they're not offside, and then their brains slowly realise that I don't need to hold my run, I can just keep charged towards the goal. And defenders sort of, ensuring they goal side, so they're holding up. All that goes out the window. It's great.
It's the gamesmanship, right? It's messing with your defender. That is always going to be a core fundamental in football. But we've got to see it more on display, I think, today.
And I'm sure we will. Okay, now's the perfect moment then to take a moment to have a look at the group standings and how the teams will stand after day 1. So the stage is set for day 2, and of course this is a very, very important day because by the close of play tonight we'll be down to our 4 semi-finalists. So Man City, an underwhelming club season. Well, they didn't underwhelm yesterday, did they? They topped the table with a point ahead of Bayern Munich, who were also fantastic in their match. Ajax and Rosengard are 3rd and 4th respectively. Let's just roll on to Group 2 and show you how the standings in Group 2 look. Now, it features, of course, Manchester United and Paris Saint-Germain. They top the group. AS Roma, Alessandro Spugna's side are 3rd. And Benfica, I'm sure this must feel a little bit like a home tournament for Benfica because they have lots of fans, of course, from Portugal here. And they're hoping to get some points on the board today. Of course, every team will play twice. It's a really exciting format, isn't it?
It is. When Laura Martin scored yesterday for Benfica, that was absolutely brilliant. It was a lovely goal, lovely little cutback. That was my moment of yesterday.
Let's talk about moments, favourite players, standouts. I know it was really difficult because, Ali, you were left, right and centre doing so much, but was there a particular moment you enjoyed the most yesterday?
It was Giuliano. By the way, I missed the goal where the player took her jersey off and celebrating. Yeah. That might have been it, but I missed it.
Wasn't it?
So I can't claim that one as my own, but it had to be Giuliano from Roma, and watching them play. I thought they were really entertaining, and they could be one of the dark horses of this tournament. And I do expect big things from Ajax today, so we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. A reaction from Ajax, perhaps?
Oh, gosh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, they're young players, aren't they? And they've got some real quality in it. It just took them a while to figure it out, whereas their counterparts, their opponents, after half-time, figured out what they needed to do to get this game won, and they did that. But my moment of yesterday was Tuva Hansen, even though she whipped her shirt off in celebration. And what I love most about the rule change, being able to change whatever rules you want, is the yellow card is rescinded. As many shirts around your head as you can get going on. I want to see some celebrations.
Exactly. We celebrate joy.
Yes, exactly. And why not? Celebrate every moment, right? So let's talk about Manchester City, because they're first in action today. It was a very impressive 4-0 victory, wasn't it, Rachel? What impressed you most about the way they approached the match?
They just took the lead and were never out of control. Caroline is a natural futsal player, Brazilian. Joined Manchester City in January, and she figured it out. You know, they were first on the pitch, and they were almost a shining example of how to play this format of football in 7-a-side. She was one of the players who was hanging on, not necessarily the goalkeeper, but nearly on the byline, so stretching the pitch, causing a defender a problem. Do I step back and mark her, or do I kind of hold my line as it would have been? So she was my standout performer for City. But it'll be a different prospect today.
And we're watching back the highlights yesterday. Of course, they got off to a really fantastic start, didn't they?
Yeah. It's a lovely low and hard strike. And what we were talking about in comms is that the long ball in the air, that doesn't really work in this game. A bit like futsal, it's a heavier ball in futsal. It's not here, but playing the ball on the ground so you can control it, fast feet. And look at this, the little zippy
it's
play
so
there.
good. It's just the quick 1-2, right? The movement immediately after the pass from Caroline. She was one of those players that you circled on the team sheet when you saw the rosters come out, knowing that she'd be able to perform in a match like this.
Suits her style.
It really does. And here she goes again, just driving, getting it behind the defender. And that lovely last touch cuts off the defender, eliminates her completely, and then it's just a simple 1v1 with the goalie. But I think it's a different proposition today, let's be clear, with this Ajax team. And Rosengard, they were sitting back a bit, and I think that, lended itself to Man City getting comfortable quickly in this tournament.
Well, Man City like to dominate possession, and they certainly, as you said, Rosengard just sat off them, allowed them to dominate possession. You've got players like Jess Park, and Caroline particularly, who the ball stuck to their feet.
And Fujino as well, right?
Fujino got the opener, yeah. Ayumi for the fourth goal for them to really seal the deal. But they're technical players who like to have the ball at their feet, and that suits the style of sevens.
Yeah, and this sort of a match and this sort of a format really suits some of those players. We enjoyed every moment of it, and we're hoping for more of the same today. And I'm sure so too is their manager, Nick Cushing, who's standing by with Alex Aljo.
Nick, day 2 here at the World Sevens in Estoril was a great first day for Manchester City. What can you take from yesterday going into today? First up, Ajax.
Well, we scored 4 goals. We didn't concede any. We do that again today. We give ourselves the best chance of proceeding. So, really good performance yesterday, but we know Ajax and Bayern Munich are going to give us problems. But I'm excited for the day.
How pleased were you with how your players adapted so quickly to this new format?
Yeah, it was, we'd had some chance to practice it, but it sort of went the way I thought it would. The attacking players really enjoyed it. They get the opportunity to sort of show their skill and show how much of a threat they have, and, we'll need the same today.
What's your message to them? More of the same then?
Yeah, but I do think work rate is really important. I think if somebody switches off, if you get a moment where somebody is tired and doesn't run, the opposition will expose you. So you got to work hard against the best teams, but you've also got to go and enjoy it and show the quality that you've got.
How much are you enjoying the event, the spectacle, the DJ, the sunshine?
That's amazing. It's really enjoyable. It's really exciting. I think, I'm here as a coach. I'd love to be here as a fan as well. So it's really, really enjoyable to be part of. Today we've got to make sure we play our best football.
Nick, thanks so much. Good luck. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's there not to enjoy, right? They enjoyed every minute of that. So did we. It's interesting that he said that the attacking players really enjoyed it. But for a defender, for the defensive players, do you think they enjoy it as much?
I think they probably like to see the play in front of them more, and that just doesn't happen because you've got players storming at you, because every sort of few minutes you've got players coming on to maintain the intensity and the speed of the match, so that ain't going to suit a defender.
But on the flip side, I'm watching these center backs step up and rip shots, and they're going, I'm never this close to the goal. I love this. Now they get to be attackers even though they're on the team sheet as a defender. So I think there's that value proposition. What's interesting, no penalties. No real hard challenges in the box.
We had one.
Did you have one?
We did have one.
See, I was running around. You guys know better.
You've teed this up because the goalkeeper made a brilliant save, so thank you for that.
There you go. Well, look, we have a huge day of football ahead of us, and the sport keeps on rolling in a big summer of sports on DAZN.
Summer on DAZN.
What an occasion, what an atmosphere.
Goes to the end zone, touchdown! Oh yes, once again when it matters.
supporters.
We are bows out. Look at this go.
It's been a superb run, pure masterclass.
What a comeback!
This summer on DAZN.
Here we go then.
What a noise. Scoring yet again, Ajax for Barcelona.
The Emirates roars its approval.
Mariona! Oh my words! Glorious!
Wow! Aitana Bonmati!
It's Alessia Russo!
Claudia Pina again produces. Brilliant Barcelona blow Chelsea away.
Arsenal are on the way to Lisbon.
Well, ahead of the big one on Saturday, please make sure you catch our UEFA Women's Champions League preview show filmed inside Lisbon's Estadio José Alvalade as our top pundits break down all of the key talking points ahead of Saturday's big final. We cannot wait. It's the biggest game in the women's European football calendar. Arsenal against Barcelona. I'm sure you will not want to miss a moment of it. All of the coverage is on DAZN Live, and the coverage starts an hour before kickoff, so make sure you do not miss it. How much, Ali, are you looking forward to the Champions League final as well?
I mean, this is the week of women's football, right? This is an incredible week. So looking forward to that match. You know, can someone slay the dragon? That's the question.
Okay, well, look, we're going to talk
and
about that more.
I'm not an Arsenal fan, so...
Yeah, no, look, we're going to talk about that more throughout the course of the day, I'm sure. But now it's time to hear from the Ajax manager, who is standing by with Alex Aljo.
Yes, former Ajax player and current assistant coach of the women's team, Sonny Silooy, joins us now. Sonny, a difficult first match for Ajax. What's the mood like going into today?
Now we have this morning we talk about the game from last night, and this morning we need to win. Or this afternoon we need to win 2 games to play the finals.
What positives can you take from yesterday? I know it wasn't the result you wanted, but what are you taking into today?
We need to be positive because you know there's a lot of things going on the pitch. It was a lot of mistakes because mistakes they punish us. Today we talk about the positive things, to do the things where you are good in, and it's creative. Individual scoring goals.
You have a very young team. How good an opportunity is this tournament for those young players to show what they can do?
For those girls, or these girls, it's amazing because you know there's a lot of competition, a strong competition, and some of the teams and most of them, the like Bayern Munich, they are smarter, and we need to find out how smart we need to do on the pitch against stronger teams.
So you think your players can learn a lot from these 3 days?
We need to learn a couple of years, and then we need to succeed in the next years. That is our also philosophy. We need to always playing for winning, but you cannot always win. As you know, and you learn from losing games.
Yep, absolutely. Well, Sonny, good luck to you today. All the best.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay.
Great to hear the thoughts there of the assistant manager, Sonny Silooy, and he explained actually at the top of that interview how it's really must-wins for Ajax from now until the end today if they want to make it through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, and if they want to take home $2.5 million, they better win. So you're exactly right. But young squad, and that's also what this format can provide is learning opportunities. You heard him say it. You know, you were just mentioning it as well. I mean, the speed of thought, you know, that comes with wisdom and age, and some of those players will have to grow very quickly.
And actually, it's a really good point you make there about the young players. This tournament in general is a really, really good opportunity for some of the younger players and the newer players in the ranks to really stamp their mark on the game, and it's like a showcase for them.
Well, it is. It could be a shop window for the coach. It's an opportunity, like you said, to allow some of the younger players to compete against, you know, some of the best female footballers in the world, arguably, certainly the best in Europe. And about the speed of thought in a congested area, in a tight area, you have milliseconds to make that decision, and it's all about reading the scenarios, making a decision before the ball even comes into your feet. So a great schooling for all the girls.
It is, and I'm sure we'll see the best of Ajax for sure as they will take on Manchester City very shortly indeed. Right, it's time for a break, after which we'll head live to the action. It's a good time to take a break because I think we're just about to get soaked by the sprinklers. So make sure you do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a few moments' time.
This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names, the biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars!
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is back roads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field. Powerboats with A-listers. Gravity-defying skaters. High-flying volleyball. Home run hitters. And pillow fighting. Because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN. Hey, listen up.
Let's have it.
We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed.
Live golf on DAZN. Who will be victorious on the banks of Lake Manassas?
Glorious shot there.
From the 6th to the 8th of June. Live on DAZN.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. Let's go!
National League has a new home.
We've got lots to look forward to here on DAZN.
All of the matches.
The early shot is a really good one.
All in one place.
It's a great ball. It's a super goal.
Live or on demand.
Fabulous.
Available on any device.
As a goal and scores majestically.
It all starts here.
National League TV now on DAZN. Sign up at DAZN.com/NLTV.
Well, kickoff is fast approaching here in Estoril as we're all set and ready for day 2 of this magnificent tournament. The DJ has kept us entertained and she has certainly enjoyed it from start to finish. It's such a nice point, actually, to have a DJ. It adds to the atmosphere. Speaking of the atmosphere, we're expecting a great one today. We didn't get to talk about Ajax too much. What are you expecting to see from them today?
Well, Kukla's got an excellent goal in the second one. Johannes has been the standout player for their team. They bring youth. You said that early on in the show, that they are a very, very young team. They will have learned from that. They will have analysed, as the coach mentioned, analysed the performance, and they also know exactly what they need to do today to progress.
They're going to have to take risks. And so that's going to be the interesting thing to watch play out over the course of the next 30 minutes. They're going to have to take risks. They have to beat this Man City squad, and they're young. So can they balance that risk with not giving up anything early to give Man City that momentum?
That's what I love. I really love the fact that we just saw the players lining up and having a little dance on the spot. That's what it's about. When do you ever see that in football? Well, look, we are fast approaching this game. The players are ready, the fans are ready, the DJ's definitely ready. So let's kick things off in the company of our match commentators, Amelia Pereira. But first, it's Jackie Oatley.
Thank you very much, Seema, and welcome to day 2 of the action in this inaugural World Sevens football tournament in Estoril. We're about half an hour or so down the road from the capital city of Lisbon, and our DJ Crystal is about to introduce our first group of players. And our first match today, Manchester City versus Ajax.
Number 16, número 16, Jess Park.
Number 20, numero 15, Paola Mucino. And number 28, numero 28, Gracie Pryor.
So that's your seven-a-side team for Manchester City. And now for the Dutch Giants, Ajax. Well, this is a very different tournament from probably anything you've ever seen before. It is fun. That is the main vibe here in Estoril. The players appear to have loved the action yesterday, loved the fact that it was so different. They could interact with each other. We have VIPs in the stands across the way from us. The other players can watch on in the stand away to our right. And this is confirmation of the Manchester City lineup. It is the youngster Chiara Keating in goal, the Austrian who's been on loan from Arsenal, Laura Wienreuter, young English defender Gracie Pryor, veteran Laura Coombs, Caroline with a couple of goals yesterday as well. And plenty for us to look forward to today. Match officials have enjoyed themselves as well. Reminder, you can actually take your shirt off if you want to. As we found out yesterday, the officials so used to dishing out yellow cards. But that's not the vibes here. We don't want to punish people for having fun. The rules are different. A reminder, it's 30-minute matches, 2 halves of 15 minutes each. There is no offside. There can be no draws. We've not yet gone to sudden death extra time and therefore not yet gone to sudden death penalty shootout. But that's bound to happen in due course. Former Portugal international Amelia Pereira with us once again. Hi, Amelia. What are you expecting from these two?
Hi, Jackie, and good afternoon to everyone at home. Yeah, this has been a great tournament. I think today the teams will be finding their rhythm more so than yesterday. I think yesterday was the getting used today. We could see a lot of players being on side. For example, like the forwards wouldn't push higher, almost touching the end line because they are used to the 11 aside and being an offside. I think today they will get used to tight spaces, a lot more footwork, and we have elite teams from Europe coming together in here. So going to be a spectacle today.
Chiara Keating with the distribution. The young goalkeeper. Well, Caroline was a star yesterday. She's looking to get on the action again. Here's Gracie Pryor. Let's not underestimate Ajax.
Absolutely. Young players from the academy, most of them, but very talented, and here's one of them.
Yeah, Lily Johannes, 17 years of age. 4 caps now for the US women's national team, the only non-Dutch officially, although she moved to the Netherlands when she was just 10 years of age, when her dad got a job there. So she had a big decision to make as to who she was going to represent. And here's Jess Park, the young England international, player we picked out early on yesterday as someone who could be a star here. So to Fujino, who scored yesterday, a lovely finish from outside the box.
Yeah, first goal of the tournament. Fujino had a great day as well yesterday. A lot of quality in her footwork, creative player. So this is kind of her where she feels the most comfortable, I'd say.
It's the players who can make the most of being in those tight spaces that have tended to prevail.
Absolutely, and now we can have the short corner.
Fujino into the area. Coombs was in there. Now here's Caroline, former MVP for North Carolina Courage in the United States. Suffered an ACL injury, missed the best part of last year, which was a real shame for the league as much as anything.
Absolutely, glad to see her back. And here's Keating, getting adventurous, but she has a lot of quality and confidence in her feet. So, but we can see the wingers pushing, taking advantage and spreading, touching basically the sidelines, take advantage of the width. Well played by the keeper. Gracie Pryor couldn't just keep it in, playing from the back.
She's been enjoying herself in this tournament, hasn't she, Gracie Pryor? A young player looking to really establish herself. She has done in the City side.
And she's been doing going forward a lot, trying to progress with the ball, kind of gaining meters through progression. We can see the marking, individual marking across the pitch. Players being closely followed.
Johannes. We watched her walk out yesterday. I think, is she really 17? She's so tall.
It's true, so true.
Athletic player, but richly talented as well. Keating going long again. What do you make of the goalkeepers' roles so far and how they've adapted to this new format, Amelia?
Yeah, again, I think today they will really find the rhythm, because yesterday what we saw was they're trying to place the direct ball, and we'll get there in a minute.
Oh, a chance for Ajax. Lotte Hukkelaar opened the goal scoring yesterday, an ultimate 4-2 defeat against Bayern Munich, but they really competed in that game. Now, Caroline, clean on goal. Caroline with the opening goal, her third of the tournament, and the Brazilian is loving life in Portugal.
Amazing, amazing goal, amazing break, and of course, very fast, the pace from Caroline, and then just putting the ball far away from Van Eyck, who couldn't just quite get it. Well done, Caroline. She's just continuing the great ending of the season she had with those 2 goals against Palace in the WSL.
Kagman, former Everton and Brighton player.
Yeah, the Hukkelaar did great in making that movement to be the proximity movement and then run off the ball. This in this game is the 1 or the 2v1s advantage that the teams try to get.
Park, I think Fujino. Now Park again, reminder, there's no offside. And that's something that we noticed really halfway through the first day yesterday, that some of the teams were so used to playing offside that it was just second nature to them. And actually, they weren't really taking advantage of the fact there is no offside. So they're trying to work out whether they should goal hang, whether that was really a waste of one of the 7 players to be so far up the pitch on the goalkeeper or not.
Absolutely. I think, again, today they'll be more used to and trying to take advantage of that, stretch the opponent, and really taking advantage of the space that they can create between the lines.
Fujino.
2v2.
Caroline's on her bike. She wants it. Oh, she was right to call for it.
Yeah,
Fujino feeling very confident, though.
Absolutely. But yeah, it's the 2v2 situation. That's very acceptable, the decision that she did. The execution wasn't as she wanted, but close.
Lilia Hannes on the chase. Coombs back with her. Veteran against the youngster. I say veteran, if she's 34, but she's vastly experienced, Laura Coombs.
I was going to say, she's my age, but yeah, veteran in football.
And in this format, probably. Caroline. Not too much on it for Park. Yeah. Just from the teams that we saw yesterday. Oh, here come Ajax. That's a lovely turn. Away from Pryor. There's no slouch herself, trying to get back. A really good chance, but nicked away by Coombs, so I'm not going to call a veteran anymore. I think I've said it twice. That's unfair.
Kelkelar, great work, great footwork, trying to pass it to Kachman.
It's really positive from Ajax. Clearly feeling pretty confident in this game. Kachman. Van Gool with a throw-in. Caroline, you sense the excitement whenever she gets the ball. She's so direct as well, isn't she? Always facing up on goal, wanting to make a run.
Yeah, and Cardinal was just very close to her. She was in the middle of 4 opponents.
Park for City, deflected, corner. Reminder, there are rolling substitutions. So Bo van Egmond coming on, and Lilia Hannes gets a rest. Very much a squad effort here.
Absolutely, it's intense. It's fast attacking football. One moment players are defending, the other moment they are attacking, so it demands a lot from the players.
Fujino gets it back from Caroline. A Japanese player going for goal. Denied Van Eyck.
Yeah, strategic corner again, short corner, combination between, I will say, the two most technical players on the Man City team, the 2 internationals.
Caroline looking for number 2. All a little bit tight.
She could have played long, the goalkeeper Van Eyck. There was 2v1 in the attack. Again, the offside. Players scared, taken, or the goalkeepers for a breakthrough.
Park. Still Jess Park looking for Caroline. And they go alone. Another corner for City. They're super positive whenever they get the ball, Man City.
Absolutely. Moving forward, going 1v1s, and that was a great footwork by Jess Park.
Park with a strike! Off the foot of the post.
That took a deflection, I believe, but very close. Jess Park again, doing very well, the English international.
She's 23 years of age now. She feels a lot younger than that. She already has 17 England caps to her name. Could well play a big part for England at the Euros in Switzerland this summer.
Absolutely.
Fujino pull back on the edge of the box, and that'll be a free kick to City.
Just on the limit of the box. Let's see if it's going to be Fujino. There's 3 players.
Fujino, Caroline. Going to be Japan or Brazil. It's Japan who goes for goal, surely! Linkilla Brown denied by Van Eyck.
Good save by Van Eyck, and quick reaction to that second ball. There was a lot of players in front of her. That was certainly not an easy shot. Good, couldn't quite get that combination.
Park, too much on it for Wienreuter, who herself has come back from an ACL. Reminder, it's 15 minutes each way in this inaugural Sevens tournament, which you expect to get bigger and bigger as it's taken around the world. Expecting it to hit USA shores in due course.
That was a great move. Just quite push it in.
Fujino.
Too much pace, too much power. But there's a lot of mobility, there's a lot of movement from the Ajax players trying to have a line of pass, a solution for the teammate.
DJ Cristal is playing throughout the game here, and it really has added to the vibe as Lilia Hannes back on the pitch, back in the action, looking to get on the score sheet. Nordman. Now Johannes turned really well. Linkela Brown brings it away for Fujino.
Great work by Fujino. Very composed on the ball, very calm, knows how to keep it. Substitution now in the attack for Man City. Poppy Pritchard coming on. She actually also played in Durham, started in Durham. And went to Man City and last season in the summer.
Yeah, 19 years of age, England under-19 international, been on loan at Newcastle United since January after signing a year earlier from Durham. As you mentioned, Amelia.
As I played in the Durham, I kind of recall maybe she's being in the academy.
Oh, this is promising again from Ajax. It's just that final ball that's lacking.
Yes, the last pass, the execution, connecting in the last third.
And Johannes. Oh, it's a dangerous-looking ball in towards Danique Nordman, but Chiara Keating alert to the danger.
Very quick coming off her line. As yesterday, she had a lot of important interventions coming off her line and being almost the last defender. Just a great individual
run
play. Kelkelar being one of the most dangerous players today for Ajax.
And she was the player open to scoring yesterday against Bayern Munich, but Bayern came roaring back. They look one of the teams to watch here. Really look like they meant business. As did Manchester City. It's a tough tournament to call this.
Absolutely. Man City started very well. They're definitely looking to be in the semifinals. We will know all of this today. All the counts that we need to make in order to see who's going to make it through. Good run. Kelkelar again, the most active player in the offense.
Kelkelar, saved by Keating. Manchester City so far doing enough to keep Ajax at bay. Dean Reuters underneath it. And Kelkelar appreciated that pass too much.
Yeah, she was telling her teammate, the Cardinal, to pass it backwards to kind of recycle the play, because there was a lot of density in that area, a lot of players within that zone. Two V1s.
It's been end-to-end in this first half, which has now been brought to a close. The first 15 minutes down. We'll have the second 15 minutes in a few moments after we've had analysis from Seema and the gang, and that's coming after this short break.
Listen up.
Let's have it.
We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt. Champ DAZN. Undisputed.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names, the biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars.
DAZN. is the global home of women's sport.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is back roads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field. Powerboats with A-listers. Gravity-defying skaters. High-flying volleyball. Home run hitters. And pillow fighting. Because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN.
And welcome back to Estoril, where we've just witnessed Manchester City take a 1-0 lead at half-time against Ajax. It was a brilliant first half, plenty to discuss. And let's get straight to the thoughts of Rachel Brown-Finnis and Anita Sante, who joins us as well. What did you make of the first half?
A lovely, neat finish from Caroline. She just took it in her stride and just redirected it. Manchester City look a little in control, but nowhere near as much as yesterday when they went out and won 4-0 in the opener. Ajax are on it today.
So 5 goals without reply for Manchester City, Anita. By the way, welcome along. It's lovely to have you here. But what did you make of City just now?
Yeah, I felt that obviously the finish from Caroline, the composure just to slide it under the keeper there, you know, was really lovely. And I could just feel that she's enjoying the vibe, the celebration and everything. It's totally up her alley, this short format. But Man City, I think, are just dominating the game in terms of they seem controlled in their structure. They seem quite happy to drop off in their own half when Ajax have the ball and bank up and be ready to sort of nullify them to shots from distance. And again, Fagino had a chance earlier in the first half to try and get a shot away. But, you know, this is, like, as Rachel said, a very close contest. You know, Ajax are firmly still in this game. They're showing a lot of physicality in it. They're trying to build up through Lily Johannes and put her into good positions as well. But Man City have dominated in terms of shots and chances on target.
But they're not putting them in the back of the net, so still at 1-0 and at half-time, you know that Ajax have still got plenty to play for, and they created opportunities of their own. Kiara Keating making a big save in a big moment there. But yeah, early things dominated by City, but Ajax will take lots and lots of confidence from how they played, how tight they got up against Manchester City, and how they create their own chances.
Yeah, let's not forget Manchester City beat Rosengard 4-0 yesterday. They were 2-0 up at half-time. Ajax have just contained them to the solitary goal. It's not over yet, Anita, by any means.
No, not by any stretch. I think this Ajax team is a really youthful team, but again, it's small margins.
Okay, back to the second half action. Will we see more goals? I'm pretty sure we will. Amelia and Jackie Oatley.
Thank you very much, Seema. It is a quick turnaround here between the first and the second half, and we're expecting more end-to-end action here in a blowy but sunny Estoril. And if Ajax can fashion that equaliser before the end of this next 15 minutes, then we will have our first ever extra time. Sudden death extra time, no less, and potentially sudden death penalty shootout. You might have gathered we're all rather keen for that to happen. We don't care who wins or how it happens. We just think it's going to be an enormous amount of fun when it does. So Ajax trailing by just that 1-0. The Caroline goal and the celebration said it all, Amelia, that she is so enjoying herself in the sunshine here, but also with the vibe of this game and with the rules of this game.
Absolutely. It comes together with her foot skills, her technique, the creativity that she has. And, you know, she speaks Portuguese, so I feel like she feels at home and really enjoying her game after, like you said, an injury last year. Really getting to her best shape and helping the team.
That's the voice of Amelia Pereira, former Portugal international, number 10, formerly of Durham in England as well. Fugino, Caroline, oh, it smacked her in the face. That looked pretty painful. Rebound hitting her hard. That would have been the first nose goal of this tournament.
Man City is currently playing with less one player.
Yeah, that's a painful one. As Park goes along. That's a lovely finish from Jess Park, as her teammate Caroline was still recovering from that blow to the face. And Park has put City 2-0 up against Ajax.
Amazing footwork by Park. Dribbled several players, and then head-to-head with Van Eyck. Just puts the ball far away from the keeper. Well done for the English international.
Jess Park scored 8 goals in all competitions for City last season. It was ultimately a really disappointing one for them, finishing 4th in the WSL, 17 points behind Chelsea, 5 behind Arsenal and 1 behind their rivals Manchester United. And yet 15 points ahead of Brighton in 5th place. Such is the dominance of the top 4. And Park again, she too is enjoying herself in the sunshine, looking to go for goal, but Johannes carrying out her defensive duties.
Just a back heel, Kelkalar trying to do something different just because the Man City players are really close to their marker. So there's not that much space. Has to be like 1-2 quick combinations, taking advantage of the footwork, the technique of, you know, these talented academy players from Ajax to really combine and through quick passes get to the Kelkalar again.
Kelkalar going for goal. Confident take from Keating. Johannes wanted it over the far side. She didn't get it, and now it's City on the charge. Johannes winning it back. Kelkalar's been involved with all the positive action.
But very well defended by Man City, closing up that gap in the center of the pitch.
Very much a squad game in this tournament with the rolling substitutions. If you see players pop up you haven't seen before, that's because they've just been plopped on out of vision.
Absolutely, the objective in these matches, the 7-a-side, besides creating 2-1s, so overloads and 2-1 advantages, is really achieve balance between the attack and defense units. So all players need to be defenders and attackers, really.
Some players better suited to this format than others, eh?
Absolutely. So the quick pace, this is why the players sometimes play 5 minutes and they keep changing. It demands a lot physically from the players as well.
Park on the charge. Johannes can't get back to her this time. Jess Park! Oh, this is wonderful from Park. Ultimately denied.
Cutting inside, cutting outside, trying to find that space to shoot. Great work individually by Jess Park. She's really having a day. A great game today. Very confident on the ball.
Nick Cushing, the interim head coach still of Manchester City. We'll have to wait to see what happens on that front. He says that he will be in charge of a team for pre-season, but we don't know whether it's this team. Will it be a men's team again after his spell in New York?
Absolutely. It's quite some years in New York, at New York City FC.
We have 2 interim head coaches today, by the way. Ajax are also looking for a new boss after Hesterine de Royce left last week after a year in charge. We have Dolph Rox, one of the best names in football. Dolph Rox in interim charge. Can Ajax get back into this game? They have just less than 10 minutes in which to do so.
Yeah, it would be important to get a goal within the coming on to this window of 10 minutes left in the game. But we know it's so quick that everything can change. Now we had several substitutions, 3 substitutions.
And Kelkalar, Johannes, the 2 players combining to positive effect. Johannes over the top of everyone to substitute Van Egmond. So the subs can be used just for freshness, but they can also be used to discombobulate the opposition, as Paris Saint-Germain did last night. Now, what has City got here? Poppy Pritchard trying to make a name for herself in this competition, and in a Manchester City shirt, yet to make her full debut for them in regular football. Wienreuter.
Good pressure by the Ajax team, not letting the Man City player get out of that corner.
Lazel does really well. She's saying, hang on a minute, ref, that was clearly a pullback.
But Man City is defending very, very well. They're not giving space in the last third for Ajax. So there's not much space for Ajax. Positioning, defending, a lot of players behind the ball.
Now what have they got? Johannes surely now! Well, Chiara Keating came out, she didn't get the ball. As Johannes was upended. And we have the tournament's second penalty kick. And the second involving Ajax. Yesterday was against them, saved by the goalkeeper. Van Eyck, now it's Chiara Keating, who'll have to pick herself up and try to save this spot kick to bring Ajax back into the game and set up a grandstand finish for us.
Absolutely, that was one of the first times that Ajax could find space within the center of the field through quick combinations and movement. And it is Lily who's going to take it. Player who suffered the foul.
17-year-old Lily Johannes, the USA international, stepping up against Chiara Keating. And Ajax are back in the game. They've halved the deficit. And it's all to play for in the final minutes against Manchester City.
Great penalty by the US international. A lot of power, very well placed. Not many chances for Keating to get to that ball. Those are hard when they go close to the pitch, close to the grass,
Just over 6 minutes remaining, and Ajax will be going all out for attack. Ayana's ball over the top. Although City got in reply, and they force the corner.
Good job by Laura Brown. She's the one taking the corner. There are not that many players for Man City in the box. Just the defender, Lazel. She's actually coming off now. Gracie Pryor.
Laura Coombs is lurking. And Gracie Pryor, is this going to be a tactic to attack at a corner? Oh, delivery wasn't on point, perhaps holding up in the wind here in Estoril. It really is blowing quite a gale now out there.
Yeah, it's very, very windy in Estoril. We are close to the ocean, close to the sea. Maybe 2 kilometers or probably less. So it's always windy in Estoril, or usually windy. Good work. Well done as well. Carolyn defending. Everyone, as we said, everyone needs to help in this type of game. That balance between defense and attack.
Great work. 5 minutes remaining for Ajax to find that equaliser. Van Hoel.
Van Hoel was kind of a shot / cross. It was very tense. A lot of pace. They asked for like a header, but not enough time for one of their teammates to place it in with a header in the second post.
Clock is ticking for Ajax. They lost their first match against Bayern Munich 4-2. They need something here. Remember, there are no draws. Each match will be played to a conclusion. Sudden death extra time or sudden death penalty shootout if required. There are no draws, no singular points. It's win or defeat. That is how it goes in this brand new 7-a-side tournament in Portugal. What have they got here, Ajax? Gracie Pryor doing a good job and avoiding the corner. Another substitution. Lily Hannes coming back on after just a few minutes of breathing space. So too Aoba Fujino replacing Jess Park. Oh, and there's a bit of chaos in the Ajax defence at 6s and 7s. Quite enjoy the fact that you can use the substitutions to cause chaos in the opposition.
Completely, with the marking, and we see often the individual marking. That can definitely be a strategy as well. Great work by Lily.
Johannes. And cool heads from Manchester City now required. They're such a positive side. They just want to attack. Fujino has Caroline with her in the centre. There is no offside, remember. Two minutes remaining for Ajax. Kokala. Well, in 11-a-side football, you talk about trying to retain possession, but that doesn't tend to happen for very long in 7-a-side football.
Absolutely. We had yesterday's the manager, Nick Cushing, saying exactly that. It's fast attacking football, and it seems like the team is always attacking.
Jess Park coming back on in place of Linkilla Brown. Just to see out the final minute, plus a couple of seconds prior. See the ball holding up in the wind. It actually worked out okay for Caroline on that occasion. Was that a foul play on, says the referee. Van Eyck will look to launch this one.
Now there's some urgency. Exactly, there's some urgency from the team. But there's definitely need to be more players moving forward too.
All eyes on the clock now. They have the big screens in two corners of this ground so the players can see exactly how long they have.
That was a great first touch, preparing for the...
Oh, and it's chaos! Chaos in the Manchester City defence! And Ajax have equalised right at the death. The ball launched into the centre and Kiara Keating couldn't gather it. And Ajax have equalised, and they're probably now sending us to sudden death extra time for the first time in this tournament.
Amazing last few seconds of the game. Direct ball by Nordman.
Now, can City win it? Can Ajax win it in the very, very last few seconds? Danique Nordman looks to have forced extra time. Just seconds remain. Coombs with a strike. Ajax to bring it away. And the referee adding on just a few more seconds. Fujino denied the chance to turn. And we are going to our very first sudden death extra time in this inaugural World Sevens football event in Estoril. Sudden death extra time means that whoever scores first wins the game.
Very, very exciting. The golden goal. Let's see if we're going to have 5 minutes. Let's see if we can also have penalties.
So instead of 7-a-side football, it's going to be 5-a-side football now in extra time. That is the rule here to make it extra exciting. Extra space on the pitch for each side. Now the two interim head coaches have to make their decisions as to which two players come off.
Yeah, because he has to be 5 of the 7 players that were just on the pitch playing.
It's only a short break, a quick turnaround. Just chance for the players to take some water on board and to be told which 2 are coming off and they can't come back on. There'll be no substitutions in sudden death extra time. We'll have 5 minutes.
I got you. It is golden goal. The first team that scored.
Rules just being explained here to the crowd. You can probably hear it. A reminder of the first goal scored by Caroline. This was Keating's direct ball in towards Jess Park. Look at the footwork here. Beautiful from Park. Keating can take some credit as well for her part in it. She won't be too happy with the goal they conceded late on, though.
Absolutely. But this was probably the individual play of the game.
So no more substitutions can be made. It's 5 versus 5. And 5 minutes of sudden death extra time. Lilia Hannes there with the penalty. Conceded by Keating. And she won't be happy with her role in the goal as the ball was just launched forwards up towards Danique Nordman. Pure chaos. And as Keating couldn't get there, she was devastated to see it behind the back of the net with just seconds remaining. There was time for perhaps a goal for either side. It was City really who went for it, trying to win it again. There's the touch off the shoulder of Nordman, and that has sent us to 5 minutes of extra time. Next goal wins it. Stand by for some chaos. Fujino.
Yeah, the formation here, or the structure, it's a bit, it's either 3-1, sometimes 1-2-1. It's going to be interesting to see how the players will be on the pitch.
Certainly sense the nervousness in here. $5 million prize fund, ultimately, come tomorrow night.
Yeah, all the players, on all the managers, the staff from each of teams, all standing.
Park. Park's robbed of the ball. They're always looking for Lilia Hannes, aren't they?
That was a
no
foul.
offside, remember.
Foul suffered here by Bo van Egmond.
The ball was rolling.
Now
Really
it's
sense the nerves.
2-2.
A minute into the 5 minutes of sudden death extra time. Next goal wins it, remember. And then it'll be sudden death penalties. 1 miss and 1 goal scored from the spot. And then it'll all be over. City already with a victory on the board.
Absolutely, and no player that is on the bench, no substitute is sitting. Everyone's standing. Everyone on their toes.
Oh, this is really lovely footwork by Van Egmond. Back to Nordman. Van Eyck.
It's the teams don't want to risk it as much. You can see that there's way more caution when the players have the ball in their defense and trying to connect with their attacking unit.
Hannes against Coombs.
Well played.
Lilia Hannes. There's only Van Egmond in an advanced position. Here she is. Tall, blonde 18-year-old. Fujino looking for Caroline. You can tell they're always looking for each other. Fujino looking to go for goal. Fine save by Van Eyck.
It was a great long distance shot by Fujino. She found the space, aimed at the goal. Good save as well by Van Eyck. Let's see if it's going to go short again, strategic.
Fujino Short to Caroline. They scored from this position yesterday in their opening match.
Yeah, as you said, them two playing together off of each other's strengths. Always trying to connect.
Nicely done by Van Egmond. Looking for Lily Johannes. There is no offside. Johannes to win it. Denied by Coombs, and Johannes! Coombs in the way again.
You can tell how demanding it is, tracking back, going forward.
Golden goal. Next goal wins it. Park. Park squeaking the ball between the legs of Van Eyck. It's still Jess Park. Will she go for goal herself? Fujino.
Trying to find that gap, that space to shoot. Amazing footwork again by Jess. Jess is really confident today. That was like 2 nutmegs in a row. Amazing by individual work.
Now Keating's come up. Imagine if Keating were to win it with a strike. Fujino, this comes to nothing, and now Keating's miles out of a goal. Van Eyck going for goal. Keating trying to get back. Wow, imagine if the goalkeeper had won it just after the other goalkeeper had tried to win it. This is the most ridiculous of tournaments, but it's crazy amounts of fun too.
Completed so much fun.
Fujino. Caroline robbed at the ball by Van Egmond. She goes for goal.
Yeah, trying to risk that long ball. Seeing that Keating is out of her line. Trying to be a solution as well, Keating, for her teammates if they need to get to pass back.
Park. Just 13 seconds remain of sudden death extra time. Caroline, is she going to be the match winner against Van Egmond? Fujino. And we are going to sudden death penalties for the first time in this tournament. Such drama in this competition. That 5 minutes of sudden death, golden goal, extra time was end to end. They were so positive. They both tried to win it. And now we have the drama of a penalty shootout. If one side scores and the other side fails to convert, then it is all over.
This is amazing. I mean, it shows the equilibrium that we saw in this match. Obviously, maybe more often, Jess Park creating some advantages through her footwork, individual ability. Fujino, Caroline. But this is going to be tough, of course, for any of the teams to lose this way after such an entertaining and great match. But these are the rules, and we're excited to see what's coming out of this penalty shootout as well.
Well, Manchester City will be fuming with themselves if they fail to come away with the victory here.
2-0 advantage.
Conceding that penalty, and then horrible defensive error for the late equaliser for Nordman.
And like you mentioned, Jackie, these are the only 2 goalkeepers who have had penalties so far in this tournament against, let's see, in the 7-a-side.
Well, it's now 5-a-side. It has been 4 extra times. It has to be. And now it's 1v1 in the shootout. Will Chiara Keating make herself a heroine, having conceded a penalty and made that late error defensively for the equaliser? Will Van Eyck make another save, having saved yesterday from Damjanovic of Bayern Munich? Oh, we're completely neutral and our hearts are racing. Such is the excitement of this format, and it looks to be 17-year-old Lily Johannes stepping up first against the young England goalkeeper.
Loving to see how Ajax bench coming together, arms around the players, really trying to pass that energy onto in this case, Lily, who's going to take the first penalty. We've seen this.
Lily Hannes against Chiara Keating. Advantage Ajax, and that means that Manchester City have to score their first penalty, otherwise they are going to lose this match.
That was a great penalty. Lily sending the ball to the same side that she did before, and Keating went to the other side.
It is Caroline, who's been a superstar in this tournament so far. 2 goals yesterday, 1 today. Can she keep City in this match against Van Eyck? Comfortably done by the Brazilian superstar.
Well done, Caroline. Goalkeeper to one side, placed and very calm, composed. Good penalty. Shootout so far.
Comfortably done again. This time by Isa Cardinal, the Dutch defender.
Great
score
penalty
for her side this season. She dispatched that confidently from the spot. And now the onus is on Laura Coombs, who's been excellent so far, but she has to score. Otherwise, it's Ajax who win the game. Coombs must score. Oh, she does, by the finest of margins, in off the post.
Well done by the English international, very well placed. I'm sure some hearts stopped there for a split second, but it's 2-2.
Now Danique Nordman, the player whose shoulder kept Ajax in the game after that long ball was launched forwards towards her with a back to goal up against Keating. We have a full house so far.
Another well placed with a lot of pace as well. Penalty. So far, all penalties have been very well taken. And now Fujino.
Now it's up to Aoba Fujino, who has also been fantastic. Needs to keep City in this match. Beautifully done by the young Japanese player.
Amazing. This one, the most in the top corner. Very confident, Fujino. Well taken.
Now it's 18-year-old Bo van Egmond stepping up. Yeah. 100% on penalties with the pressure on in sudden death penalty shootout.
And now it's going to be one of the most, probably one of the better players in this game that we saw, Jess Park.
Pressure really on the City players taking the second penalty. Each of them has to score to keep their side in the match. Park, beautifully done.
Van Eyck still gets a touch, but that was with so much power. And now the goalkeepers. We got the fifth element.
Yes, 4-4, no substitutions, which means the goalkeepers get to take them against each other. Van Eyck against Keating. Oh, saved by Chiara Keating! Redemption!
Van
what
Eyck.
a moment for Keating.
What a moment indeed. Van Eyck didn't give too much balance to take this, and Keating flew to the right side. Good save, great save.
Now it's up to Keating. What a topsy-turvy game we have had here. And now it's Keating to win it for Manchester City off the post. What an eventful match for Chiara Keating.
Chiara Keating can't believe it.
And on we go. That was a moment of glory for Keating to give City 2 wins out of 2. And now she's quickly got to pick herself up and try to save against the brilliant young American forward, Lily Johannes, who's already scored once. And we go round again with only 5 players on the field and no subs in sudden death shootout. This is extraordinary. Johannes.
Third time, Johannes changes the side, and now Keating goes to the right, to her right inside. Good penalty by Lily. That was the 3rd penalty. 3rd face-off between them two today.
Caroline again. Well, you wanted drama in this tournament. We've certainly got this. Caroline. And she has not put a foot wrong yet in this tournament.
Great, great penalty. Pace and well placed in the top corner.
Lisa Cardinal to step up again. Keating's heart must be absolutely racing. Such an eventful match for her. Cardinal denied, and it's advantage City. And Laura Coombs will step up now to make it 2 wins out of 2 for City.
We saw today a penalty going to the post and going in. It's just a matter of centimeters, millimeters sometimes. Unlucky there for the Dutch player.
Coombs for a 2nd win on the board for City. And this time they've done it. Laura Coombs, the heroine for Manchester City. And unsurprisingly, it's Chiara Keating, the first player to congratulate her. What a game we have just witnessed. This is what the new World Sevens football tournament is all about. Chaos, drama, and pure entertainment.
Spectacular way to start our day 2 as well, Jackie.
And that is the moment of the match, presented by Invisalign. Laura Coombs' face says it all. Joy unconfined for Keating and the gang. And they will be back this afternoon for their final group match. But it looks as though now City are good for finals day. My goodness, what drama.
What a drama indeed. But this is great. What a great moment. Again, what a great way as well to start day 2. With a penalty shutout. Very even. Had to get to the 8th penalty.
So it's finished 2-2. Manchester City winning by the finest of margins. And we're going to be going again in just a few minutes. But first, it's back to Seema.
Thank you very much indeed, Jackie and Amelia. Well, wow, what a way to open proceedings today. We said it in our pre-show. Everything we wanted was sudden death, a goal in sudden death, or if not, a penalty shootout, and we saw the penalty shootout. 8 goals were scored, and then we saw the final winner. Manchester City, my goodness me. What a way to win it after the 4-0 yesterday. They've shown that they have it all in their locker.
It was such a tighter game. Even at half-time, we called it. It was really, really tight. The Ajax have battled so well. But what drama. We've got Blue Moon belting out, and the City players and the fans are absolutely bouncing and buzzing about it.
Anita, it was excitement levels on another level.
Oh, it's brilliant. This is the moment I've been waiting for.
Exactly.
For sudden death, the penalties, everything. The fact that it took 8 penalties, to get a winner was incredible. And I mean, yeah, it was fantastic.
And the standout player for you both?
Well, I'm just going to say, quality of the penalties was excellent, but standout player with the winning team was Jess Park for me.
Yeah, I thought Jess Park was phenomenal throughout. Her skill, her ability in those tight areas. She was always trying to make things happen. And ultimately, Man City just had the better execution and quality to see it out.
Jess Park has been such a phenomenal player. She's had such a good season on an international level, club level, and now we're seeing her shine once again. She's got such a bright future ahead of her as well.
Yeah, still a young player, missed out on the Euros last time because of a shoulder injury, but scored that key goal against Spain for the Lionesses recently. Yeah, she's key for Manchester City.
That was amazing, wasn't it, at Wembley? Wow. Yeah. And you know what? She's going from strength to strength. Let's just take a quick word on Ajax as well, because they gave such a good account of themselves today. They really fought all the way to the end.
They really did. And Rachel and I were talking about how the whole squad were by the sideline cheering them on, giving them energy, and they were battling for every single ball on the pitch. And, Lily Hannes, I thought, was outstanding. Van Egmond too. Nordman getting the equaliser to send it to extra added time. I think they really battled hard, and of course it's always disappointing to lose on penalties, but it was a really good matchup.
Absolutely, and I actually always think in football or in any sport, but there must be no better feeling than to win a match in that fashion when you've worked so hard and to just about get over the line. It must be such a relief.
Yeah, because penalty shootouts are always cruel, aren't they? And when both keepers stepped up and missed a penalty, I was like gone from sort of jubilation, thinking amazing that they got one up, when Van Eyck missed the penalty and it was up to Chiara Keating to just put one in the back of the net, and she just couldn't do it. The drama continued, but yes, cruel on Ajax because they're out of the tournament now, but City are through.
Well, you mentioned your player of the match was Jess Park, and she's speaking to Alex Aljo.
Well, Chiara!
Jess, wow, what drama. 2 wins out of 2 now for Manchester City. How pleased are you with that win and the way you won it?
Yeah, really positive. I think we made hard work of bits, but we tried really hard. We were having fun, and we ended up getting the win in the end in a dramatic way. So yeah, really fun.
You shining out there once again. How much does this format suit the way you love to play?
I love playing quick, fast 1-2s, beating players, and I managed to get my goal. So yeah, I'm happy with that.
Is it like anything you've played in before?
Maybe when I was in school, but this is crazy. Yeah, good fun.
You scored City's second. Talk me through that goal.
I just remember getting it, and I thought I'm going to drive here, and then pulled it back and then slotted it in.
That means
some great penalties scored there as well from both sides. Have you been practicing them? How have you been preparing to get ready for this tournament?
We've practiced the outfield stuff and defending in that, but we didn't really practice the penalties too much. I think that's a self thing, believe in yourself. No pressure. We're all confident in each other, and we all managed to score our penalties.
As soon as
some
possible,
great football, some brilliant matches. But how much are you enjoying the experience in general here in Estoril?
Yeah, it's like nothing else. It's a really fun, quick tournament, fast play. Yeah, it really suits me, and we're loving it.
Well, Jess, congratulations on a win, on a top performance. You are player of the match. Here's an award for you and a water bottle as well.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant, thank you.
And a very well-deserved award indeed. Wow, the action is coming thick and fast. The match just went on so long, we haven't had a chance to build up to our next match now, but let's hand you straight back to your commentators, Jackie and Amelia, to introduce what we're about to see next.
Thank you very much, Seema. Well, that was fun. We've just about breathed in and out about 5 times, and now it's time for our next match, which is Bayern Munich, the German champions 3 years in a row under Alex Strauss, who's about to depart for Angel City against Rosengard, who currently lies 6th in the table in Sweden. As the players are being introduced by our PA announcer. Georgia Stanway there in the middle of your picture. looking to return from a knee injury, which has kept her out for some time. How England would love her back ASAP. Well, it's asking a lot for Rosengard here. 4-0, they were beaten by Manchester City yesterday in a rampant opening match. City being given a much tougher ride today, that is for sure, by Ajax, but just squeaking past them to make it 2 wins out of 2. And Bayern Munich, the German champions, really introduced themselves into this tournament with big smiles on their faces. They were so positive, Amelia.
Absolutely positive in this team. Let's see what Bayern can bring to the game.
Number 16 for Manchester City, and number 30 for Benfica, Caroline Stevo.
It was a bowling move.
Well, why not? I said they're enjoying themselves, didn't we?
There, yes.
Well, it was Ajax who scored yesterday against Bayern Munich, but how they reacted with 4 goals. Initially, it was ultimately given as an own goal, but Vickers de Tier on the score sheet as well, and Hansen, and then Dahlmann. But that's how the table looks at the moment. Manchester City 2 points out of a possible 2 so far. Bayern also winning their first game, looking to make it 2 out of 2 now. But can Rosengard really pull off what would be a shock result, Amelia?
Absolutely. Shock result. Coming out of this game, let's see what these teams can bring today. After yesterday's result, Bayern will look to continue the great start they had. And Rosengard, obviously, after yesterday's loss, trying to still get the chance to go into the semifinals.
Rosengard are used to winning on a domestic front. They've won a record 14 league titles, the most recent of them in 2024.
Yes, and they're used to going to the Champions League, always going to the group stage. Last year's Champions League, actually, we're in Barcelona and Benfica group stage as well, Rosengard.
Bayern so used to winning as well. 6 times champions of Germany in the last 11 years, including the last 3 in a row. Must be a little odd for Alex Strauss, knowing he's going off to California, but he's still here for this tournament. Maybe with a big bonus in his back pocket. And we're underway. Is there to be more chaos in Bayern Munich against Rosengard, or is this going to be a more straightforward, comfortable victory? We'll find out.
You can see already a lot of mobility, a lot of movement from the Bayern players to making movements of attraction, proximity, to be available, line a pass to the teammate.
Emma Janssen. Very much enjoying the work of the DJ here during the games. It really has lifted everything. The games themselves have been super entertaining, but there is this constant beat that's keeping everyone entertained. Molly Johansson. Conquest.
Conquest and great save.
First of the game so far. The last match setting pretty high standards on the entertainment front. Now Johansson prepares to take this corner kick. Well, the danger was well read. It's now Bayern looking to break. Damjanovic was one of the busier players yesterday. She was our player of the match, in fact, and came over to have a chat with us in the studio. Lively player, got a water bottle at the end of it, the one that I almost nicked, thinking it was up for grabs. It was actually hers for the player of the match award.
Yeah, Serbian international, a very important player for this Bayern Munich.
Simon, I'm not sure she meant to go for goal then, Caroline Simon. But such is the nature of the wind here that anything can happen. Damjanovic looking to go for goal. Damjanovic, there was a gap that opened up. She couldn't find the bottom right-hand corner, which we were right in line with, and that would have been where the gap was.
Yeah, nice cut to her left foot. Yeah, Damjanovic cannot have that much space, especially near or inside the box. Now Bia sprung.
And it's given away. Opportunity potentially here. Surely that's a penalty, no? On we go. Rosengard looking to take advantage. Cronquist couldn't take the ball in her stride as vast experience. Simon finds Damjanovic. Reminder, there is no offside.
Well done.
Surely a chance here now. Surely opening goal is for Bayern Munich.
Great team play. Great combination between these three in the attack. Julia, Momoko, and Damjanovic. What a great combination. And it was on a breakthrough when the ball was just like few seconds before, near the end line of the Bayern Munich defense. That was a quick attack transition.
Momoko Tanikawa with the opening goal of the game. I suspect it won't be the last one, given the frenetic start from both sides, really going for it. I wonder whether they've been lifted, Amelia, from the match they saw last and thought, well, we've got a lot to live up to here. We need to keep up the entertainment levels.
Absolutely. That first game definitely raised the bar. So two defenders coming out of the first build-up phase. Rosengard doesn't have a high pressure. Players dropping deep.
Rosengard, formerly known as Malmö back in the day, before merging with Rosengard. So used to winning on a domestic front, but international competition, pretty different. Regular players on the European stage with the Champions League, reaching the quarterfinals on multiple occasions.
Yeah, it's tough also because of the season, right? The season in Sweden, and the schedule, the difference of the timing as well.
Oh, well, that might be a chance for Pernilla Harder. Brought back for a free kick.
Especially because I was mentioning the Dama Allsvenskan. So the league in Sweden is, we'll go there, it's from March or April until the end of the year. So when the group stage happens in the Champions League, these players should have been on holiday or pre-season.
Yeah, very different calendar due to the weather. Oh, opportunity well off target, but yeah, they played 8 games in their domestic league season and they're only 6th in the table, not a position they're particularly used to being in, but it is still relatively early stages.
Yeah, absolutely. Hammarby is doing well. They're 6 points ahead. But Rosengard, we know that's a team that is used to winning Damallsvenskan. Damjanovic helping defensively.
Mahmutovic in goal for Bayern.
She's a goalkeeper that can play with both feet, so it's important definitely on this 7-a-side. She's the first player to build in the build-up phase, to help playing from the back.
Ollie Hansen caught in possession. And the goal scorer, Momoko Tanikawa.
Not that much space. Center of the pitch was very crowded. Good defending and positioning by the Swedish team.
Substitutions. Julia Zighiotti-Ulmer, who we're used to seeing in England playing for Brighton for a couple of years until last year. Pernilla Harder being rotated to keep up her energy levels. What a fabulous player she is, though. 160 caps for Denmark, 77 goals in that time.
Absolutely, a very differentiator. Very different player. Singular in their own abilities as well in the squad.
Loose pass. Bayern Munich really brought those positive vibes yesterday. Looked to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. Damjanovic telling us all about that. Just the one goal so far from Momoko Tanikawa, 20-year-old Japanese player.
Great first touch by the number 10, Linda
Nicely
Dahlman.
done by Dahlman. Oh, and the strike! End to end, though.
Not enough pace on that ball. Looking for Emilia Larsson.
Back out to Janssen. Zighiotti away. Damjanovic.
Trying to play out of the back. Quick combinations, well done. Pass between the lines.
Zavistova literally just came off the bench for Damjanovic, just out of your vision.
Trying to get this chance from outside of the box. Number 24, Veronica.
I'm trying to work out, Amelia, whether I feel sorry for the fourth officials or whether I think they've got an easy life here, because they don't have to put a board up, they don't have to punch any numbers in to announce who's about to come on and go off, but they do have to try and keep track and make sure that two players don't come on for one player coming off. It's not that straightforward.
Absolutely, especially when there's so many coming on, and we'll see now on part of the Swedish team, 6 players will be changed. So that's the whole team except for the keeper.
Yeah, it's what PSG did yesterday in the 7-a-side tournament. Now, what a Bayern got here. Oh, nice, it's a lovely ball in. What about the finish? Tuva Hansen with the effort. Denied by Eartha Cumming.
Great through ball into Norway International. Just couldn't get it. Good save as well by Eartha Cummins, the Scottish international. Rosengard not pressuring very high. Having one more, creating overload in the back to make sure that they have one more player in the defense, but great switch of play. Pernil.
Oh, the strike from Harder. What an effort that was. Fine save by the Scottish goalkeeper. Absolutely. Really been on her toes.
Nice bending the ball with power, bending, second post. Very intentional by the Danish international. Doesn't risk much, Rosengard, even though they're 1-0 down. They just want to make sure that they have the foundation defense and foundation that the defensive unit has a cover. At least one woman, a +1, let's say. Winning the ball and then quickly trying to find the space through ball to connect with the attacking unit.
Simon Harder, who really stung the paws of Eartha Cummings just a few minutes ago. And still they're looking to attack again. Bayern finding a little bit of space here for Simon. So used to seeing her at major tournaments for Germany.
Nice ball.
Lovely pass from her. What can Bayern do here? They won't be happy with just the 1-goal advantage so far. Scored by Momoko Tanikawa. Stamjanovic comes back on as play resumes.
That was well done.
Oh, what a strike. Denied again by Eartha Cummings.
What a great save. And a great shot as well.
Simon.
Oh. First touch shot. Linda Dahlman.
Cummings.
Trying to play more direct, finding the forward. Trying to find some space, Emilia Larsson.
Cummings launching a long one. Well, she saw what happened in the last game. She really tested Keating out. Why not try something different here, just to shake things up a little bit?
Absolutely.
And that is the end of the first 15 minutes. Half-time after a really tight encounter. Rosengard of Sweden not letting Bayern Munich, the German champions, have it all their own way. Just the 1 goal so far from Momoko Tanikawa, the 20-year-old from Japan. And it is tight as you like as we go into half-time, with Rosengard trailing Bayern Munich by 1-0.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is backroads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field, powerboats with A-listers, gravity-defying skaters, high-flying volleyball, home run hitters, and pillow fighting, because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names, the biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars!
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
Listen up.
Let's have it.
We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed.
Hello and welcome back. Well, it hasn't been as eventful as the opening game that we saw, but there has been a goal in it. I have Caroline Seeger and Rachel Brown-Finnis with me, and we've been standing by watching this one. And how much have you enjoyed that first half, Rachel?
It's been sensational. Rosengard put a better account of themselves. They lost 4-0 in the first match, so today for it to be tight up against Bayern Munich, I think they've done themselves proud so far.
Tanikava, a former Rosengard player, was the one that got on the score sheet.
Yeah, such a great player. I got the opportunity to play with her last year, and I must say it's one of the best players I ever played with. She's only 18 years old, but her way and her style of playing is remarkable.
Okay, well, actually, seeing as we're talking about it, let's take a moment to now look at the goal. And what did you make of it, Rachel?
Well, technical player, ball tight to her foot. The way that got a strike there from Rosengard is a thunderous strike with a ball downwind behind her. It's a great save from Bayern Munich goalkeeper. But this is Damjanovic getting forwards, causing problems for Rosengard. And driving to the box, she got player of the match yesterday. So that was always one to look out for. He had a nice little back heel, just manages to cut it across. Look at that, for a wonderful bit of footwork. Just cuts it inside, sells the goalkeeper, and just slots it in. That's the type of football that's been successful in this tournament so far.
And it's also a great attack. I mean, 3 passes and this goal. I think it's amazing. And it just shows the skill of these players in general. So I'm just happy to be able to watch it from close.
Yeah, because it's fast and furious, but it's got to have tight touches and quality, and the weight of pass has got to be perfect because you run out of pitch. So Bayern Munich have had probably the better of the chances, but Rosengard have been valiant because, you know, after yesterday's performance, it could quite easily have been one-sided this game.
Absolutely, and they have it all to do in the second half if they are to make it into the semi-finals. But as things stand, there's only one goal separating these two sides. So let's take you straight back to the second half with your commentators, Amelia and Jackie. Oh, sorry, I didn't have a monitor for the first bit.
Oh, we're back underway for the second half with Damjanovic. Bayern Munich the better of that first half, but Rosengard making sure that they're very competitive and really trying to go for it from the first whistle of this second period. When there's only one goal in it, you never quite know what is going to happen. Oh, and here's an opportunity. Could have taken it first time, perhaps. Surely now. Opportunity taken by Jovana Damjanovic. They had been threatening, and now Bayern Munich have a little bit of daylight, just seconds after the restart.
Yes, what a start in the second half for Bayern Munich, and who else but Damjanovic in the right place, right time, great shot. Not too many possibilities of a save that close with that much power for the Scottish international on goal for Rosengard.
Bayern Munich on course for 2 wins and a 2.
Yeah, definitely placing themselves as a high contender for this final. Rosengard still doesn't create that much high pressure. Now, well done.
Once Rosengard, no offside, remember. They just try to nip in there.
Yeah, the pass by
easier said than done.
Pelgander was too close to the end line.
It does feel a little bit calm after the storm, doesn't it? In terms of that last match, which was utterly sensational to get us underway. On, they're in for 3-0. Pernilla Harder, and the first header of this tournament. And she surely couldn't have been denied for too much longer. A player of her talent and prodigious standing in the game. And Bayern Munich are well on their way now.
That is probably one of the first headers we see as a goal in this tournament. The first amazing goal by Pernilla, like you said. She's used to doing this. She scored 14 goals in 22 games in the Bundesliga, Frauen-Bundesliga.
All right, what about an opportunity to get back into it?
Close
right
by.
in front of the goalkeeper, Kronqvist.
Yeah, Kronqvist very much there to be able to tap it in. Nice ball between the lines
for Simon. Now here's Johansson. Foul on Molly Johansson by Savistova, the Poland international. As Svea Sprung comes back into it, the young Swede. Talented young player. Looking to see more of her, the number 7 for Rosengard in the white.
Absolutely. International for Sweden, U23, 20 years old.
Reminder, there's a total of a $5 million prize pot at the end of this tournament tomorrow night. That's in total. Winners will get $2.5 million to share amongst the players, staff and the club. Players and the staff have to be given a certain percentage, which is a large chunk of it, so it can't all go to the club. It's very much the players and the staff who will be benefiting as well. It really matters. We talked about the fun, we've talked about the entertainment, we've talked about the different format, bringing joy to the game, totally different rules. It's not FIFA, UEFA, it's something completely different with their own rules. But there is a lot at stake, it has to be said, and Rosengard not giving up. Anna Andersson, another Swedish midfielder coming on. Rolling substitutes. A reminder, if you are new to this tournament, it's 7-a-side. That's for the 30 minutes, and if it's still level after that, sudden death extra time, sudden death penalties, as we had in the first game. Incredible effect. It really was outstanding. Tuva Hansen.
Trying to find some space on the last third, but very tight spaces, the positioning, movement off the ball. But very patient, managing the possession here, Bayern.
Marco Tanikawa, first goal scorer, Harder. Such a top player at a time at Chelsea as well, a seasoned winner.
Yeah, so much so that she went to Chelsea for 350,000 at the time from Wolfsburg.
Doesn't sound very much, does it? But at the time in the women's game, it was quite a lot.
It's funny how things have changed in the last couple of years, and we see these types of amounts.
Double substitution for Bayern Munich. Julia Zighiotti coming back on, so to Michelle Ulbrich.
Yeah, providing that width to stretch the game so the players in between the lines can appear behind the first defensive line of Rosengard and get the ball, then progress, finding those spaces. Well done now for the Japanese.
Damjanovic. Damjanovic again! Good save Bertha Cummings has been fantastic for Rosengard, the former Charlton Athletic goalkeeper. Scottish player who almost had both of her legs amputated during complications during an operation when she was 17 years of age. Really serious illness she had at the time, but has come back magnificently and has been a really vital part in this Rosengard side. Now this is good play by them. Can they find a goal from somewhere? Their first of this tournament. It's been really tough for them. Manchester City and the strike from distance spilled by Mahmutovic.
Yeah, well done by Emilia Larsson. Risking it, seeing that the team is having some difficulties to find the space in the last third. So a shot from at a distance. And definitely put the goalkeeper, Gross.
Magda Eriksson coming onto the field now, the other former Chelsea player. The Bayern lineup, captain, what a legend she is to Chelsea supporters. The Bayern Munich number 5 slotting into defence.
Definitely more than 100 times international for Sweden.
Rosengard still battling away.
Another try, execution.
They just haven't really tested Ena Mahmutovic enough, really. I know it's easier said than done, of course, with the fabulous players that Bayern have. Bayern also have Marla Gross in their squad. A player who returned to action in March after 4 months out with cancer treatment after they discovered a malignant tumour. Fabulous to see her back.
Yeah, and the game back that she defended a penalty. I think she'll always remember that.
Eriksson battling away. And the referees have let a fair amount go. It's been really competitive. Every single game, the players have fought for everything. Talking about the fun in the sun. The players, whilst they're enjoying themselves, they've really been getting stuck in. It really matters this tournament. Emma Janssen was allowed to travel a fair way, but it's another matter trying to break through this stubborn Bayern defence.
Yeah, they are closing the gaps, closing the center of the pitch. There's no through balls going in the middle of the block, we can say the unit. Bayern Munich is not giving away that many space, not much space.
I think that's been the key, hasn't it? Very little space for Rosengard to operate in.
Yeah, very tight in the marking. Players are having trouble to get rid of the opponent who's individually marking them. Very strong team, Bayern Munich. Physicality and not letting the Rosengard players turn.
Bayern 4.5 minutes away from their second win out of 2. In case you're wondering, this pitch is officially half the size of a regular 11-a-side pitch. It looks a little bigger than that, but the way they've cleverly set up the stadium here in Estoril, it is only half a pitch. I thought it would look a lot smaller in real life, but it does look pretty big.
It does, and with less players and the ball being in the attack and defense so quickly, it demands a lot from the girls, from the players. I'm sure a lot of them say, thank God for the rotation, the subs. 2v1 now.
Now Bayern, what can they do here? Chance for Harder, who is a little on her heels. And she just wasn't perhaps expecting the pass at that moment from Linda Dahlmann. It looked as though Dahlmann was going to have a strike herself.
Yeah, ended up to being like too much pace. And ball over the full line.
Oh, and a swept strike from distance. Trying to catch Mahmutovic out.
Yeah, she has tried a few times already the distance because it's been, again, really hard to get through, to penetrate within that area. Trying to find the space, the Bayern Munich defenders exploring the width as well. Good change of flank.
Damjanovic on harder for once. Getting his shot all wrong. So used to it being so clinical in that situation.
Some urgency now for this throw. I think it was with the ball, with the handball by Damjanovic.
Oh, worth a crack from distance. They're just struggling to really break down this Bayern defence.
Yeah,
it's been a solid performance again.
Yeah, like you say, Jackie, very solid, very composed. Defending as a unit. It's hard for the players to find the gaps, finding the spaces, and Bayern Munich is having a good performance today.
Only Janssen unable to find a way through. Tanikawa. Now, what about the finish? And there is the finish from Julia Zigiotioma. And it's 4 goals for Bayern Munich. As many as Rosengard conceded to Manchester City in their first game yesterday. It's been a tough old tournament for them.
Nice first touch finish by the Swedish player. Now the score, same score as yesterday's match for Rosengard. They definitely will want to have at least a go, have at least that 1 goal in the tournament so far. Back heel shot.
Seconds away from the end of this match. It has been a comfortable victory for Bayern Munich and a chance for a 5th. And the players on the side of the field celebrate a 4-0 victory for Bayern Munich, who confirm their place on finals day against Manchester City, who have also progressed, and Ajax and Rosengard are out, both competing valiantly, but the class ultimately of both Manchester City and of Bayern Munich seeing them through. Successive 4-0 defeats by the Swedish side, and the Bayern players are celebrating now. Confirmation there at the table, Bayern on top on goal difference, having won yesterday 4-2 against Ajax, and Manchester City also through. And let's all do the conga. Well, Bayern have come to party, they've come to have fun, they have come to win it, but they're celebrating the fact that they will be here tomorrow. Wow, what a laugh that is going to be.
They're having a day. I mean, the performance is going hand in hand with how much fun they're having and making it through. Obviously, the first objective, first goal for the participation of the German team
Well, let's have a look now at the moment of the match presented by Invisalign. And it is the first header of the tournament, scored expertly by Pernilla Harder. How many times have we seen that in her career? And Bayern Munich safely through. So victory for Bayern Munich, safely through. It wasn't quite the drama of the previous match, our first of the day, which frankly we're all still drawing breath from. That was an extraordinary match, but we've seen a different type of game. Still a convincing victory for Bayern Munich. Alex Strauss in the centre of the huddle as they celebrate. Back to Seema.
Thank you very much indeed, Jackie. What an enjoyable game that was. And it was certainly enjoyable for this wonderful player to my right, Momoko Tanikawa. It's so lovely to have you here. First of all, congratulations. Another big victory for your side.
Thank you so much.
You scored a fantastic goal. How does it feel to be playing in this tournament? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. And yeah, I'm so happy. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's great. It's great to have you here. And thank you for talking to us. And the girls to the left of me have chosen your goal as the goal of the match and your player of the match as well.
Well done, a wonderful goal. Caroline picked you as player of the match. How have you enjoyed the tournament so far?
It has been so fun to play this tournament. And thank you. I want to say thank you for holding this competition.
You love playing this competition, right?
Sorry? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you know how much I like you as a player, and I think you keep on improving and you keep on growing, and your English is getting so much better. And like always, I'm very proud of you, and I hope you enjoy this tournament because I know you, so I know you are enjoying it. So.
Thank you.
I also
and actually we're watching your goal now.
Oh.
Great bit of skill.
Thank you.
Are you proud? Are you proud?
Yeah.
Well, look, I can see how happy you are, and it's great to be able to show you back the goal that you scored today, the one that opened up the scoring for your side's fantastic 4-0 victory. Let's hand you over.
Here's your present from me. I bought it this morning. So here you go.
Congratulations.
And this one too.
This one, thank you.
Yes. Okay.
I put it at my house.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
Arigato.
Arigato. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Lovely, lovely stuff. Oh, she seemed so happy, didn't she?
Yeah.
Special moment, though, for the team in general, because it was a very convincing win, wasn't it?
For sure. Like Rachel said, the first half, I felt like Rosengard was much better than yesterday, but then it was second half, like Bayern Munich, they put in an extra gear, and then Rosengard is basically out. So 3-0, I felt like it was, you know, they already won the game, and then they get an extra goal and the game is over. So Bayern is a team that controls the game, but second half they put that extra gear in and they win.
Well, let's take a moment to look back at the highlights of that match, and we saw the celebrations post-match, didn't we? And that was because it was a very, very convincing win, and it was Tanikawa that got the goals going.
Yeah, and it's that tidy, incisive football, one touch, two touch, tidy touches, short, sharp passes that have been effective throughout this tournament so far, and this is a classic example, and it's a really kind of composed finish. Look, just outstretched, but chops it across the goalkeeper, keeps it tight to her foot, lovely little outside the pass, outside of the foot pass. And you know, it's been sort of classic build-up. No need for offside, holding your runs there. Manages to hold on to it really well, and again, a tidy, well-weighted just pass across the box, and it's a relatively simple finish. How many goals is she on now? 2 or 3?
Yeah,
she's player of the match yesterday, so
she is.
Yeah,
a couple of goals I think she's on now, so it's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's that type of football when you can get your head up, roll, and just roll the ball into players. That's sort of the futsal style football. You know, making sure it doesn't go out off the byline. And then, I mean, the goalkeeper had a great game. She got absolutely peppered at times and did make some really good saves. We were torn as to whether to award her player of the match, the first header of the tournament.
Yeah. How good was that, eh?
And it's also harder, so I'm not surprised by that. But it is cool to see how the teams develop from yesterday's games. I think they did their homework last night and improved a lot, because today I see they're more comfortable. They know the style of playing in a different way, and I see some tactical stuff that they probably improved also.
I think teams will be looking to trying to figure out what they need to do best rather than look at the opposition.
Yeah.
I don't think there'll be too much analysis looking at the opposition,
For
but
sure.
it's trying to figure out how best to use
play.
this format
Exactly.
and how best to play.
Yeah.
Because, you know, no team's been in this format before, and so, but now they've been in and had a day of it. I think every team wants to win it.
Oh, for sure. I want to win it, but I can't play.
Does it make you want to get your boots back on and go out there?
So much. Yeah, I'm so jealous. I mean, this is what you also grew up with, playing this type of football. So I'm very jealous of the girls.
Okay, well, on that note, we're going to take a quick break, after which the action will continue here. It's been a fantastic morning so far. We have loved every single moment of it. The DJ has as well, but fantastic goals all around. And we will be heading into our next match on the other side of this short break. Make sure you don't go anywhere. PSG after this.
Listen up.
Let's have it.
We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed. Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is back roads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field. Powerboats with A-listers. Gravity-defying skaters. High-flying volleyball. Home run hitters. And pillow fighting. Because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names. The biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars!
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. Let's go!
National League has a new home.
We've got lots to look forward to here on DAZN.
All of the matches.
The early shot is a really good one.
All in one place.
It's a great ball. It's a super goal.
Live or on demand.
Fabulous.
Available on any device.
That's a goal and scores majestically.
It all starts here.
National League TV now on DAZN. Sign up at DAZN.com/NLTV.
Live golf on DAZN. Who will be victorious on the banks of Lake Manassas?
Glorious shot there.
From the 6th to the 8th of June. Live on DAZN.
Welcome back to a blowy, blustery, sunny, chaotic Estoril. We got the sprinklers back on, which is great, and we have the wind blowing an absolute treat, which is an absolute joy. But we have Rachel Brown-Finnis, which is the best thing ever. Former England goalkeeper, back in the days when you were mere Rachel Brown, But you're just as good now as you were then. Rachel, we've had a couple of very, very different games so far, haven't we? The first one was pure drama, pure chaos. And the last one just now was a pretty dominant performance from Bayern Munich.
It was indeed. Bayern Munich sort of asserted their dominance, certainly in the second half, didn't they? The one before that, the extra time, the penalty shootout. I mean, it's been absolutely brilliant. I'm trying to keep up. There's been no time in between games to sort of digest what we've just seen. But it seems everybody's absolutely really enjoying themselves, loving it. We've had some absolute legends on as well as part of our lineup. We have Caroline Sager there. Whoa! But so far it's been excellent. So I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, I think it would be a really bad idea if we weren't to show you the goals from that first game again, because it was, we get absolutely pelted with water. Were they waiting for me to come back in here, were they, before they do this? So this was the opening match, and it was utterly ridiculous, and it was Ajax who were super positive. Oh, this is from the first match yesterday.
I think we're doing bangers from yesterday, this must be titled. But this is Giuliano from Roma. They're up next, and she scored 2 absolutely sensational goals. Give her a little bit of space, and this is what she can do up against Valentinus Joyce, who's got the joint most clean sheets in the Women's Super League this season for Manchester United, the USA international. So no easy feat to beat her from there. But that's what quick thinking, excellent execution. That's and with a little bit of wind assistance as well, I think, today. That's what teams can do.
It was. And they're taking on Paris Saint-Germain. It's a very different looking PSG to the one that we're so used to seeing, without some of their superstars, but they still had plenty of talent in action.
Yeah, they did. Not the sort of household names that we would associate with PSG. And it was Lara Martins who scored the first goal for Benfica, and that was great because it was one for they're at home in essence. But quickly, I think it was 40 seconds between Benfica opening the scoring and Benera scoring the equaliser, just showing their little, I'd say, elevated quality. PSG, and what a strike here outside of a left foot. Beautiful strike. And then that's when PSG got into the stride. And they opted for the tactic, didn't they, of 6 players on, 6 players off at any substitution, and that quickly led to getting that decisive goal in the penultimate game of yesterday's tournament. A little bit scrappy. PSG will want to be a little more fluid, but they did it in the end.
Yeah, both Roma and PSG desperate for the win. It is absolutely scorchy out here, isn't it? It's definitely SPF 50 weather, isn't it? We both got it on today. It is brilliant. But I mean, Manchester United, when they came on yesterday, they just had to follow Manchester City, who just won 4-0 and was so convincing in their game. It's a little less convincing, but they were still entertaining in the way they played.
Yeah, I mean, Manchester City blew Rosengard away, and, maybe that, no disrespect to Rosengard, was the standard of football that they were playing. We've seen a similar outcome against Bayern Munich just now. So, but when we're talking about Manchester United, they've got, a very strong team, the likes of Ella Toon, Lionesses that are playing, and looked pretty slick. Actually got their lead got cut and went to 1-1, and that's when I think you saw another gear from Manchester United. And certainly talking to Mark Skinner and Ian Wilcock, the goalkeeper coach from Manchester United, they're here to enjoy it, but they're here to win it as well.
Yeah, the fans are really starting to file in here now. The atmosphere really being cranked up a treat. But what are you expecting in our next game? Are we thinking it's going to be a repeat of the first game of the day, which we kind of admittedly are hoping it's going to be, with the drama of this sudden death extra time, sudden death penalty shootout? Or do you think it's going to be more one-sided?
I can see these two teams going toe-to-toe, to be fair. Giuliani, who scored the absolute world, is, I think, PSG. But all teams will have done a little bit of analysis last night, not necessarily on their opposition, but certainly how they can take their game plan to the opposition. But there'll be certain things they'll be aware of, and that'll be one thing they'll look at, is Giuliani not letting her have free rein and shots from distance. PSG will try to assert their dominance with the ball at their feet. And I can see this one going to extra time, Jack.
Sudden death extra time. There's no such thing as normal extra time around here. It's all sudden death. And the sudden death penalty shootout. I mean, the drama was phenomenal in that match, wasn't it? Do you think that's fully vindicated the organisers here and the Players' Council for explaining what they thought was going to work in terms of the format?
It just was a matter of time. The fact that we didn't get it yesterday was a little bit disappointing probably to all the organisers, because they knew how dramatic it would be, they knew how exciting it would be, what a spectacle it would be, and that's the whole point of having it, is that it quickly, you know, within sort of 15 minutes draws a conclusion to a game. They're very American in that, you know, we don't want any draws. It's just 1 point for a win in this, 0 for a loss, and nothing else counts. But we got it today, and it was a brilliant showpiece. I thoroughly enjoyed watching, even though the goalkeepers ended up missing the penalties, City came out winners.
Okay, let's cross over to Alex now, who's with the PSG coach.
Paulo, o que espera dos jogos de hoje? What are you expecting from today's game?
Eu espero que elas possam ter muito prazer em jogar junto e que a gente possa fazer um ótimo jogo, né? A gente sabe que a gente precisa ganhar para poder classificar, então eu acredito que elas estão preparadas para que a gente possa fazer o melhor.
I'm hoping that we can enjoy it a lot playing today, that we can play all together, and obviously the aim is that we go through, that the main thing is we have a good time playing together. Gosta de jogar nesta competição? É como futsal, verdade? You said it was like futsal playing in this. Are you enjoying it?
É verdade, eu sou brasileiro, né? Então eu fui formado no futsal, né? Então jogar no futebol de 7 se assemelha muito. Então a gente tentou colocar algumas estratégias que a gente conhece pela experiência que nós tivemos no futsal. E eu espero que possa sair bem e que as coisas possam acontecer, mas o evento é ótimo, né? Eu acho que o evento tá de parabéns.
Yeah, he's saying, well, I'm Brazilian, so of course I am comparing it to futsal. I'm trying to use the same tactics, and I'm hoping I can get that message across to my players, because, yeah, there are a lot of similarities between this and futsal. E para terminar, a mensagem para os seus jogadores. What's the message to your players today?
Que elas tenham prazer em jogar junto, que a gente possa fazer o melhor dentro de campo. O resultado é indiferente, mas a gente sabe que a gente jogando junto a gente pode chegar muito próximo na vitória.
The main thing is they enjoy playing together, that they express themselves on the pitch, but of course we are going out to win, and hopefully we can do that today. Boa sorte, good luck.
Obrigado.
Obrigado. Thank you.
Game in Group 2. Roma are out, and in the spirit of World Sevens football, we've done roll-on, roll-off subs in the commentary booth. So Jackie Oatley is out, and me, Flo Pollock, is in for these games in Group 2. So Roma players are out, and here come the Paris Saint-Germain players. So there are the Paris Saint-Germain players, and a few more experienced heads in the squad today, in the starting 7 anyway. Sakine Kachaoui is captaining the side. She didn't play at all yesterday. It's one of the members of the squad that wasn't in the final 14, but in today, as is Rome Lukta. Our referees for this one. So there's the lineup then for Roma. Cesar in goal still. Thorgson, Giuliano, who scored 2 yesterday. Catherine Kuhl, Trollsgaard, Wiens and Pante. Quite a strong Roma side then. They're going with their first goalkeeper, Cesar again. No goalkeeping subs for them. And the 7 starting players for PSG. Different goalkeeper, Alicia Fernandez, Almeida, Herté, Banara, who scored yesterday, Grij Mbok, Kachaoui, who's in as captain, and Rome Lukta as well. So more experience, let's say, from Paris Saint-Germain. And alongside me for this one is Emilia Pereira. And who do you think are favourites?
This is going to be a good afternoon again to everyone at home and to you as well, Flo. Welcome to the second day. We had an amazing start of this day. Still like thinking here of my chair, and we hope to have more games like this one follows the competitiveness that we had on the first match. That was very even, like the equilibrium between the teams. We get to penalties, that was great. But yeah, PSG will definitely try to keep the momentum.
Evelyn Wiens picks it up for Roma, and Giuliano now goes for goal. Scored 2 on match day 1, so full of confidence. She is their top goal scorer, their only goal scorer in this competition so far. Also top goal scorer in the league season for them, Manuela Giuliano. And these games in Group 2 have been a little tighter. So Paris Saint-Germain beat Benfica 2-1 yesterday, and Roma lost by 3-2 up against Manchester United yesterday. So 1-goal margins in it. So a little bit tighter. It's with Captain Kachawi, experienced French international.
Yeah, left foot, the ball very close to her feet. But Roma, at the start of this match, we could see defending in 3-2-1, at least when they're not in possession. So that's interesting. Not something that we're seeing too much here, but we know the system, the structure is very dynamic.
Giuliano knocks it off Hurte. And it's back with Sonny Trollsgaard. Very experienced player. Up to Wiens, good control from the Canadian international, but Mbok is there waiting. 3 French internationals, experienced French internationals in this Paris Saint-Germain side, as it's tipped over by Fernandez in goal, behind for Roma's first corner.
Yeah, Manuela is very confident after yesterday's 2 goals outside the box. So she tried already twice this first 2 minutes of the game.
I love the Paris Saint-Germain kit with the splash of blue and red to make the Eiffel Tower shape.
Yeah, definitely.
Their shirt. They're always stylish, the French, aren't they?
They are.
Back with Trollsgaard. And I wonder if PSG will do what they did yesterday, where they make use of all their bench and sub 6 players at the same time. And that's one thing that they did, yeah. We can see them, or just off our screen, all lining up, getting ready to all come on.
Yeah, you talked, and it seems to be the case. It's a way for the manager as well, the Brazilian Paulo César, to refresh the team as well. Players give their all for, like, let's say 5 minutes and 5 minutes rotation. It's a way to keep everybody fresh.
Giuliano with the low shot and claimed by.
She's really trying to aim that 3rd goal.
Yeah, she has one thing on her mind this tournament, Manuela Giuliano, and that is to shoot at goal whenever she gets sight of it.
She saw a lot of success yesterday on the matches that she really aimed for that. That was a through ball.
Hurte racing forward and can't poke it into the path of Romo Lukta, former Ajax player. 14 goals, all competitions this season. Her debut season at Paris Saint-Germain with Ajax.
Yeah, that was a good first season for the Netherlands international.
A lot of our former teammates here representing Ajax, catching up with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, having elite teams from Europe coming together enables for that as well.
Forward from Fernandez, only 19 years of age. A lot of young players in this tournament. That's the PSG goalkeeper.
Yeah, I think the managers, you know, and the seasons were long for a lot of these players, some injuries. So it's great for the managers to also bring academy players, young players, you know, to give their to contribute and get to the team, to help the team getting to the finals and winning.
Leapt on there by Kachawi, still going, and Cesar came out, but her defender didn't trust her behind for a corner.
Yeah, she didn't want to risk it, so Torgerson playing safe. She's blocking that pass to the number 7.
A little way with that corner from Lukta, back with Kachawi. Edging forward. Lovely technique outside of the boot pass out to the wing. Still going Kachawi, trying to shrug off the challenge from Catherine Kuhl, and De Almeida always leaning back on that one.
Yeah, Kachawi is one of those players that she cannot have that much space, and especially when she tries, she's next to the beginning of the box, let's say near the box, and she can aim to that left foot. So well done, Roma team, closing the gaps and closing that center of the pitch so she couldn't shoot.
And here come wholesale changes then for Paris Saint-Germain. All 6 outfield players off, and a new bunch of 6 outfield players on. Immediately into the action is Dawson, scored yesterday, the Norwegian forward, number 16 on the back of her shirt. Recently signed a contract extension with Paris Saint-Germain. Norwegian young player.
18.
Roma also have made changes as well. Pilgrim. Back to Cesar. Wasn't quite expecting that, but he's okay. Nearly 7 minutes played, and it's still 0-0, Amelia. We've not had that, I don't think, yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point.
We've come to expect goals, constant goals.
Yeah, very tactic, like the players trying to find the gaps, the space in between, creating space as well. But it's a very physical, a lot of duels in this match.
Yeah, we noticed that when it went to 5-a-side earlier in that extra time match. You have to win those one-on-one duels.
Absolutely.
When there's fewer players on the pitch.
Yeah, it demands a lot from each player. You could see Lily already getting really tired as well, having to go forward, track back, and it's so fast.
Fernandez bowls it out. Grace Gayoro was lingering high up the pitch, but that was a poor forward pass.
Good through ball to number 6. Couldn't quite keep it in. The international from Nigeria, we see her there.
A few Nigerian internationals here. There's Pilgrim shoots, wonderful block. And the long-range effort was not a great one. That's it.
See how the wind is so strong in here.
Ball holding up there as Corelli tried to get onto it. Over midway into this first half, and still 0-0.
Yeah, the teams are defending well. And this is a good chance.
That's a nice cut back, and it's a fantastic finish. Roma in front. Alice Corelli with the low hard drive.
Great opener for this match. Alice Corelli, the Italian under 23 from the Roma Academy, opening up this match.
Really good finish from her, and on the other end, Dawson nearly levelling straight away for Paris Saint-Germain.
Yeah, appearing on the back and gaining the front to Oladipo.
PSG trying to react immediately.
Again, I'd hear two Nigerians in this duel. Number 19, Oladipo, the defender, winning this ball.
Goes the throw in. Not enough power on that header, not like the one from Pernilla Harder we saw earlier. It's back with Fernandez in goal.
As we don't see that many crosses, you know, higher crosses, it's definitely harder to see a...
Oh, and Corelli again, this time blocked. Out for a corner, but Alice Corelli having a very good game so far for the side from the capital of Italy.
What a great run, and the through ball as well, making that movement.
Taken short by Shinji Kim. Little lofted ball in, Pilgrim can't get there, and Hawa Sissoko on the volley. Watched it all the way. I didn't quite get the strike on. That's a shot from a defender, I think, Amelia.
Yeah, absolutely. The ex-West Ham player trying to aim at the goal.
And Paris Saint-Germain again changing all their outfield players. And it looks like Roma are mirroring what they're doing as well, because Roma have 6 players lined up ready to come on as well to change their whole side. So it's really interesting. We've almost got 2 games playing within the games. We've got 6 players of Roma against 6 players of PSG. They then switch. Then it's, again, 6 different players playing against 6 other players.
Yeah, definitely. I think even the managers here are trying to find the rhythm the same way that the players were. Like yesterday, we were commenting that the players wouldn't be offside, because of they're used to having to be onside. And then today, we're finding that they're getting more used to the rules. And, you know, that strategy from the managers can also play a role here.
Kachawi trying to hold it up. She's playing in a more advanced position. Often plays as a defender, as Giuliano surges forward. The effort down low. Comfortable save, really, for Fernandez, who will try and set Kachawi away immediately. It's poorly given away. And the ball across, looking for Eveline Wiens. Couldn't quite pick out the Canadian forward. Three minutes remaining of this first half. As we suspected, a little closer, more tighter affair. Roma leading by that Alice Corelli goal to 0. But as we've seen already so far in this tournament, games can turn on their head just like that. You can score goals very quickly.
Absolutely. We saw just now there was the 2-2-2 formation, but again, the movement off the ball from the players, so dynamic that it switches right away. The important on this dynamic structure is that it's well balanced between defense and attack, and the teams are not too exposed, especially not having offside.
Lukta. 2 white shirts in there, wins the corner for her side.
Trying to push for that equalizer. Left-footed corner. Let's see if it's going to be short or long. Oh, that was trying to surprise Camelia Caesar.
That was a little bit audacious. Didn't quite come off, but worth a try. Everything is in this competition.
No, in the 7-a-side is definitely easier to score a direct corner, so good try.
De Almeida finds Kachawi. Wants to run at her player, but
2v1.
Calls back and nearly tricked past the 2 Roma players. Mbok sends it forward again. Well, that's a really nice turn. And Lukta was in space in the offside position, but doesn't matter. There are no offsides here as it goes to Kachawi. Her shot blocked. Lukta poked out of play just in time by Thorkson.
Yeah, great defending by the number 25.
PSG ramping up the pressure, trying to get back in this game. Kachawi pokes it to a player, and oh, Giuliano nearly knocking there in her net.
Yeah, but important, this defensive moment by the number 10, otherwise on the second post. there was a player there just to tap it in.
Oh, Rome Lukta turns, and it's a good save by Cesar. Hooked away by Cool.
Great moment.
Kachawi now. This is wonderful. That was a nice move from Lukta. Final seconds of this first half. Can PSG get level just before half-time? Kachawi. Ball in the box. Wasn't a good one. Behind for a corner. And there is the half-time whistle. No time for a corner then. So Roma leading at the break. Alice Corelli with the low, hard finish into the corner. Paris Saint-Germain couldn't react to get level despite the pressure. Half-time, AS Roma 1, Paris Saint-Germain 0.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names, the biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars!
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is back roads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field. Powerboats with A-listers. Gravity-defying skaters. High-flying volleyball. Home run hitters. And pillow fighting. Because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN. Listen up. Let's have it. We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts.
Are you going to take?
With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed.
Welcome back to a sunny, blustery Estoril just down the road from Lisbon. And it has been a very tight first half between PSG and Roma of Italy. And it is Roma who have the advantage at the break. Rachel Brown-Finnis, former England goalkeeper, here with us as ever. And Laura Georges joining us too, legendary former France player. And it's been a pretty tight first half. What's your take, Laura?
It's a tight game, yes, it's true. I was expecting PSG to be on top of the game, but I see like a Roma team really like to be really aggressive, win those balls. So it's a really good balanced game today.
And some big saves from the Roma goalkeeper as well. This one here, you see, testing PSG early on. PSG have been put on the back foot. You see here again, Roma, this is the opening goal, and it's Corelli. It's a beautiful strike. PSG just back off, don't close it down. She got that space, decides to hit it first time, and low and hard, as we've seen in this tournament so far, has been really effective with those goals being so small. What a big save right at the end, though. Look at that from Cesar. Absolutely phenomenal save.
Yeah, it was phenomenal save. It was a great strike by Corelli, as you said, but it's a beautiful pronunciation, Rachel, if I may say so. From Burnley, but really you could have been from Rome yourself then, couldn't you? But what about that save? I think we need to give goalkeepers a bit more love here. We keep talking about the fancy yeah, here we go, Rach, former England goalkeeper, but it was a wonderful save by Cesar.
Yes, it was a wonderful save. It's true that we are always expecting a good dribble, but the goalkeeper are making a difference because it's not easy, because the girls are shooting from so close. And always, we see a really good, good goalkeepers during this tournament, making saves last minute, making a difference for their team. So we have to praise their work.
Okay, so just the one goal in it. We're going to see Julie Ehrman, by the way, at the end of this game, the CEO of Angel City. But back to the second half, and it is Flo and Amelia.
Thank you, Jackie. Second half then about to get underway. Italian accent, Burnley accent, not much difference. Roll your R's. I'm going to try and make sure I roll my R's now, Amelia. PSG then looking to get back into this. They won their first game, remember, beating Benfica on opening day. Roma lost their first game to Manchester United. Remember, we will have the end of the group stages today. We will know the two teams that are into the semi-finals, and that will be free kick for Paris Saint-Germain. A bit of a heavy challenge from Oladipo.
Yeah, them two are colleagues in the national team for Nigeria. And Oni here was playing in Italy last season, until 24.
Gayora with the effort, that's blocked, and now Pilgrim will try and race forward for Roma.
Breakthrough, two players on the other side.
And the shot, a tame one, and then blazed over. Harvey, Norwegian winger, wins the corner. In fact, it was a save by Fernandez.
Yeah, Harvey, great shot by Emily Harvey. Fourth season at Roma.
Shinji Kim goes all the way back to Oladipo, who fires it into the chest of Dudek, and that looked like a bit of a painful one, didn't it? Never nice when you get smacked
and
from close range.
Up, yeah, definitely for the Polish international.
Pilgrim into Alice Corelli. Scorer of the only goal of the game, the difference. Knocked up in the air by Sissoko from a West Ham centre-half. Always enjoyed watching her in the WSL, a combative centre-half, I think it's fair to say. As Harvey steams forward, wins the corner.
Good play, gaining a lot of meters here, Harvey, in the progression with the ball.
Shinji Kim. And that's another defender's effort from Hawa Sissoko. Nice move, though. Nice idea to try and switch up the corner.
Absolutely. I think she just tried to react when the ball was closer to her. Maybe she didn't see the ball.
Up to Corelli. Slides it into Pilgrim. That's a great pass. And Fernandez was there. Made herself big. Blocked it out for the corner.
Great through ball. Great run by Halaya Pilgrim. The Swiss international could just put it in. Great save as well by the goalkeeper. And there's Pilgrim.
Shinji Kim. Back with Harvey. And Roma, in this second half, the better side on top. A narrow lead, though.
Yeah, definitely trying to push for that second goal. Getting a bigger comfort in the game. 1-0, very dangerous score, as we know. And,
especially in World Sevens football.
Especially. Anything can happen in the next minute. Pressuring high. PSG.
And they've got their 6 substitutes ready to roll on whenever they want.
It's a strategy that I also appreciate. It's like players, while they're on the pitch, they are just giving them their all, and then 5 minutes after they're just gonna come off. So it's very divided in terms of the effort, since it's so demanding, you know, running back and forth on the pitch.
This is good from the French side. Coming forward, options open up, and wow!
What a goal!
Incredible individual goal from Oni Edechingi.
Amazing goal by Ani. We were just talking about her before. The Nigerian international. She ran the field from her defensive midfield. just progressing with the ball, close to her right foot, dribbling players, getting players out of the way, and then what a shot. Crossbody, hit the crossbar before they went in. No like chance to Camelia Caesar.
She'd had enough of watching her teammates pass it about and thought she'd just take everyone on herself, smashed it in the top corner. Why not?
Very well, very good individual play. This is what it is about. The game sometimes is so tight. The 7 players are being marked closely. It has to be a moment of inspiration of a player that can really break through and change the game. And as we see now, 1-1. Only one game went to extra time so far.
Pilgrim puts the ball across and the header back across goal.
Good defending there by Alice Corelli. The ball, good reaction to the loss of possession and winning the ball right back. And here she is, Alice.
Shinji Kim to Harvey. Wriggle away from the pressure. Well, to get the ball across.
Yeah, good effort to still keep it in and winning the throw-in so higher up on the pitch.
Into Corelli. 2 white shirts around her. Wins the corner. Remember, we cannot have draws here. There are only winners, so it stays as it does.
Oh, well, that went through.
We will go to extra time. And here come those wholesale changes then for Roma. 6 outfield players off, 6 outfield players on.
Yeah, the 4th referee just needs to count and make sure that the players coming on.
A massively increased workload for the 4th official, isn't it?
Exactly.
Good thing they've not got to put up the substitution board with the different numbers, because that would take about half the game to do that. Cesar knocks the ball forward, looking for Wiens, and it's knocked out of play and out of the stand.
The marking of the players around the whole pitch.
Good battle there, and Wiens.
That we were talking about the duels just a moment ago, and we can see how prominent they are in this match. Everything is about the duels and creating those advantages, the 2-1 advantages. This is a game of 2-1 advantages. 2v1.
Collected by the goalkeeper, Cesar.
This is how you win advantages, or sometimes it's just a 1v1.
Beat your player.
I couldn't.
Gayoro now. And the ball was aimed for Dawson, didn't quite work out. Giuliano.
It's a game of transitions at this point right now.
I think the whole tournament is just transitions, isn't it?
Absolutely. In a moment, it's right on the one box, and then it's a few seconds after on the other box.
Wiens.
But this is what we want. It's intensity.
Really nice play that from Roma. Time now for PSG to make their 6 subs.
And right away, number 17. It's definitely a strategy. You know, she came on and went straight to the opposition goalkeeper to try to get that direct ball from the goalkeeper and score.
Here she's again, Roma Lukta, can't keep it in. And we haven't actually had any strikers yet that have gone right up to the goalkeeper and stood in front of them.
Yes,
in an offside position to try and put them off.
Yeah, it could be also a strategy on this type of match with the rules.
5 forward to Wiens, and Bock is there, so good. Those long legs of hers just to poke it out.
3v2.
De Almeida now takes a touch, pokes it goalwards, and wants the corner, not going to get it.
Yeah, the tip of the toes. Trying to place it far from Camelia Caesar.
Like a toe punt.
Yes.
From the experienced French defender. Over 40 caps she's got for France.
Yeah, and she's also Luso, so she Portuguese second dual citizenship. She could have played for Portugal as well.
Oh, there you go. Got a list of all those people that have got dual Portuguese citizenship. Have you as Catherine Cool. Plays it to Giuliano and
so
goes
close.
wide. I was certain we were going to see the net ripple there. She was so good, Manuela Giuliano, in that first game. 2 goals. Trying to add to her tally, couldn't quite do it there. 5 minutes then remaining. We need to get a winner or else we'll be going to that 5 minutes of additional time of 5-a-side.
I mean, that was exciting in the first match. Trying to bend it, trying to have a little curve on the ball. Couldn't quite get it.
Oh dear, and we have a Roma player down now and they need a bit of assistance. That's not good. It's Sane Rosengard. When come the
clock
physios. That is a good point. In the final 5 minutes, if there is an injury, then they will stop the clock. There's no added time or injury time usually, but in the final 5 minutes they stop the clock if there is a major injury or major time wasting. So that's why the clock has stopped. And we're back underway. Headed forward by De Almeida. Sissoko misjudged that and looked, couldn't quite get enough purchase on the header. Orelapo. Goes for the long ball and Bok is there to head clear. Kachawi now. Wriggles in between those two players. That's a Roma sandwich. Free kick.
And it's going to be Mbok. Very experienced player. Almost 100 caps for France. She was in Lyon. Won everything that there was to win. Almost a decade, so a lot of experience. And going to the rivals today. Rivals PSG.
Won the Champions League 6 times with Lyon, Grige and Mbok.
Impressive. Out of the 8 that Lyon's won in their history.
Paris Saint-Germain, of course, always second place up against Lyon. They have won the French title once, but not for the past 4 years they haven't. It's always been Lyon standing in their way of greatness.
Yeah, I think Mbok will try to, bring to PSG that winning mentality that Lyon has, dominating the French scenario in the women's football. There's Mbok.
Dinks it forward. Are we going to find a winner or will we be going to the 5 minutes extra time? We've got 3 minutes remaining of the 30.
Hey, I'll be honest. I had a lot of fun on the first match of the day. And I think people at home and here at the stadium in Studil also had it. So let's see what brings these last 3 minutes or so of this match.
Rome Lukta, Dutch forward, coming forward.
Good Pilgrim defensive work, closing that space. And again.
And Lukta goes for it. A really good save from Cesar. Low down at her near post.
Yeah, not much angle at all for Lochner. That was a great try.
Seconds ticking away. Orelapo.
Some space to progress. The through ball couldn't get quite.
Kachawi.
Kachawi with the ball, always close to her left foot. Nice footwork as well. Oladipo was very strong positioning, holding her ground.
Hate throws it in. Headed behind for a corner. And it's not a good corner. Right across that corridor of uncertainty. No player in a white shirt willing to get a touch on it.
Yeah, exactly. Like attacking the different finishing zones. The ball just went through from side to side.
Pilgrim.
Yeah, she was. There was like 2-3 players surrounding Pilgrim.
And the long-range effort from De Almeida is not a great one.
Not a great one.
1 minute remaining then. 1 minute to find.
And this is important because the subs came on right now, thinking that if it goes to 5 minutes extra time, they will be fresher, these players who just came on in this last minute. So again, part of the strategy, the managers here are playing with the rules and with what they can do.
Harvey, ball across. Pilgrim lays it up to Giuliano, who goes down in the box, wants a penalty, referee not interested. Kachawi racing forward now. Final moments of this game are really exciting. Rome looks to, can she get space for the shot? She can. Pilgrim meets it. Now it's Wiens up against Mbok. Gets away from her, gets the low shot in, and Fernandez grasping it out the way of Giuliano just in time. Wiens now. Giuliano with perhaps the last kick of the game, and it's over.
She did try, but she's still talking with the referee because of that penalty. Could have been.
We have no VAR, remember, so they won't be looking at that again. And we are now going to 5 minutes of 5-a-side to find a winner. There can be no draws in World Sevens football. There needs to be a winner. So the teams now have to pick 5 players that will play this 5 minutes. They cannot make any subs in this 5-minute period. And if it's still level after the 5-minute period, we will go to sudden death penalties. So will they pick the most experienced best 5?
Yeah, it's something interesting to see how the managers will decide who stays on the pitch. Again, the Roma changed basically their whole team less than a minute ago.
Here are the highlights as well for you to that Alice Corelli goal that gave Roma the lead.
This work, great work.
And here's the equaliser. Goal of the tournament, possibly?
Possibly. She came from her defensive midfield, just dribbling players and then finding that space for a great shot. Still hits the crossbar before going in.
And let's have a look at this penalty, potential penalty. Is that, in your view, a penalty, Amelia?
It seemed to me when I first saw, yeah, completely.
She doesn't get any of the football.
And that was so lucky from the defender here, PSG defender, because that would have been in the last few seconds of the game.
Still complaining, Giuliano, and you can see why after watching that replay.
She is. She's always. I saw her going as soon as the game ended to speak with the referee, and again, still.
In fact, she's still complaining there, Giuliano. Well, she might have the chance to win it for her side still, and she might have the chance to take a penalty if after this 5 minutes we don't have a winner. So we shall see. It looks like, looking at those starting 5 players, both teams have gone with strong starting 5s. And let's have another look at that penalty then, because they're still arguing about it. And Grace Kayoro goes straight through her.
Yeah, I agree. It was a great, you know, like opening their legs, letting the ball get through.
No penalty given by the referee. And so we're into the 5 minutes of 5-a-side additional time.
Yeah. These types of players has to be a mix, right, of defenders, attacking, the creative players, you know, out of the 5 or the 4 on the pitch.
But looking at that Roma 5, there's 1 defender and 3 attackers.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, number 10 definitely is midfield, Manuela, but offensive midfield.
Yes, true.
So I believe that this will be the 1-2-1 from what I'm seeing. 1-2-1 as the formation.
Yeah, both teams look like they're doing that 1-2-1 as Kachawi gets away from Wiens, tries to poke it past Rosengard.
It's just dangerous when there's a
loss
of the ball. Now there's a break, and there's another break. It's constant breaking.
Constant transitions, Trollsgaard. Will she go at herself? Yes, she will. Good block by Kachawi.
Let's see if it's going to be a short corner. This is having less players.
Yeah, much bigger pitch now with only 5 players on. It must feel like for those two sides out there. And this is crucial, particularly for Roma. No points on the board yet. They lost 3-2 to Manchester United, so they will be keen to get a point here. And as for PSG, they won against Benfica, so they'll be looking.
What a save.
To get 2 points, and that a really good save, as you said, Amelia, from Fernandez against Giuliano.
Amazing. Another one that could have been Portuguese international, but she was born and picked France, naturally, for the U19s.
She notes resentfully. Roma on top. Harvey, twisting, turning. Kachawi blocks it. Goes across to Giuliano. Gayoro's there. Trollsgaard looked like she was going to shoot. Continues instead.
Yeah, it was her weak foot, so she didn't risk it to take it a shot with the left, and now she's like trying to keep possession.
All Roma. Giuliano up against Lukta, wins the corner.
Because it's really hard to find. The pitch is so big for a 5v5, and then the players need to be focused like a
Giuliano
100%.
from range, and that
was a good try with the bend. She did this yesterday, so not from that angle, but definitely has the capability of doing that.
Audacious reminder as well, it is golden goal, so once someone scores, the game is over. And I love that rule. You don't see that so much in football anymore, but it's such a great rule. It means that you get a double whammy of celebration, celebrating the goal, but celebrating the win as well, as Kachawi shakes off Trollsgaard into Gayoro. Rolls it back to Kachawi. Oh, and that's nice wonderful. Touch. Gayoro trying to find an inch of space for the shot. Well dealt with by Mbok. Kachawi enjoying the flicks and tricks. Gayoro and Blaisdorfer.
Yeah, the combination between numbers 7 and 8, and just too high for Sakina Kachawi.
Looked to having to do a bit of defending. Goes behind for a goal kick. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining to find a goal, or else we're going to sudden death penalties. Romy Lukta.
Yeah, the team's definitely the one to be exposed.
Gayoro. Oh, trots away from Trollsgaard. Cuts it back to Lukta, who finishes, and Paris Saint-Germain win. Golden goal rule, 2-1, and they are going top of Group 2 with 2 points. Roma really unlucky. They scored the first goal in the game. For a lot of it, looked like the better side. Giuliano furious she didn't get a penalty, but Romy Lukta has won it for Paris Saint-Germain in extra time.
Yes, what a goal. Yeah, I mean, it's tough for whoever loses. It's amazing, like you were saying a minute ago, for whoever wins, because it's a double the victory. It's like just the goal, not only the goal, but the win. And it's definitely sad. I can't imagine the Roma team thinking that they could have had a penalty and then they lose in this manner. 1 minute away of going to penalties and trying their luck. But what a great game. Really good. 2 great teams that tried. Very divided. A lot of duels. But what a nice match.
And Amelia, what's your moment of the match?
I will say probably this goal, because it ends with aspirations of Roma getting their first win. And it gives the PSG the possibility of having more points now, 2 wins so far.
So there is the moment of the match then. That golden goal, the first golden goal, presented by Invisalign.
first golden goal has to be.
Let's take a look then at the group table. Group 2, Paris Saint-Germain are top with 2 points. Next up, we've got Manchester United, Benfica. Full time then, Paris Saint-Germain 2, Roma 1. Back to you, Jackie, and the pundits to dissect.
Thanks to Flo and Amelia. Well, we like to do things differently here in this tournament. The inaugural Sevens Women's Football Tournament here in Estoril in the south of Portugal. And it is the players celebrating behind us, Paris Saint-Germain, who are absolutely delighted after their second victory in 2 games. But my goodness, they had to work for it.
Sorry? It was dramatic, wasn't it? We've seen an extra time already today. That one went to penalties, Manchester City. But this one, the golden goal. And, do you know, Roma were excellent against the. Giuliano was the main sort of, was the main threat for Roma. Lovely opener from Corelli in the first half, put them in the lead, and PSG put them on the back foot as well. PSG had to really come out in that second half, and Tess Cesar, that was in the first half as well, a big save from her right before half-time. Cesar just cuts it back beautifully in a lovely full velocity strike. And Roma kept going, didn't they? Some big saves from both goalkeepers in this. That's what I've loved about this tournament so far. Goalkeepers, it's been in possession and then point-blank saves, big saves. You know, those goals are pretty small. And so point-blank saves, we've seen plenty of that from an action point of view.
Hello.
And this is the response, and this is the extra time. Golden goal, great save from the goalkeeper. Giuliano was one of the top players for Roma. And is this it? Is this the golden goal? It was.
Watching that goal with us here in our studio at the side of the pitch is the match winner, and they looked a huge congratulations for you. What does it feel like to have scored the first sudden death golden goal in this first ever Sevens tournament?
Yeah, it feels always great to score, so yeah, it's always nice, so happy with that.
Oh no, you sound like this is just a normal everyday kind of football match. This is not a normal everyday football match. This is Sevens football. It's crazy, it's dramatic, and your touch there ended the whole game and gave you the victory. Did it feel completely different to a regular league game or a cup game?
Yeah, I think that's much harder, you know, it's 7v7 and at the end 4v4, so it's even harder, but yeah, luckily we scored the winning goal.
And in terms of the wider tournament, 7-a-side football, the DJ playing during the game, the sunshine in Estoril, the VIPs behind, VIPs everywhere. Just having another look at it, what has it been like for you here?
Yeah, it was a good action from Gross and good pass to me, and luckily I could hit the ball hard enough, so yeah, it's a good goal.
It's the goal that puts you into the semi-final as well.
Yeah, luckily, so happy with that, and now we will see we will face.
And did you come into this tournament with an expectation to win it, a target to win it?
Of course, when you play a tournament, you always want to win. So yeah, we will win, and yeah, we will see.
Romain, congratulations. Not only are you the match winner, but you get a World Sevens water bottle and the Player of the Match trophy. Congratulations. Félicitations. Exactement. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you so much. Paris Saint-Germain are safely through. My goodness. So we've had quite a lot of drama today. We had that first match earlier on today, which saw the sudden death penalty shootout after we didn't get a golden goal in extra time. But that's the first time that we have had a golden goal. And I wonder what we can expect next, Rachel. You're going to be going up on commentary duty, aren't you, for Manchester United against Benfica? Your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm glad you reminded me who it was, Jackie. I couldn't keep track. But I'm looking forward to seeing Manchester United. Yesterday, they started their tournament with a pretty impressive display, a convincing win up against, you know, the home team, Benfica. So I'm really looking forward to that. They got their first goal. Lara Martin scored yesterday. It was an exciting opener. They kind of lost the pace of the game after that. So Manchester United will expect to win, but Benfica might have something up their sleeve.
Well, thank you. That's a lovely little preview. You better go up and commentate on it. So thank you very much. You can give me your microphone because we now have another very special guest who's about to come and join us live in the studio. She's just taking her shades off. It is Julie Ehrman, the CEO of Angel City FC in the NWSL. There's the microphone. Wonderful to see you. You always seem to be smiling. The sun always seems to be shining whenever we see you. First of all, I mean, you're all kitted out in the gear.
I'm ready, yeah. No, I mean, this is absolutely incredible. I love seeing the women's game grow, to have these incredible clubs compete in a really fun, fast-paced game in front of all of these fans. Super exciting.
How important do you think it is for this to be different? It's different to 11-a-side football. It's different to any other kind of tournament football that we're so used to seeing. The rules are different. The vibe is different. The DJ's playing. There are VIPs. There's all sorts of fun stuff.
Yeah.
How important that the women's game does things differently?
I think it's important because the fandom is changing. How we experience games, who comes to games, how do they want to watch the games is changing. I think the one thing that this is the same as for our traditional 11 football is the skill of the players. This fast, technical play that's really exciting to see a lot of goals. That's what we want to see in the 11. So that's really the same. And you're seeing great football, but the energy, the vibe, the music, the excitement, the celebrations, that's what sort of makes it fun and makes it unique. And so it gives you two options. I can go sweat out the Angel City games and have my anxiety for 90 minutes. And then I can come here and have like the best time ever.
Yeah, and that is what's so different about it. But I have to get your take because you're here in Europe at the moment. We're so used to a European model where traditionally men's football has been king and women's football has come in and kind of been added on to men's football. It's trying to find its place in the television calendar. It's trying to find its own pots of funding as quite a new thing. Whereas in the NWSL, when I work over there with you guys, nobody's really talking about men's football. You're talking about doing things your own way and bringing in your own investment. How do you do that?
Well, first, we have the best players in the world playing in the NWSL. So
I'm not disagreeing.
Hey, I didn't say we're going to get them all to Angel City soon. But I mean, I think what the important part is we have great talent, which makes for great competition, a great product, incredible rivalries, good storytelling, and you want to invest in that because fans want to see great sport. And in the United States, we love entertainment. What's the tailgate experience? What's the pre and post game experience? And if you invest in the experience, fans will come and spend their own money for tickets, for merch, for concessions. They'll come. And so I think what's unique for us is we don't have to focus on the men's game. We say, hey, here's a product. How do we grow it? How do we monetize it? How do we grow the enterprise value? And then how do we use that to give back to the community and give back to the sport and build it?
You make it sound so simple. It's a very different mindset in European football. You talk to a lot of people in the game. You're always keen, I've noticed, in the NWSL to share best practice. I saw you on top of the stand when the Kansas City Current Stadium was being built, their own purpose-built stadium, the envy of the NWSL and the rest of the world. Yeah. How does that happen?
Belief. I mean, if you take the Kansas City Stadium, it seats 11,500 people. It is sold out every single game for the Kansas City Current. And they're not coming because it's a beautiful stadium. They're coming because it's a beautiful product and there's an incredible stadium that reflects it. So it's one of those ideas of like, if you build it, they will come. And we've seen in women's football with the Euros, with the World Cups, with Champions League finals, when Barca plays Real Madrid and Camp Nou, fans show up and it's not an anomaly. We just don't give them the opportunity to show up all the time. So now we're saying we're going to invest in the product so you will show up every time, and they are. We sell out our 22,000 seat stadium, and it's not just once, we do it 6 times a season.
Okay, so it does feel like this is just the start, even for the NWSL, and certainly for World Sevens football, which is only going to get bigger. Maybe we'll see you in Sevens football in America quite soon. We'll see.
Never
Julie
know.
Lennon,
I love it.
thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Brilliant to hear from Julie as ever. We've got another game to show you now. It is Manchester United against Benfica, and Rachel Brown-Finnis has hot-footed it up to the commentary box. Hopefully she's caught her breath now to take her place alongside Flo Pollock.
Thank you, Jackie. Yep, roll in, roll off subs, and Rachel Brown-Finnis has rolled in.
Rolled in, I sprinted up here. Ooh.
Okay, so we've now got the second group game of Group 2, Manchester United against Benfica. United are on a point. They won their first game against Roma. Benfica are on nil point. That's no points in French, Rachel, if you didn't know.
Very Eurovision of you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They lost 2-1, so they've got no points. So Benfica need to win. If United win, then they will be going through to the semi-finals, and Benfica will be out. And here come the United players.
I'm loving the introductions that teams are doing. Did you see the Bayern Munich bowling ball introduction?
Very good, very good.
This is cartwheels, Manchester United.
Yes, the Manchester United players seem to be having a real laugh here, so they are doing cartwheels as they come out. Let's judge the best cartwheel that we see.
Best one's been about 3 out of 10 so far. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Celine Bizet, that's the best. Let's see if Lisa Northland can top that. Okay.
Yeah, they're getting better.
And Elizabeth Tunn, she's got a heavy strapping on her arm, so I hope she's going to be careful. Oh,
a one-armed one. Oh,
not bad. I'm not sure I can do a cartwheel, Rachel.
Oh, I definitely can. Yeah.
You?
Not bigging myself up, but yeah, enjoy a cartwheel.
And here comes the Benfica starting 7. How will they enter the field? Carol Costa, a centurion with Portugal, over 170 caps for the national side. Lund, who scored... No, she did not score yesterday, in fact. Played well, though. So there are the 7 starters for Benfica. The two sides doing the face-off. That little moment there has been billed as the face-off. It's not quite like the hacker, is it? When the New Zealand rugby team do that. All a bit friendly.
Yeah, not particularly intimidating, but that's what this tournament's about, isn't it? It's about the girls, the players having fun. Of course, when it comes to that whistle.
There is the starting 7 then for Manchester United. Tullis, Joyce in goal, George, Letitia, Clinton, Northland, Bizet and Elizabeth Turner. It's a strong starting 7. All those players play week in, week out in the WSL.
Yeah, they mean business. They want to get this done and dusted, get themselves into the semi-final. Big money at stake for the winners.
There is a $5 million prize pool, and the winner gets half of that. Our referee teams, as Maya Letitia comes over, she'll be representing England in the Euros this summer. Although doesn't manage to get too much game time with the likes of Millie Bright and Leah Williamson in her way.
If not this summer, her time will come. Maya Letitia has been an ever-present for Manchester United.
Yeah,
goal scorer, penalty taker.
Still a young player as well, and is always available for Manchester United. Starting 7 then for Benfica. Anna Costa in goal. Lund. Carol Costa, the captain, as I mentioned. Very experienced. Amado, Norton, Gasper and Lara Martins. But remember, unlimited roll-on, roll-off subs. So those 7 could change at any moment. And yesterday, the Benfica fans came in their numbers. Are they going to cheer on the side today? They've got a little bit of a home advantage. Benfica, of course, the side from Lisbon. We are in Estoril, about a 20-minute cab ride from Lisbon. So Manchester United looking to get the win to send them into the finals day tomorrow. And we might, Rachel, we might have a Manchester derby tomorrow. That would be funny, wouldn't it? Both of us travelling all the way to Portugal to watch a Manchester derby.
I'd never turn one down, though. They're always pretty tasty.
Yeah, they have been this season, haven't they? That 2-2 recently was epic. Clinton.
And they've beaten them in the race for Champions League this season, so there'll be no love lost in that, should it be a derby.
Celine Bizet opens up first, he takes the strike! Fantastic goal! Puts her fingers to her ears. Wants the applause, and Manchester United are in front.
Similar to the Giuliani goal yesterday, wasn't it? Drove through the midfield, it opened up, nobody put pressure on her, and with that wind, strong wind, blowing towards Costa's goal, it just is a delicious opportunity to fire one. Bizet does that beautifully.
2 goals in 2 games now in the World Football Sevens for Celine Bizet. She's enjoying herself, as are the Man United players.
It's exactly how Mark Skinner wanted his team to start. Take the wind advantage, get this game underway to their advantage early on. They were a slow start in that first game yesterday against Roma. Came out 3-2 winners.
Norton. Amado. And that surely is a free kick. No. Referee content with the physical challenge from Gabby George.
Well, a reduced backline for Manchester United, but they have been excellent this season.
And they've brought such a strong squad out here to Portugal, haven't they? Can't think of any of their key players that aren't here.
Oh, you're right. It was an option. They all wanted to come.
And why wouldn't you? 7-side in the sun in Portugal.
Might even go watch the Champions League final, see what could be in store for them next year.
Yes, I wonder as well if they'll be supporting the English side or if their rivalry will prevent them from doing so. That's a wonderful touch from Turlin into Northland, slays it off to Grace Clinton. Tried to chick the keeper. Good save.
Really good save. Came down the line, Costa. Thought that Northland was going to shoot from a similar range that Bizet had just been successful from, but laid it off to Grace Clinton, and Costa stood up big. Manchester United are swarming Benfica, giving them no easy possession on the ball.
Costa plays it out. Mannion tracking her all the way. Lund.
4 changes Manchester United have just made, and it looks like you've got Mallard and Bizet at the back at the moment.
So we do. It's unusual to see those players playing a defensive position like that. Aoife Mannion. Back with the goal scorer, Celine Bizet. Mannion again. Clinton. That's nice from United. Mannion across, Simi Awujo, and couldn't quite head it down into the path of a teammate or hit it goalwards. She's not had too many minutes this WSL season. Simi Awujo, Canadian, signed in the summer, but this is a good opportunity for her to gel with the team and get a bit more minutes, but it's a difficult midfield to get into with Clinton, Toon, Hansen, Hinata Miyazawa as well, all really experienced internationals.
And Janssen stepping into that midfield more often than not. Real quality.
Ella Toon's come onto the field of play.
Off her England teammate, Grace Clinton.
Both of those two will be very much firmly in Serena Wiegmann's plans for the Euros this summer.
6th of June, I believe the squad's going to be announced. Waiting game till then.
Almost certain we'll see their names though, I think. As Tullis Joyce comes out and latches onto that. Lara Martin's putting herself about.
Yeah, Tullis Joyce has super high standards, conceding 2 goals yesterday. You kind of got to get used to this format. You are going to more than likely concede goals. But she'll be aiming, she'll have a personal target to get the Golden Glove, just like she did jointly with Hannah Hampton in the Women's Super League this season.
And Leah Galton's onto the field of play. I think that we saw her in the first match day. A player that's been with Manchester United from the very start, an original.
An OG. Yeah, it's her type of game as well. Quick feet, intricate play, can shoot from distance, to the byline and cutbacks. Leah Galton.
And Benfica look like they're making 6 changes, so copying what Bayern Munich and PSG did on opening day. Wholesale changes. On comes Jodie Brown. She's wearing the number 11 shirt. She looked pretty bright yesterday in the opening game. Jamaican international.
Yeah, I remember she had one really good chance, Jodie Brown, just scuffed at it, caught through the top of the ball, couldn't test the goalkeeper. And that was enough to end up losing 2-1 to PSG yesterday.
Ella Toon back with Myla Tissier.
Yeah, different tactics from different teams, having experienced first day matches. I know a lot of analysts and teams were requesting footage of the matches so they could go through it last night.
Yeah, earlier the Manchester City analyst was up here with his camera getting the required footage. That's nice from Mallard. Champions League winner, of course, with Lyon. And that's a little overhit.
Yeah, easily done with these conditions.
Benfica heading out, remember, if they can't win this game. We would have our semi-finals already lined up after 2 games. There are another round of the final group games this afternoon as Gabby George breaks away, picks out Toon, still going, and just enough done by the Benfica defence.
I thought Gabby George should have shot there. As his defender's backing off, you then pass it into a tight area. Brilliant sliding tackle from Achibi. Ella Toon, lovely bit of skill.
Tissier didn't need an invitation to shoot. Stings the palms of the goalkeeper. She actually is a player that, despite playing defence, is on the score sheet quite regularly for Tissier, for Manchester United.
Yeah, well, she's their penalty taker as well, or certainly was in the latter half of the season.
A little naughty that from Gabby George, kicking it away. You were about to be cross, she was going to get a yellow card. She didn't get it, did she?
Well, it's the same referee who gave a yellow card for a joyous celebration.
Which has been rescinded.
It does.
No yellow cards. No yellow cards for whipping your shirt off. As it should be. That's nice from Letitia. I think he might be able to break now. Referee quite happy with a physical match. Mannion now. Good run made by Leah Galton. Her ball across, Toon can't stretch onto it, and she goes down. She wants a penalty. Referee not going to give it.
There's a hand on the back, definitely, but not enough for Toon to go down. She'd missed just a little bit too much on it from Leah Galton, wasn't there? A little bit too much pace in the right area. Stella Toon, and not quite gone early enough. No offsides, remember. Get in the box as soon as you can.
Yeah, some players still seemingly adjusting to the no offside, trying to play on the last man.
Well, it's years of mental conditioning, isn't it, to be able to hone the skill of staying onside and timing your run perfectly. See this challenge here. A little bit of skill, lovely skill from BZ. That's what we've seen lots in this tournament. Lovely bit of skill to take it down, and then what a strike. true strike, that pure power that beats Costa. Looks like the team's been practicing the celebrations as well.
Not as impressive as the cartwheels, in my opinion. Still
expect a full artistic gymnastics display at the hotel later.
Oh, bit of a mishap between the goalkeeper and defender. Forward ball looking for Brown. Touches it down out the air really nicely. Ball intercepted though by Clinton. Scored a really nice chip ball over the goalkeeper yesterday. Into Brown. Back to Gasper. Uchebi. All the way back to her goalkeeper. Goalkeeper urged forward, why not? Into Guedes, and the effort is a routine save for Tullis Joyce.
She gave it the respect that it needed.
Ooh. That was nearly a really good ball.
It was a good option, as in good choice, good selection of pass. As you saw, it just held up in this wind and drifted out. But I like that, Turlin drifting really, really high.
Well, intercepted by Wujo. Into Clinton. 3 red shirts in front of her. There's for goal. That's good from Bizet tracking back. She's really good forward attacking player, but also does her defensive work as well. But this is nice from Benfica. Mannion getting twisted and turned inside out. Tullis Joyce there to the rescue.
Yeah, not a bad bit of skill at all, that. Mannion's done really well, actually. She's been kind of hounding players. Just come off the pitch now, but short and sharp is what she does.
Mallard. Driving in field. Pokes it into Galton. Awujo! United have a second, and it's the Canadian international, Simi Awujo. Doesn't score many for United, but she's put them 2 goals up now.
Enjoys that lovely little triangle. Mallard, great quick thinking from Bizet, just redirects it to Simi Awujo, and it's a lovely tight touch. And in that area, has to go across the goalkeeper. Nestles in the side netting. A lovely, tidy, sharp play from Manchester United. She enjoyed that one.
Big grin plastered across her face. United look to be heading to the semi-finals. Catching practice that for Tullis Joyce. Goal kick it is.
That's what it was. Benfica's form of dip because the music's not been on.
Yep, DJ Cristal.
Yeah, she's been taking a break.
We liked it earlier when she put Eminem on, didn't we, midway through a game. That's the lunging challenge on Clinton.
Yeah, there's many ways that you could use music in this sort of setup, isn't there?
Get some Eurovision playing. Benfica throw. Approaching half-time, United dominant, in control, cruising as things stand. They look a bit more physically dominant on the pitch as well against Benfica, don't they?
Yeah, well, Benfica want to try and get possession of the ball and tidy with their touches and tight triangles, but Manchester United are just getting so tight up against them that they can't wriggle, they can't move. See it again there with Nalsson getting really, really tight, not letting them face up to goal.
That's nice, though, from Benfica. Oh, and Tullis Joyce. Great stretch to get that.
Like Spider-Woman there. Good long arms, commanding a box. She's done that really well, certainly in this game so far.
Nice from United, Ella Toon. Melvin Mallard opens up for her. Really nice feint. Oh, and strikes the woodwork. Yet to score in this World Sevens football competition. Ella Toon has, and can't extend her goal tally there.
That's certainly where the space is, isn't it? Mallard, and then latterly Ella Toon. Lovely little cutback onto her left foot. Probably wants it on her right foot. Whether the keeper gets a touch or not, I'm not sure. Just a few yards outside of the penalty area. I think you're just not putting pressure on, and Manchester United should be making more of this.
Manchester United will play PSG this afternoon in the final group game. If they win that, they will win the group. Ella Toon. Mannion. Mallard. Oh, tried a little move to deceive the goalkeeper, wins the corner.
Yeah, keeper did really well there, coming out. Knew that Mallard was going to strike. Just giving no space at all to do so. They had the corner flags out first game, then just leave them out, getting away.
Blowing away in the wind. Ten seconds remaining. And there is the half-time whistle then. Manchester United cruising to victory up against Benfica. Celine Bizet with the opening goal. 2 goals in 2 games for her now. Awujo with the second. Half-time then. It is Manchester United 2, Benfica 0. Analysis from the pundits after the break.
Listen up.
Let's have it.
We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed. Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is backroads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field. Powerboats with A-listers. Gravity-defying skaters. High-flying volleyball. Home run hitters. And pillow fighting. Because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names, the biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars!
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
Welcome back to Estoril, where Manchester United have had the better of the first half against the local favourites Benfica. Celine Bizet and Simi Awujo with the goals so far. So Manchester United delighting their supporters who made the trip to Estoril, but Kelly O'Hara kind of disappointing the locals, the Benfica supporters who come from just down the road in Lisbon to try and cheer their side on. At the moment they're heading for elimination, but what did you make of that first half?
To be honest, I was surprised. Man United started slow yesterday. They came out a bit faster today with that great banger from Clinton. But Benfica, don't count them out. They're stretching the field. They're putting 2 players high offensively. They're going to be playing with the wind this time. So they got 15 minutes to keep themselves in this tournament.
Yeah, and they're 2 goals behind at the moment. Let's have a look at those 2 goals now, and it was Celine Bizet, the Norwegian, who opened the scoring for Manchester United.
Look at that little touch over the defender. She brings it down the field and hits an absolute banger, top bins. Love this. This is the cheekiness that is World Sevens football. She opens up, she's on the dribble, and she says, I'm going to take this all myself, put it away. And then this goal is such good interplay here between the Man United players. You got to put it across the goal into the corner with power, but look at this little give and go. Third man running, slots it home. We love that. And then this from Man United, almost got the goal there, almost put them up 3-0, but the crossbar saved Benfica on that one. A little touch from the keeper, but again, we're going into the second half. 2-0 to Man United, but Benfica, they have a chance. It's not over yet.
Have you seen enough from Benfica? There's certainly enough fight there. Have you seen enough quality from them?
I think that I was more impressed yesterday than today. However, again, they got 15 minutes, so I think that they're going to come back. The physicality has definitely stepped up in these first 4 games of this second day. You can tell the teams want it. They want to go through.
They want it, and they want to start the second half. So let's get that underway now. And it's back to the commentary box with Rachel Brown-Finnis and Flo Pollock.
Thank you, Jackie. Can Benfica overhaul this 2-goal deficit then? They need to if they're to stay in contention for the finals day tomorrow. And they get us back underway. All to do for Benfica. The home team need to win to stay in the competition.
Seems a huge
their goalkeeper.
ask.
Sorry,
Flo. Seems a huge ask. Maybe that's part of their tactic, change of the goalkeeper.
Indeed, Lena Powell's now in goal, the number 1.
Well, she's their regular starter, but I'm not sure I'd approve of changing, being swapped out for my on-the-ball prowess.
Ella too.
Works.
Back with Powell's, who looks it downfield. Gabby George holding off the Benfica attacker.
Well, Benfica manager certainly has had just a few minutes, 5 minutes it is for half-time, to plan the scenario of the greatest comeback that would be of this World Sevens football tournament. They need a win, don't they, to even have a chance of getting through to that semi-final.
Exactly right, they've got no points so far. And with PSG on 2, and if United win this, they'll be on 2, then Roma and Benfica will both be out. And they play each other in the final group game. It'll just be playing for pride. Powell's coming forward. Still going into the opposition half. Don't see goalkeepers doing that very often, but why not?
Well, they're 2-0 down, like I said. We want kind of an extra outfield player.
I want to see a goalkeeper score.
Me too. Try and get myself fit for next time.
Ochibi. Up to Brown. Really nice layoff. This is better from Benfica, but Manchester United look like they're bedding in to see out the result.
Well, Benfica have certainly started the brighter this second half.
Really good 1-2 between Mallard and Awujo. Coming forward in numbers, and Awujo shoots! And her second of the game makes it Manchester United 3, Benfica 0. She's loving it out there.
You know, moments like this can change a player. The confidence that Awujo will get, because it's a lovely strike. Excellent counter-attack for Manchester United. It comes from a Benfica corner, and they break quicker. Powell's, I think, slightly out of position. She's backtracking from the halfway line. We talked about how high her starting position was. Doesn't quite cover enough of that near post, but it's low and it's hard. From Simi Awujo.
Selfless work as well from Mallard going wide, and Gabby George going the other side wide to draw the defenders out and create that space.
It's not selfless, they want to score. They wanted to be
screaming
up there
for the
to
ball.
Be, yeah.
Give it to me.
They were fuming.
Manchester United enjoying this tournament. They have got to grips with the format really well. Clinton wins the throw-in. Player that scored 8 WSL goals for United this season. 2 of them, and the last 2 in fact, against Manchester City. Might we see the 2 Manchester sides facing off here in Estoril? Another English side playing in Portugal on Saturday is Arsenal, of course, in the Women's Champions League final up against Barcelona. Live here on DAZN. Arsenal, the only English side to have ever won the Women's Champions League. Can they make it 2 trophies in their cabinet?
Well, Arsenal have a fantastic following, but you can't help think it's a bit of a David and Goliath with regards to the pedigree. It's certainly in the Champions League that Barcelona have. They won the last 4, is that correct?
Yeah, the Spanish side are giants in the women's game, as they are in the men's game, to be honest. It's Clinton, forays forward. Mannion. Turlin waiting at the back post. They couldn't pick her out.
It was the right option, just the wrong execution from Mannion. Just couldn't quite get enough turn on her body to shape it towards Turland. But Benfica are gambling a little bit, keeping players forward. Means that they're outnumbered when they're out of possession. Manchester United will want to keep their foot down and keep trying to take advantage.
Yet to score in the World Sevens football, Elizabeth Turland, the top goal scorer for United in the WSL this season. She's been a great signing from Brighton.
She's the type of player who thrives off balls into the box, crosses in. And not getting too much of that. It's not really the style of Sevens football. It's short and sharp and not necessarily having a tall focal point up top.
Yeah, she scores a lot of headers in the WSL. And we've only seen 1 headed goal, by my count, in the World Sevens football. Given away, and it's 3v2 here, but Mannion's busting a gut to get back. Really good from Clinton. Oh, spilled by Taylor Joyce. Benfica have a goal back. Not all Manchester United's own way then. And that, a bit of a gift.
Yeah, it was good trickery from Benfica. But here you see, get the touch. It's Lara Martins again. Taylor Joyce does the right thing, scrambles across to try and cut out the ball so it doesn't dribble through, but just doesn't execute it well. It doesn't get down with 2 hands. And then she's scrambling, and as you said, a real gift to the far post.
Norton it was with the goal. United, though, looking to get straight back into it. Awujo on a hat-trick.
Yeah, it comes to knockout in the semi-finals tomorrow. Should Manchester United go on to win this, they'll be in it.
Gabby George, great save. Powell's at full stretch.
But when it comes to knockout football, you know the margins between the teams are very, very small. Good effort from Gabby George, well covered from Powell's.
All these United players want to get on the score sheet. United need to be careful, though. Another Benfica goal, and it'll get a little bit scary for them.
They'll be annoyed by that. It's Sonny Silooy will know it's an individual error. It's not much that the team are doing incorrectly. Yes, they could have possibly stopped the cross from that far side, but the cross really wasn't coming to much.
Turland trying to get back and get that ball, and that is a foul. Andrea Norton, the goal scorer, pulled down by Turland.
The ref was thinking about it. Yeah, nothing too graceful about this one. Just catches, she is trying to track back, and in doing so, just catches the back.
Goalkeeper to take it over the halfway line. Andrea Ferreira. Forced all the way backwards. It's good from goal scorer Norton.
It's a good little 1v1 between Norton and Turland.
Norton fancies herself.
Good strength for Turland. Exactly what she does higher up the pitch. In an 11-a-side format. Works very, very hard off the ball, Turland. And get a break for doing so.
Ooh, long ball there looking for Mallard. Latches onto it well, and her effort blocked by Carol Costa.
Yeah, excellently timed from such a senior and well-experienced player, Carol Costa.
Played against England recently in the Nations League when England drew 1-1 against Portugal. Mallard goes back to George. Oh, a little scrappy. It's Benfica that come away with it. Mallard, wonderful flick to Toon. Toon can't quite pick out her teammate. Well, really holding up in the wind there. Andrea Norton, the goal scorer. And that is excellent defending from Jans. That's what they tell you. Don't make a challenge, just wait for the attacker to make a mistake and then nick it and steal the ball. That's exactly what she did.
Yeah, good jockeying from Janssen. Absolutely just stood up, made her make the mistake. Nice little collection there from Tullistrose. Good pressure from Ella Toon to win the ball back.
To Lisa Northland. Missed a lot this season with an ankle injury. She'll be pleased to be getting some game time here.
Yeah, Janssen just taking her time. A little bit of game management in this last few minutes.
Manchester United played on Sunday, of course, in the Women's FA Cup. Lost that to Chelsea.
Yeah, not just the FA Cup. FA Cup final at Wembley in front of over 75,000 fans. It's where the women's game's at.
3-0 loss in the final would have been a bit dispiriting, so this is a bit of a morale booster for them as Awujo tries to get her third goal. Oh, she was so close there.
That would have been the first hat-trick, I think, in the tournament.
You're correct. From an unlikely source.
Yeah.
Melvin Mallard. One of those players that you want to first and surname her Melvin Mallard. I think it's the alliteration which makes
Eminem.
you do that exactly. Good pressure from Ella Toon.
Corner ball.
Tune into Awujo. Oh, and again, the Canadian goes close.
It's quick thinking from Ella Toon because she caught them off guard. Costa thought, ooh.
Man United nearly caught off guard.
That's what it's about, isn't it? Quick thinking, quick decision making, quick executions.
Pace of thought, pace of action.
Neither of them strong points of mine.
You don't need pace as a goalkeeper, maybe pace of thought you do. Dominic Janssen. Breaks kindly for Ella Toon. Mallard! Oh, what a good save.
Oh, that's a good, strong save from Pals.
She's made a bit of a difference, I think, since coming on in the second half.
Yeah, you can see why she's a starting goalkeeper for Benfica, usually in the league. Just out of position for that, the goal that she conceded. But after that, a couple of pride-saving saves from Powell's, absolutely.
Referee happy with that challenge, and Clinton recovering just in time.
Allow Manchester United just to run that clock down a little bit longer.
Uchibi. She's going to get the free kick there. That was a nailed-on foul.
I didn't think there's too much in it. Awujo falls to the ground, to be fair, and Uchibi tumbles over her, so it's a foul.
We're going to have an argument there, Rachel. Thailand coming forward. Combines with Clinton. Brown intercepts. Benfica running out of time. They are heading out. They will not be able to progress if they lose this match. Manchester United cruising through to the semi-finals. Final group game, though, for them is against Paris Saint-Germain. The winner of that will top the group. They will play in the first semi-final against the second-place team in the other group, which will either be Bayern Munich or Manchester City. Smattering of Benfica fans trying to get the local side up, encourage them forward.
It is a tasty game, isn't it, after the break in the second session? Bayern Munich against Manchester City. With this one looking like it's won by Manchester United, all eyes will be sure to be on that one.
Exactly, then United PSG later as well, as that's a good ball into Norseland, takes it well. Good volley and another really strong save from Powell's.
Yeah, you love those. These are the sort of things you do in training sessions. Up, save, into position, save. Absolutely power blasted at you. Oh, it's just a reaction. You're not quite sure you made it, but you have. Born to be a keeper.
Time running out for the Portuguese side. We're into the final 10 seconds. There will be no injury time. There is no injury time here. And there is the full-time whistle then. Manchester United are into the semi-finals. 2 goals from Simi Awujo, Celine Bizet as well on the score sheet. Benfica did get a goal through Andrea Norton, but wasn't enough for them. They are out full-time. Manchester United 3, Benfica 1. And Manchester United deserving of that win, Rachel.
Yeah, they absolutely were. From the first few seconds, you could see their intent to get on the ball, to dominate Benfica and to get the goal early on.
And there's the table then. United and Paris Saint-Germain both into the semi-finals. Roma and Benfica out. Who tops the group? Well, that will depend on who wins between United and Paris Saint-Germain later this afternoon. And Rachel, what was your moment of the match from that game just then?
It has to be the Celine Bizet opener. It's a lovely bit of build-up, the touch over, and then look at this for a strike. That's Celine Bizet's goal in that first half, getting Manchester United off to the dream start. Is my moment of the match. Really set the tone for what Manchester United intends to do.
Moment of the match then presented by Invisalign as Manchester United cruise through to the semi-finals. Analysis to come after the break.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is back roads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field. Powerboats with A-listers. Gravity-defying skaters. High-flying volleyball. Home run hitters. And pillow fighting. Because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN. Listen up. Let's have it. We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big. We've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed.
Live golf on DAZN. Who will be victorious on the banks of Lake Manassas?
Glorious shot there.
From the 6th to the 8th of June, live on DAZN.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names, the biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars.
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. Let's go!
National League has a new home.
We've got lots to look forward to here on DAZN.
All of the matches.
The early shot is a really good one.
All in one place.
It's a great ball. It's a super goal.
Live or on demand.
Fabulous.
Available on any device.
Has a goal and scores majestically.
It all starts here.
National League TV now on DAZN. Sign up at DAZN.com/NLTV.
Manchester United are safely through to tomorrow's semi-finals of the inaugural World Sevens football tournament here in Estoril. A 3-1 victory over the local side, Benfica, breaking the local supporters' hearts. They'd hoped to see their players back for finals day, but it was not to be for them. Manchester United were the better side again today, backing up their victory yesterday, joined by a couple of US superstars in Kelly O'Hara and Ali Wagner. Ali having the fancy title of Chief Strategy Officer.
You weren't going to bring that up on air. Come on now.
It's such a cool title. It is a cool title. What was your take on that game?
I mean, I thought yesterday Man U was a little slow going, and today you started to see them find that next gear, and they're getting more comfortable in this format. So I think this was a really good showing for Man U as they build towards that knockout phase. You know, I thought Benfica last night really was impressive. They looked
really good last night.
They looked so good.
Yes.
And so this was a little bit of a surprise that they just didn't put up as much of a fight as maybe we expected. Right, but I will say, I really liked from Benfica the way that they were stretching the field. In the first half, they put two people high. I don't feel like I'm seeing other teams take advantage of the different rules that Sevens is presenting. So I liked seeing that from them. I wish that we would have gotten a better result because of it, but I enjoyed them taking those risks.
So if you were Chief Strategy Football Officer here, you'd be saying, stretch the field, guys.
I'm yelling from the VIP cabana saying, guys, take advantage of the no offside. Get forward. As soon as there's a transition, you don't have to hold your run. Start running through. Make it into the final third. Get there before the other player does. And go stand on the goalie. Yeah, exactly. Just mix it up. Yeah. Go stand on the goalie. Be that little outlet that can check off, and then you can play off of that high target. I mean, no one's doing that, and they're smart managers. So I'm just super curious what the reason is. You're seeing some teams start to try it, but I want to see it more. I want to see more risks.
We want to see our player of the match.
Congrats.
This is Simi Uwujo, who scored 2 goals in the game for Manchester. Huge congratulations to you. Wonderful to see you here and to see you enjoying yourself. And congrats on the 2 goals. It could have been a hat-trick as well, couldn't it? But hey, first of all, tell us about your goals in the game and how much you enjoyed playing in it.
Yeah, this tournament's been so fun. Like, our team is here, like, obviously for business, but we want to enjoy as well, and we come out to do that, so it's been a lot of fun just playing with the girls and having, like, a blast over here.
I got a question. I do too. Why are you guys not stretching the field as much and just getting up on the goalkeeper? Yeah, why don't you go post up? Literally go stand behind the goalkeeper. I mean, these are incredible goals, by the way. Incredible goals. So I guess we don't need to ask you questions, but look at these finishes from your squad. Yeah, tell me about this first goal. I mean, the give and go was incredible, and your ability to put it into that corner, you put power behind that. That was awesome. And I guess you don't need to stretch the field when you can just do it by yourself on the run, on the dribble, like just pure class. Separation here and the right release at the right moment before the defender closed you down. That's big time. Yeah, did you take a little look up there? I saw a little peek from that. You took a look where the keeper was?
I took a look and I was like, I'm going to go for it.
I love that.
Why not?
I love that. That's amazing.
But why are you guys not stretching the field as much?
I know we've talked about it as a team. I think we're also used to playing 11 aside,
Right.
where there's the rules and there's the offside.
So do you feel like your habits are coming into play? Like you're like people,
Definitely.
you can see them holding their run. So
Yeah.
they're not thinking like 11s, not 7s.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
When you build those habits for so long and you've been
Yeah.
playing it so hard to just turn it off, even though this is the kind of one you want to do it in, because you could just stand in the goal and
For
score.
sure. I have a question though. After yesterday, I feel like you guys had a bit of a slow start yesterday's game. Do you feel like getting that first game under your belt, coming into today, you guys obviously started a lot stronger today. Did you talk about that last night? Like, what was your conversation post last night going into today?
Yeah, I think we've looked at it a lot and just been like kind of assessing the rules and seeing how we can still bring our style, but like be able to adjust to what Sevens calls for.
Right.
So like just getting adjusted to like even the subbing rules and like being more fluid in that, because we were like subbing on opposition balls at the beginning.
I know.
In the first match. And so this match we were like, we need to clean that up, because that's gonna haunt us if someone takes advantage of that. So things like that, and then also recognizing like stretching the field and staying off sides, which we're still working on.
Staying offsides, like that is a quote. Staying offsides.
Exactly.
It's so out of your psyche to goal hang, isn't it? Because you just know in the professional game you can't goal hang because someone's going to stick a dirty great flag up. But it must be just such a difficult thing for your mentality to get your head around. But you'll be going into the third game now, and is that something you're really going to try and train your brain to think about, is take advantage of these rules?
Yeah, I think so. I think especially for us with these first two games done and we've gotten the win for both, like this is a nice third game. It's going to be a hard opposition, but a good game to sort of practice the rules and like see different tactics and things we can do going into the semis. And
I think that's smart.
I got a question too. What has been the most enjoyable part of this format on the pitch? Besides the experience, what's been the most fun on the pitch?
I would say just like the offsides, or like stretching the field at times when we do it, like being able to hit those balls and just come underneath for seconds.
Right.
I feel like we can play direct sometimes in 11s, but here it's like you can do it and get the ball underneath, and we've done a lot of like sets and give and goes, and I think that's been a lot of fun to do on the pitch because it's so much smaller but still big for 7 people.
For sure. I gotta ask, we've seen some great celebrations. You guys came out, you're starting 7s, we're doing cartwheels. I love it. I'm eating it up. What do you have planned for the match this evening? Anything good? Or
Not sure. Not sure. We have to go to the drawing board for that.
No pressure.
Yeah,
no
surprise
pressure.
us,
Hopefully
surprise us.
more fun celebrations than that coming out.
100%.
You said, Simi, just before that you came into this tournament wanting to bring fun and wanting to really enjoy it, but you also mentioned you're here to do business because there is a huge pot of cash. I think it's all in a big bag of dollars over there, isn't it? 5 million of them, 2.5 million to the winning team. So how do you balance the fun, enjoyment element that the DJs bring in, the vibes and all the rest of it, with that card hold business mentality?
Yeah, I think it goes to like why a lot of us started the sport in the first place. It's because we enjoy it, we have a lot of fun doing it. So being able to be in this format almost takes us to like those youth days where things may not have been as competitive, or there might not have been as much pressure. So like just knowing that there's that element of fun that we can have, but obviously we're all professionals, we do this as our jobs, so bring that element as well.
And you want to get that bag.
Yeah, of course.
You want to get that bag.
Not like we haven't thought about it. But
Exactly.
And you probably haven't had chance to think about the goal scoring table and the top goal scorers, because you, madam, are sitting right up there with a bunch of players on too, just behind Manchester City player Caroline. You can't let a Man City player win the top goal scorer award, can you, as a United player? And also you've got Celine Bizet in there, who opened the scoring today with a fabulous goal as well.
Yeah.
Have you had chance to watch many of the other games?
Yeah, we've had a few. Some of us hung back to watch yesterday because we were a bit earlier. Today's a bit of a more hectic schedule, so maybe we'll see some coming in and out, but they've been awesome to watch, and we've gone on YouTube as well and kept up with them. So.
Oh, have you? You've been doing your research?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're taking tactics for people.
And you don't often get chance to look at other players, do you? Or to hang out with other players as well. Is that something you've been able to do backstage here?
Yeah, a little bit. A few of us, we've seen our like national team friends and stuff, which has been so nice to see in such a like chill, like still competitive but fun environment. Just to kind of have that.
Okay.
Friendship
well,
there.
as well as being joint second on the goal scoring charts, you are the official player of the match, madam.
And I have something to present to you, a water bottle to stay hydrated, World Sevens, and a little special surprise in there for you. Congratulations.
Take it out of the bag for her.
Well,
I mean,
she
just scored 2 goals. Now you're making her work.
Okay, excuse me.
There is a trophy in there. It says player of the match.
I wanted you to open it, but now I'll present it like this. Look at this.
There we go. Oh, yeah, there you go. Turn it right side.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congrats. Well deserved.
Simi Rouget, thank you so much, and hopefully we'll see you back there with another one of those later in the tournament.
Can't wait to see more bangers.
Congrats.
Good luck. There's another game for these guys to play today. She's getting a mini round of applause just off the set here. That is quite something. But yeah, so let's have a look at the group table. Hair is blowing all over the shop. Let's have a look now at that group table for the second group. Manchester United currently on top on goal difference, just the one goal in it from Paris Saint-Germain. That big queue there saying that these two are through to tomorrow's semi-final. So Roma and the local side Benfica are out after they both lost each of their 2 matches. So Manchester United against PSG is going to be a fascinating last game. How do you see that one go?
We'll get to see that tonight, which it's exciting because obviously with AS Roma and Benfica out, you know, I do think that's going to be an exciting game, but not as much on the line for them. However, with PSG and Man United, whoever wins, they're going to be going in as first into the semifinals. So I've got my money on Man United. I haven't been super impressed with PSG during this. I think that from what I saw yesterday from Man United into today, I think that they're starting to peak.
Yep. I would second that, and I was thinking maybe there was a little bit of drop off in that first game after their loss on the weekend coming in here,
right?
And now they're just finding that joie de vivre again.
But I think that they want to end their their season on a high. They have another opportunity.
Exactly.
To.
I think they're ramping up, but it's a question of do you really go full throttle, knowing that you're already advancing, and likely on the other side there's no easy competition coming through.
For sure, and I want to see. I think kind of like what Awujo was saying, they have the opportunity in this third game for them. They both are through, but let's see them take advantage. Well, chemistry, but I want to see them take advantage of the different strategies that Sevens is going to present them.
Yeah, it will be very fascinating because football is one of the most fluid thinking games, I think, in the world's sport. And watching these players adapt in real time over 2 days is one of those things that you don't get to witness that often.
True.
There's growth that's happening right in front of our eyes. And I think right now Man U's in the pole position.
You think Man U as well?
I do.
What about you, Jackie?
Well, what about Manchester City, I'm wondering? Because
we're just talking about this group.
Yeah, oh, okay.
I'm saying for tonight in Man U and PSG.
Because Bayern Munich are opening up against Manchester City later on tonight. I think that's going to be a fascinating game in the other group.
That's a good one, too.
For sure.
Yeah,
Bayern's
Manchester PSG, it doesn't matter.
You think I think Bayern's top team right now of the tournament, in my opinion. I think that they look the best, and I also think they're having the most fun, and I think that's what matters. You want to have fun out here.
And it's showing. It's the freedom of expression. Like that was one of the reasons this platform has been built. And I think Bayern has been embracing that and has been really, leading the charge.
You can see it in their play.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks, you two. You brought a lot of energy to this particular studio. You two can come again. Thank you. As we're back to back, aren't we, with our games? But we're very much looking forward to what else we have coming up for you here on DAZN, the global home of women's football. And coming up Friday, tomorrow, the preview show for the UEFA Women's Champions League final. Arsenal looking to be crowned champions of Europe for the first time since 2007. And Barcelona looking to make it 3 in a row and 4 in 5 seasons. Can they continue to dominate? We'll find out on Saturday. That is when the final is here in Portugal, just down the road in Lisbon. And we're going to be back for more craziness of World Sevens football action here in Estoril after this break.
Let's knuckle up!
Can I get a face-off with Conor McGregor? Combat fighting in its purest form.
There is no show in the world like the BKFC.
Sport never stops on DAZN's live channels. The biggest names and moments streaming 24/7. NFL Network, the plays, the stars, the drama. Red Bull TV, extreme sports, extreme action. Matchroom boxing. Knockout after knockout all day, every day. PDC darts, precision under pressure. That and so much more with dedicated live channels on DAZN.
Greatness comes to DAZN this summer. The world's best players will be summoned together to decide the greatest club on earth.
Vinicius, great chance to score.
Goats will battle Wonder Kids. Fire will meet ice. From Boca to Bayern, PSG to Palmeiras, 32 clubs from across the globe will compete to be crowned
Rodrigo, what a strike that was.
world champion. And this summer, Haaland won't be watching from home, but you can, on DAZN. In every country in the world. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch on DAZN from the 14th of June.
DAZN is the global home of women's football.
Let's go!
Bringing you the best live games.
On my team!
With the biggest stars battling it out in the biggest competitions.
Cue the chaos! First blood in the title decider! Would you believe it? Goodness me!
Witness every season-defining moment.
The stuff of champions!
Live and on demand. Only on DAZN.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. Let's go!
National League has a new home.
We've got lots to look forward to here on DAZN.
All of the matches.
The early shot is a really good one.
All in one place.
It's a great ball. It's a super goal.
Live or on demand.
Fabulous.
Available on any device.
That's a goal. It scores majestically.
It all starts here.
National League TV now on DAZN. Sign up at DAZN.com/NLTV.
Any other side. Arsenal, the only English team to have ever won it. Lyon, the club that have won it a record 8 times. Shot saved and then into the side netting. Out of nowhere. Arsenal nearly concede, and it's Van der Donk, their former player, that nearly punished them.
Wow, looking back to this is an outstanding effort.
Slid into Diani, flag is not up. Bursting into the box, the French international, and she slides it into the bottom corner, and just like that, the flag goes up, and it is offside. Oh, and that might be close. There is a VAR check for this goal, and it's given. Back in by Ford. Bethmead back across goal, and Frida Mornham had to hit the target from there. Had to. Better from Arsenal. Not a great pass from Fox into Mead, and Arsenal have coughed up the ball here, and the effort from range off the bar. The technique of that, the flat way she hits it, and Zinsberger is nowhere near it. Taken short. McCabe dinks it in, and the header from Russo off the bar. Lyon clear. McCabe wants a penalty. Arsenal play on.
Yeah, well, first of all, I mean, there's a great opportunity, wasn't it? It should have been 1-1. Fantastic chance. Great ball in by McCabe. Everyone's on side.
Caldente. Space out for Mead if they can find her. Oh, that's great from Caldente. And she does pick out Beth Mead. In comes the cross! And in fact, it was Mornham with the cross and Mead with the header. Arsenal go close again. And as you mentioned already, Laura, Arsenal looking good from wide areas when they get crosses in.
I mean, that is a wonderful delivery. That's got to be a goal.
Arsenal fans willing their side forward. Caitlin Ford. Trying to create space to shoot Caldente now. She hangs it up towards the back stick. The header across. And Morgan Conqueror! Again
Frida Mornham, a couple of yards out with a headed opportunity, and she can't punish Lyon. Swung in by McCabe, and Endler came out, didn't get it, and for a moment, and it is penalty to Arsenal. And Arsenal are level. The Emirates roars its approval. As Lyon come forward with Dumonet! And Lyon are back in front, just like that. Arsenal switched off, and they've been punished. Lyon punched back, and they lead Arsenal by 2-1.
Wow. Everyone knows about De Mornay, surely now. You know, for such a young player to carry this Lyon team with huge pedigree on her shoulders, she makes it look so easy.
A sucker punch for Arsenal. Melchi Dumonet, her 20th goal in all competitions this season for Lyon. Forward ball looking for Blackstenius, it's headed out by Endler, who wasn't sure if she'd handle it, whether she'd be in the box or not. And there is the full-time whistle then. Arsenal fall to defeat in the first leg of this semi-final. René Slager's side couldn't quite muster enough against Lyon.
I think we grew into the game. We knew it was going to be a hard challenge. And Lyon is a hard team to beat, and I think they have a lot of quality. But I think as the game goes on, especially the start of the second half, we start to play our game and we dominate, and that was a really good phase. And then we work really hard to get that goal, and it's 1-1. So we're really disappointed with the loss, with the goal we concede after that. And yeah, we knew it was going to be hard because they have so much quality, but then when you work really hard and you want more than this. But now, yeah, we know it's only half time, and they are leading with 1 goal, and we have next week ahead of us.
The result obviously is what we came here for. I mean, you're playing in a semi-final of a Champions League in front of 40,000 people, a very, very good team. You know, we expected to suffer a little bit. We suffered. 20 minutes in the second half, you know, they were good, and we lost our way a little bit. But this team's used to this sort of pressure and this sort of scenario, and I think all big teams find a way, and we found a way today.
As the teams make their way out, the leaders in Spain and England side by side again for a UEFA Women's Champions League semi-final. Chelsea have never lost in Spain, and a win and a draw against Barcelona in the previous 2 visits. In the end, still not enough for overall progression. But a year on from a masterclass of a win here for Chelsea in the first leg, how fine will the margins be this time around? It's a deeper one this time, looking for Arena Paredes, and Hannah Hampton had to react. And react she did brilliantly. A closer inspection here as it grazes the hand there of Natalie Bjorn.
I'd be very, very surprised if the referee doesn't give that as a penalty.
Given.
Hampton saves it. It's a giant moment. And Hannah Hampton stands up to Alexia Putellas.
Parajuelo strong. Alexia, 3 for Eva Payot. Is this to be her moment? She is a goal machine. Scoring yet again, Eva Payot for Barcelona. And with just over 10 to play in the first half, the reigning champions have the breakthrough here over Chelsea. Here's Beeper Jones, working Katakoi. Not had much to do. Barcelona's goalkeeper called into action here. Baltimore hasn't made the challenge. Across it goes, and Claudia Pina makes it 2. right there where it matters for Barcelona. In terms of the overall context, just how big a moment could this be?
I said it after half-time. It's probably game over. To be honest, it could well be tie over rather.
Baltimore, it could happen here. Baltimore! Just when Chelsea needed a lifeline, they've got it through Sunday Baltimore. For the big occasion, she started the comeback against Manchester City. Maybe, just maybe, the comeback is starting here against the reigning champions. What a goal. Here comes the corner, and they've scored. Irina Paredes. Barcelona profit from a set piece. Irina Paredes restores the 2-goal cushion. Claudia Pina for Alexia. Brilliant. Claudia Pina! Oh my goodness! How good was that? 4 for Barcelona. Are they Lisbon bound already?
That expression on the face of Millie Bright says everything. I do think this actually takes a bit of a deflection past Hannah Hampton, but it's about the build-up, isn't it? And for me, I just can't state a case for Chelsea. I just don't see them doing what needs to be done. The little flick does take the deflection, but ultimately it's about the build-up, it's about the quick, swift play. Chelsea in a position now where I can't make an argument for a way back for them.
4-1 advantage going to Stamford Bridge for the second leg. Is there any way back for Chelsea? The way that they've wrapped this up, Barcelona, in true world-class fashion. And this is one mighty mountain to climb now for Sonia Bonpastor's team. And Barcelona are well and truly with Lisbon in their sights.
I think today, maybe when we were 2-1, we could have done better, especially on keeping that result. I think having only one goal difference was not that bad, even if we were coming here with the intention to get a better result. But we knew we were going to play a really good team, and today in the performance, I think we were not good enough as a team. We made so many mistakes in the defensive part of the game, and when we play that team, they just are so clinical and they just hurt you.
Yes, we play today very good with intensity, and we did so good job today, and we won 4-1 at home. But we know that we have second game, and we focus of this game. But today we celebrate because this was a so good game for our team.
Yeah, I think we need to keep the ball better. I think we can attack them with more quality and more composure. You saw how easy it was to score the goal that we did score. It was probably a one kind of true attack, and a goal came from it. I think if we have more of those opportunities, this Barca team is a team that you can hurt on transition. We're a team that can be really good on transition. We've already showed in the Champions League that we can win 3-0 at Stamford Bridge. I know against a different team, but we have that within us.
DAZN is the global home of women's football.
Let's go!
Bringing you the best live games.
On my team!
With the biggest stars battling it out in the biggest competitions.
Cue the chaos! First blood in the title decider! Would you believe it? Goodness me!
Witness every season-defining moment.
The stuff of champions!
Live and on demand. Only on DAZN.
Here we go then. After that bruising defeat in Barcelona last Sunday, Chelsea need to produce a comeback of epic proportions today. In Sonia Bonpastor, they have a manager who has experience of beating this Barcelona side. But Barcelona are without doubt one of, if not the best team in Europe at the moment. The current reigning champions are aiming to reach their 6th final in just the past 7 seasons. And that's nice from Muskin. Joker Muskin now. Blocked by the feet of Cole. Chelsea doing well to win the ball up high, though. Barcelona so often play out from the back with ease, but struggling as Bonmati jumps over the challenge from Muskin. Still going. Bonmati goes for goal herself. Wow! Aitana Bonmati gives Barcelona the lead. That's a fantastic individual goal. She was quiet in the first game, but that is marvellous. Hannah Hampton beating at her near post, but the sheer power of the shot carried the ball from her own half. Bonmati. Pina battling with bronze. Graham Hansen now. Wonderful ball across, fantastic finish. Eva Payol, Barcelona's top goal scorer in all competitions, comes up with the goods again. Chelsea 0, Barcelona 2, and it's 6-1 on aggregate. Into Payol, just Millie Bright in front of her as the Chelsea blue shirts scurry back. This could get worse for Chelsea. Claudia Pina with the curling effort. Oh, wow! Barcelona again. Claudia Pina again produces a curling, beautiful goal. And this is getting humiliating for Chelsea now. Sensational from Claudia Pina. Double figures now in the Champions League. Putellas looks for the run of Eva Payol. She's in between the two Chelsea centre halves. Eva Payol still going. Safe by the foot of Hannah Hampton. Good goalkeeping. Eva Jones into Ritting Carnered. Wonderful ball to Katrina Macario. Can't hit the target. That's probably Chelsea's best, or one of their best chances in the game. Again, Rolfo picked out that space in behind Bronze. Her ball across, looking for Paruello. Blocked by the chest of Hampton, and Vicky Lopez off the line. Chelsea fortunate not to concede a fourth. And this Barcelona team are a joy to watch. Charles up against Paruello, and that's poor from Chelsea. And they've conceded a fourth. Salma Paruello with the goal for Barcelona. But then a lapse of concentration at the end from Chelsea. A tired-looking Chelsea. Sonia Bonpastor's side concede 4 for the 2nd time in a row. Eva Jones wins it for Chelsea into Mika Kaptein, who finds the back of the net, and a big roar goes up around Stamford Bridge. They're going out. They won't be in the final, but they've scored at least. That's the first goal Chelsea have ever scored at Stamford Bridge against Barcelona. A rare moment of joy that these Chelsea fans are lapping up. Brilliant. Barcelona blow Chelsea away. For a 3rd year in a row, then, Chelsea are beaten by Barcelona in the semi-finals. Once again, the Spanish giants curtail Chelsea's European dreams. The reigning champions will defend their crown on the 24th of May, a 3rd successive final for Barcelona.
Yeah, frustrated about the result again. I think probably these 2 games are 2 big learnings for us. I think probably, I would say, even if I know Barcelona is a really good team, the difference between these 2 teams is not that much. But yeah, maybe the biggest learning I have to take from these 2 games is one team has been clinical in both games, and my team were not able to be clinical. If you reflect on the game, the first 30 minutes we had in the game, we created the first opportunities. I think the fans were just waiting for us to score the first goal and to have a really great atmosphere. We couldn't, and I think again Barcelona was really clinical. The first opportunity they had, they scored, and after it's really more difficult.
Amazing, amazing. I don't have words to describe this feeling and this team, because what we are doing and we are making, it's unbelievable, and I'm very proud of my team, because it's not easy to make it into another final.
No, the fans are incredible, honestly, they're amazing, and we're disappointed. We never want to be losing games, let alone the manner in which we've lost both games, and out of the competition that we want to win so badly for the club and the fans. But like I said, we gave everything, a lot of lessons learned, and like I said, at this level you can't make that many mistakes.
8-time champions of Europe with a single goal lead here into this second leg. 2-1 winners in North London, but we all know about Arsenal's comeback abilities, just as Real Madrid in the second leg of their quarter-final, from 2 down to come back and win. They need goals. It can be done. Arsenal the only winners from British shores to reign in Europe in the women's game. But 18 years have passed since then, a long time ago. So much has changed, how the women's game is now in another world since 2007. They will have to do something they've never done today, and that is win away from home in a 2-legged European semi-final. As for the Silooy, well, that is a stray one. Careful forward. Rousseau with the touch. And Jana Endler with a super save. The intentions are great from Arsenal in the opening stages here. In towards Endler, has it got there? It's in! It's a mess for Lyon. It's joy for Arsenal. Well, we mentioned how important the first goal was going to be. It's gone the way of the Gunners. And it comes from Kelly. Kim Little, sit down for her, Rousseau, Mariona, it's all a bit congested, Mariona! Oh my word! Glorious! It's been a dream of a first half for the Gunners, and Mariona Caldente makes it 2-0. And Damaris Egarola, big chance right at the end for Lyon. Well, it might work out for them here. And it does! It's Alessia Rousseau! Arsenal strike within the first minute of the second half. 3-0 they lead here. And the home of the record champions. It is all going René Slegers' way. Oh, goodness me! Massive error at the back! 4! Arsenal are on the way to Lisbon. A giant error from Vanessa Gilles. They are crumbling Lyon in their own backyard. And Arsenal are having the time of their lives in Europe. Towards Majri. And Dumonet! Lyon get their goal. 10 to play. Strap yourselves in.
I mean, I think Dumonet, for her standards, has been poor. But she's still, even in a poor game, she still finds herself in space. A snapshot, look, controls herself.
Arsenal return to a Women's Champions League final for the first time in 18 years. One of their greatest days. And a comeback win to dump out the record champions. Lisbon calling. An English team in the final. And Arsenal having been the only British team to have got their hands on the treasured prize. Now they have a chance to create further history. Lyon's fall at a semi-final. One that will rock Europe.
Yeah, very, very, very proud. Again, I think we've shown it before in the season, and I think this was the biggest challenge so far, coming back from a 2-1 loss at the Emirates, and then against this top team with so much quality, and then coming out here so calm and composed with so much belief in what we're doing and courage on the pitch. I'm so proud of the players. They've been working incredibly hard, both physically, technically, tactically, but the way they present themselves from a psychological perspective today, it's so impressive.
Arsenal scored 4 goals and we scored 1. I mean, look, a lot of things, you know, as I said, it's very difficult straight after the game to analyse exactly where it went wrong, but probably from the personality to the emotion, the tactics, it was a difficult day for us.
Yeah, it means a lot, which I think you can tell by the emotion. Yeah, obviously this is an incredible football club, and we've had numerous games in the Champions League and not quite made it to the final since we won it in 2007. So yeah, it's just really special to get there, and even to have Kelly here, who was part of that squad who won it back then. So yeah, excited and looking forward to that, and yeah, we all can't wait to represent this great club in the final.
And we now know it is Barcelona versus Arsenal. We will be bringing you all of the build-up, all of the action. It will be taking place on the 24th of May here on DAZN, the global home of women's football.
Kelly has the ball in her hands. Caldente scores.
Arsenal are on the way to Lisbon. But it might work out for them here. 4! Strap yourselves in. Arsenal return to a Women's Champions League final for the first time in 18 years.
Hey, Leanne. Hello, mate. How you doing? Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you.
Last time we was here, we was training together.
Training in there?
Yeah.
And you call Chloe Kelly?
Oh.
Now look at you.
Grown up.
Lioness legend, scoring winning goals in European Championships.
Grown up a little bit.
I know. So, Chloe, here we are back at the Arsenal training ground. It wasn't too long ago, not 10 years, I don't want to age myself, but we were training over there in the indoor facility with Arsenal. Now you're back at the club, European winner. Now you're in the Champions League final. What does it mean to you?
Yeah, it means so much. It's amazing to be here. It's an amazing club, and as I said before, they gave me an opportunity to get my smile back and get back on the football pitch, and I'm very grateful for that, and I'll forever be grateful. But to compete now in a Champions League final against Barcelona, it's amazing. This is when you're a child watching the Champions League. This is what dreams are made of, and yeah, I'm very grateful for the opportunity.
You talk about being a child. I mean, obviously, you know, I talk about winning the Champions League like every single day because it's the best thing I ever did in my career. You were 9 years old when we won it in 2007. Like, do you have any memories? I know Leah was our mascot as well, which makes me feel super old.
Yeah.
But, like, do you have any memories of when we won it?
I think for me, like, any opportunity to watch a women's game was amazing to see because actually you never really had so many of them. So each time you got to see a women's game, you took that opportunity. But to see success at a club where it's an English club, and success for any English club is success for any English person, really, no matter what team you support. And I think for me, seeing a women's team win is incredible. Like, an English women's team win is incredible. And then to train with the likes of you, Rachel Yankee, Kelly Smith, Alex Scott, I think that was an opportunity where I was living my dream, really. I was trying to learn and sponge so much information from those players, and I think that allowed me to then go and push on in my career from just learning little things from each player.
Talk to me a little bit about after the Lyon game in the changing room, because, you know, going over there, we spoke about in 2022, the girls went over there and won 5-1 and everybody kept saying, you know, they can definitely do it. But what was the scenes like? What was the feeling like before the game? One, because obviously it was a big task ahead, but after the game, it just must have been so exciting.
Yeah, it was incredible. I think there was a lot of belief within the whole group, whether that was the kitchen staff, whether that was the coaching staff, the players on the pitch. There was such belief within, and I think to feel that belief, you go onto the pitch then and you have that mindset. I think the mindset was really strong going into the game, and I think as soon as the whistle went, we were showing what we was capable of. We did in the first leg, and we wasn't able to put the ball in the back of the net. And I think for us, we knew going to Lyon we had to have a big performance, and we did just that. And I think the talent in this group is incredible. Well, the whole squad is incredible, and I think we knew that going into the last stages we could change the team around a little as well. So I think it's great to see use of the whole squad, and I think you never realise how big that moment is until after you go to bed at night and you're like, wow, we've actually done this. But in the moment, it's an incredible feeling. But it's when you go to bed at night and you're like, we're in the Champions League final now. And I think the changing room was incredible. I think everyone, you dream of these moments as a child to get to the Champions League final, and now we're there. It's one more step to doing it.
Yeah, and you speak about players, you know, like the dressing room, that type of stuff. Since you've come back to the club, like which players have you kind of like, you know, I know you know a lot of them from playing for England, like Alessia Russo and those types of players, but which players have like kind of surprised you to a certain degree on and off the pitch and took you under their wing?
I wouldn't say surprised me. Of course, me and Katie have always been friends. I think everyone thinks there's a huge rivalry between us, but she's one of my good friends, and I think our relationship's amazing, and Caitlin as well. Great players and ones that I can learn from a lot. I think mine, Beth, Caitlin's relationship of learning from each other and pushing each other every day to be at our best is incredible. But I think Kim she's just amazing, everything she does. I think when I sit and watch her, whether I'm on the bench or I'm playing alongside her, I'm just amazed by the talent that she has, and I think for Kim to be in a Champions League final is incredible.
A lot of people speak so highly of Renee. When I met her after the Bayern Munich game, when I interviewed her, I said, nice to meet you. She said, I actually met you when I was at the Arsenal Academy, which I wasn't aware of, that she was at the club. And we are like in similar age. But how much does it mean to have somebody that's been at the club before? You know, we know she was the assistant under Jonas, but like actually played for the club in the academy.
Yeah, it's incredible to see a full circle moment for Renee, but also Renee gives me such confidence. I think from the very first phone call that we had in January, I felt a lot of confidence from her, and the belief that she gives me, I just want to repay to her. And on the pitch, I try to do that every time, but I think I can learn so much from a great manager. Her experiences of both playing and managing now, I think, is a manager that I can learn so much from, so I'm excited for more.
And how much do you think the club has changed? You know, when you were here so many years ago, when I was here, what changed? You know, was it quite strange driving your car back into the training ground? You know, as a European champion, you know, it must be quite different being back at the club.
Yeah, for sure. I was getting the train and the bus to training last time, and this time I'm able to drive into the gates instead of walking from the M25. But I think it's amazing to see the growth of the women's game, but Arsenal has always been at the forefront of that and making the steps forward to get the women's football into a great place. And I think it's incredible to represent such a huge club that has done so much for the women's game, and it's amazing to be here.
And obviously for you, I mean, individually, you've had so much success. I mean, scoring the winning goal at Wembley for the Lionesses doesn't get much bigger than that. But, you know, being able to get to a Champions League final, like, if you were to go on and win this competition, where would this rank in your list of rankings?
Yeah, of course, definitely up there with the Euros final. I think when you're young, you dream of success. You don't just dream of playing football, you dream of scoring the winning goal or lifting a trophy with your team. I think those are the moments you dream of. So I think definitely up there with the Euros moments, and I hope for many successes in Arsenal and in England shirt in the future.
Just want to talk about your opposition, and a player that knows a lot about your opposition, Mariona Caldente. What is it that you've noticed in her? Because just a serial winner.
Yeah, for sure, a serial winner, absolute magician. When she gets the ball, you know something's going to happen, and her ability on the ball, but she reads the game so well. If I can learn something from her, I think it is amazing to be able to learn from a player like herself, because the talent is incredible, and to learn from such a magician in Mario is amazing every day to see her talent.
And how do you approach a game like this against Barcelona? You know, we know they've got Bonmati, Alexia Putellas, Paraluelo, the list could go on, but how does a club like Arsenal approach this type of game?
We know within we have a huge squad and great talent in our squad. We know that they have recent success in this Champions League, which of course is, we have to understand that, and we can't go into it with a mindset of they don't have that, because of course they do, and they have such talent. But we need to focus on ourselves and how we can break them down and how we can hurt them, not a fear of them, of course, because I think if you fear them, you live in your shell a little bit. So I think it's important that we play to our strengths and try and hurt them as well.
Chloe, honestly, I'm so proud of you guys for getting there. As a former Arsenal player that's won it, I would want nothing more than you girls to go on and win this trophy. So we'll be there in Lisbon. Thanks so much for joining me, and wish you every success always.
For joining us. In the
The FIFA Club World Cup is coming to the USA.
This is how legends are made. Too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league.
Este verano, la crème de la crème.
세계各地から
are coming to America.
Right here in the United States. United States.
Number 9, Erling Haaland. Messi, Messi, Messi.
32 iconic clubs a jogar em 11 cidades.
Orlando,
Seattle, prendía sin censo, la cámara prendía.
Por troféu novo em folha.
The FIFA Club World Cup.
Mira todos los partidos en DAZN.com.
I did not fear not one of y'all.
Aló, aló.
They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all.
The stage is set.
Estamos listos. ¿Y tú?
Welcome to the show.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is backroads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field. Powerboats with A-listers. Gravity-defying skaters. High-flying volleyball. Home run hitters. And pillow fighting. Because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN. Hey, listen up.
Let's have it.
We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed.
Live golf on DAZN. He will be victorious on the banks of Lake Manassas.
Glorious shot there.
From the 6th to the 8th of June. Live on DAZN.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names, the biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars.
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. Let's go.
National League has a new home.
We've got lots to look forward to here on DAZN.
All of the matches.
The early shot is a really good one.
All in one place.
It's a great ball. It's a super goal.
Live or on demand.
Fabulous.
Available on any device.
Has a goal and scores majestically.
It all starts here.
National League TV now on DAZN. Sign up at DAZN.com/NLTV.
Hello and welcome back to sunny Estoril, where we're on day 2 and session 2 of the Women's World Sevens tournament. It has been absolutely fantastic so far. We've seen absolutely everything there is to see in this tournament. The weather's been great, the sun is shining. It's been slightly windy, but that hasn't taken away from any of the football that we have seen right here on this pitch. It's been a pleasure having your company, and thank you to all of the fans around the world that have joined us. I'm now delighted to be joined by Laura George and Anita Sante. We've been rolling on and off our pundits and presenters as well. We've all really had a taster of what this tournament is all about. Has it lived up to your expectations, or perhaps even exceeded your expectations, Anita?
Oh, it's definitely exceeded mine. I think just watching that Manchester City game against Ajax, going to penalties, the chaos, the drama, is exactly what I wanted to see, and it's definitely delivered.
And you've both been at the heart of this tournament, really doing a lot behind the scenes to bring this all together. Laura, what have you enjoyed most about it so far?
I like to see the new players, because we used to see the girls in the domestic league, but I like to see the new players showing their best qualities. It's dynamic. We've seen like shoot from far. Usually people say girls don't shoot, goalkeepers are not good. So I like to see the saves from the goalkeepers. We haven't been talking too much about the quality of the goalkeepers, but they've been outstanding.
Yeah, there have been some real standout moments. Any moments for you that have particularly stood out so far? Because we've seen every team play now twice.
Yeah, I think Caroline as well, with her goals in that last game. Jess Park was exceptional. The goalkeepers, the Ajax goalkeeper, and in particular Roma. Obviously, they're not progressing, but Giuliano, I'm a big fan. I watched her and I love her skill and her talent and her striking ability. Really unfortunate they didn't progress.
I think Ali Wagner actually said this exactly the same when I spoke to her when we went on air earlier on today. I'm sure you heard her talking about it too. She said that Giuliano was particularly a standout player for her, but also we started the day wanting penalty shootouts. We wanted to see the drama of, you know, the golden goal, and we've seen it all, Laura.
Exactly, we've seen everything. Especially, I was happy after PSG winning. I don't know if I can say that.
Of course you can. You
can say what you like. There was the first team winning in with golden ball, and so those type of feeling you usually have it in the final of the Euro, final of the World Cup. This is why this tournament is interesting, because you don't wait to see this big event, but we are creating one who is making you live like a dynamic event every time you watch a game.
And let's not forget, we talk about the other tournaments, the Euros, the World Cups, all the big tournaments that every player dreams of playing in, but this one's special because in terms of the prize pot and the funds that are available, it blows every other tournament out of the park.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we wanted. We wanted the players to be the centre and the heart of this, to show that we value them, we value women's sports, we want to keep growing the game, and investment is massively important, and what it can do for their clubs and development from their grassroots through to their senior game is massive. So, it's a massive opportunity for all these teams.
Yeah, grassroots being really important there, and as you said, that feeds into what you were saying, Laura, about the fact that we want to see this tournament unearth some stars of the future, and I think it's almost like a shop window for them as well, because the eyes of the world are on this tournament.
Exactly, because during the year some players don't even play. Like for PSG, there was this player who just scored a goal during the season. She hasn't been playing for PSG. So it was an opportunity for her to showcase her talent and maybe to make the coach rethink about it. But this tournament is not just about the prize money. This morning we had a clinic with young players. We want this tournament, wherever it's going, to have an impact on the girls locally. So we are also taking the time as advisors to spend time with the kids.
Well, we've talked about it all, and now I think we should now set the scene for what we can expect later on, because this is how the groups stand as we speak. Now, as I said, day one, we saw every team in action. Day two, we've already seen all these players and teams play. Bayern Munich and Manchester City, of course, have qualified because they have maximum points from their opening two games. They are 1 and 2 respectively in that Group 1 table. Sadly for Rosengard and Ajax, it's the end of the road for their Women's World Sevens football campaign. However, they will want to go out on a high as they play their respective matches later today. And Group 2, well, there's Manchester United and Paris Saint-Germain. Again, it's the same story for Group 2. So 2 dominant teams in both groups, really, isn't it? So United and PSG are through. AS Roma and Benfica, sadly, are not. Benfica, obviously, disappointment for the home support here. But as we said, it's the opening tournament, and getting used to this format, 7-a-side, is a learning curve for everyone involved.
Yeah, absolutely, Seema. And I think ultimately these players, from day one to day two, we see the transformation, we see the freedom, the bravery, the courage, and the entertainment value. They're really enjoying themselves out there and expressing themselves.
They are indeed, and I'm sure we will see more of the same as these fixtures unfold later this afternoon through to the evening. So Bayern Munich taking on Manchester City, that is a bumper game. These two are playing it out for spots 1 and 2, you would imagine, because they have been the standout team so far. You've got FC Rosengard hoping to go out on a high against Ajax. Benfica will have the support of the home crowd here today against AS Roma, and then you've got Manchester United against Paris Saint-Germain. Another bumper match. There's so much to look forward to as we once again get soaked by the sprinklers. Laura, you've got the best position there because you're slightly avoiding it.
Yes, I'm behind you guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, we've got another sprinkler attack.
But look, Manchester City against Bayern Munich, it doesn't really get much bigger, does it?
No, I mean, I would love to have played in a game like this. And these are 2 big hitters, and Man City have used a lot of their younger players and they have really performed. But Bayern, I think, have shown that they are one of the dominant forces in this competition. So they'll have to bring their A game.
And also, when you think about Manchester City and their campaign that they had in the WSL, they've missed out on Champions League football. It's been really disappointing for them by their standards. Yes, they've had many injuries to contend with, but they've got some stars that have really shone bright here, and they'll want to go all the way and win this.
Yes, it's another opportunity, really, like for those teams who are disappointed. Bayern Munich has been disappointed, even if they won the cup and their domestic league, but teams still want to win. PSG missed all the opportunities to win a title. So for them, I know in their head, beside maybe the prize monies, are like, we need to bring back something today.
And also, they've been involved in completely contrasting fixtures, because there was a 4-0 against Rosengard, wasn't there?
Yeah.
And then there was a penalty shootout against Ajax that went all the way. Let's actually take a moment now to look back at the goals that they've scored. I mean, Caroline has been at the heart of them, but they've had some real standout players, Anita.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we saw Ioba Fagino open up the scoring in that game with a lovely kind of incisive finish when she just cut inside, and we've seen all types of sort of goals from this team. But Caroline, Ioba, and also Jess Park, I think, has been exceptional today in finding those central areas and tight spaces to connect and draw teams out. And here it came from a short corner inside to Caroline, who takes it first time through the legs of the defender. And that's the thing with this game. If you don't get pressure on the ball and you're not able to affect it, you're just going to open up the goal, and they're going to, you know, they're going to be punished. Here, this was an exceptional one where Caroline takes the ball from her half and again is just able to drive forward, and you know, it's an exceptional finish as well to find the composure to just slide that under the keeper. She, you know, opts to try and come out to make that distance shorter and make the goal smaller. But yeah, it's been fantastic to watch, hasn't it, Laura?
Yeah, it's been fantastic, and I love the passion that she's putting, like describing the scene. If people could see her, she's still playing. So yeah, what I like is to see players like showing all their qualities. I see girls who like the dribble, but I see my defenders being. It's complicated for my defenders because usually, you know, you have the time, you get aggressive, but they're facing players who are even more willing to get that goal, make that difference. And so it's a different way to defend.
It's a very different game as far as defence and attack are concerned, right?
You just don't have time. This game is about attack, fast attacks, getting numbers going forward.
Instinct.
Instinct as well, and doing things off the cuff. And also, you know, when you lose your player, you're thinking, oh, crap, I'm in trouble. So, you know, there's those reactions as well from defensive players and players all over the pitch who are trying to win back the ball. And look at this for a celebration. You know, Caroline bringing some of the Brazilian vibe, which we love to see, because this is what this tournament is all about. It's about trickery, it's about skill, it's about creativity, and we've seen all types of finishes. But I have to say, the goalkeeping as well has been exceptional.
Yes.
Obviously, these are not regulation-sized goals either. So we thought we'd see, you know, the advantages go to the goalkeepers, but the finishing has been exceptional, top quality and incisive, as you see in these examples. And the penalty shootout was a clear example of that.
Yeah, you know what? You summed that up beautifully, both of you, and it was a real joy to look back at those goals. So let's now take a moment to hear from somebody who I know will be particularly impressed with what he's seen from his team so far, and that's the Manchester City head coach.
Nick, well, what a start to the day it was for Manchester City. Have you just about recovered from that?
Yeah, we made hard work of it, but you know, pleased to win, pleased to get 2 wins back to back, which means this game is sort of, you know, just playing for position now. So happy that we got the win, but we'd like to, you know, finish it with 3 wins.
Just playing for position, as you say. So how does that affect your team selection?
Well, because we're the first game, we don't really know who we're going to play. Of course, is 1v2, so in theory you get, you know, an easier game, but it gives me an opportunity to play some of the players that haven't played. We've got some younger players here today, which I think is important. They get some game time and get the experience, so we will shuffle the pack a little bit.
From what you've seen of Bayern Munich so far, what will your approach be? Will you change anything?
No, we'll just go out and play our game. It'll be a tough one. I think they're the best team here. I think they've got the most depth, and they've got probably the strongest squad of senior internationals. But, you know, we've got a good team. We've got 2 wins, so it'll be a good test for us going into the knockouts tomorrow.
How high is confidence? What's the mood like in the Manchester City camp?
Yeah, confidence is good. I mean, there was a little bit of disappointment that we let the 2 goals slip and we gave the late goal away. But to find a way to win and not lose it in extra time and then take the penalties, the confidence is there, the energy's there, so we're excited for this one.
Who stood out for you so far? Can you pick out a player?
Yeah, I think Alba Fagino and Caroline have probably been our best 2 players. Jess Park finished strong in that last game. If we can get our dribblers on the ball and we can get the ball into attacking areas, we know that we can cause teams problems.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck, Nick. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those were the thoughts of the Manchester City head coach, Nick Cushing. And he has got so much to be impressed by with the way that his players have performed out there. And he said that this tournament would be particularly fun for the attacking players, but they've all really impressed. Is there a player other than Caroline that stood out for you, Laura, in this Manchester City side?
You would say I'm like supporting my French team, but I like to see the goal of Eshigini. She's been talented of the season in the domestic league. And it's true that the way she scored that goal, she's dribbled the one player, a second one, and then shoot. And then she didn't even like be celebrating like it's normal. So I've been impressed by the quality of this player.
I think this is one of the toughest matches to call from what we've seen so far, because Bayern Munich have more than impressed as well. What sort of a test will they provide for Manchester City tonight?
I just think the Bayern side go with intensity and intention. They go forward. They really want to. You can feel that they really want to win. And players like Dalman, I think, have played exceptionally well. Pernilla Harder and her goal, you know, she's hungry to get on the ball. And
it was
make
only a
things
matter
happen.
of time, wasn't it?
It was a matter of time. She celebrated it, and I think they've got that kind of prowess, that physicality as well.
They definitely do. And you know, they come into this tournament in a different place to Manchester City in that they've won the double. They're full of confidence, and they'd just love to add another tournament win and another trophy to the cabinet.
And you can feel like they're having fun. Like you see everyone is lined up to support the team playing, and when there's a celebration when they get on the field, when they win, when they score a goal. So they are like here to compete because experienced players are starting. Dalman, Brazil are going to be playing, and they are taking this tournament really seriously and having fun. The best.
And that's what we want. This was all about fun. This is what the Women's World Sevens was all about when we first launched it, when we were first talking about it. And as you said, these girls were having the time of their lives. These are some of the Bayern goals. Can you talk us through what stood out for you and why these goals were so special? Because they've really impressed, haven't they, Anita?
Yeah, I think, the goals have been all types of goals. They're instinctive. They've taken their chances when they've come early. They're not hesitating. You don't have time. So any time, it's a smaller pitch. The distances are shorter. So if you've got the opportunity to shoot on goal or find your mate, that's what they're doing exceptionally well. And, I think it's telling that they have experience in the team in the way that they play. They're dynamic. They play forward quickly. The relationships are clear on the pitch. That was a lovely kind of combination play between those players to find that finish. I just think like you say, they're coming off a season where they're full of confidence. They're scoring lots of goals already, and they want to add another trophy as well to their trophy cabinet.
And this, though, is going to be a different test altogether for both of the teams, isn't it, Laura?
I mean, both of the teams are on top of their game during the competition. It's really interesting. But it's true that Bayern is playing as a team. It's not like about the individual. It's like they're playing 1-2 touch. There's like too many combination with the players. So I think it's maybe what make a difference compared to Manchester City, with more like quality players individually. But Bayern is playing really as a team.
They are indeed. And I will be getting your score predictions on the other side. I haven't done that today, but I think it's time we had a score prediction, but not just yet, because it is time for a quick break, after which we will bring you the live action here from Estoril as Manchester City are set to take on Bayern Munich. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time.
But not.
Sport never stops on DAZN's live channels. The biggest names and moments streaming 24/7. NFL Network, the plays, the stars, the drama. Red Bull TV, extreme sports, extreme action. Matchroom boxing. Knockout after knockout all day, every day. PDC darts, precision under pressure. That and so much more with dedicated live channels on DAZN.
Let's knuckle up!
Can I get a face-off with Conor McGregor?
Combat fighting in its purest form.
There is no show in the world like the BKFC.
DAZN is the global home of women's football.
Let's go!
Bringing you the best live games.
On my team!
With the biggest stars battling it out in the biggest competitions.
Through the chaos! First blood in the title decider! Would you believe it? Goodness me!
Witness every season-defining moment.
The stuff of champions!
Live and on demand. Only on DAZN.
Greatness comes to DAZN this summer. The world's best players will be summoned together to decide the greatest club on earth.
Vinicius, great chance to score.
Goats will battle Wonder Kids. Fire will meet ice. From Boca to Bayern, PSG to Palmeiras, 32 clubs from across the globe will compete to be crowned
Rodrigo, what a strike that was.
world champion. And this summer, Haaland won't be watching from home, but you can, on DAZN. In every country in the world. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch on DAZN from the 14th of June.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. Let's go!
National League has a new home.
We've got lots to look forward to here on DAZN.
All of the matches.
The early shot is a really good one.
All in one place.
It's a great ball. It's a super goal.
Live or on demand.
Fabulous.
Available on any device.
That's a goal. And scores majestically.
It all starts here.
National League TV now on DAZN. Sign up at DAZN.com/NLTV.
Hello and welcome back to Estoril, where Bayern Munich against Manchester City is just about to kick off now. If you've just joined us, if you're thinking, oh, it's Thursday night, I'm going to watch some football on DAZN. Well, you've picked the right place to be because this is going to be a cracking tie. Anita, tell our fans why they need to watch this.
You got to watch this because I think this is going to be a tight match. Two Titans, Manchester City against Bayern Munich. It's going to sudden death, I reckon. Penalties.
Really? She's called it. You know what it could do, and I wouldn't be surprised if it did. We've seen it happen once. We could see it happen again. Score predictions. I told you I was going to go old school. Come on, Laura. What do you think is going to happen?
I think Bayern is going to win.
Do you?
I cannot tell you the score, but they will have at least one more goal.
And which player are you most looking forward to watching in this match?
I want to see Jess Park again, come alive, Caroline, and Pernilla Harder for Bayern as well.
Okay, well, we are very much looking forward to this. I'm sure you are as well. And it's now time to hand you to our match commentators of Rachel Brown-Finnis. But first, here's Jackie Oatley.
Thank you very much, Seema. Yes, we're ready for a lot more chaos and entertainment at the tournament that just keeps on giving. And we're about to be treated to two of the best sides in this competition. Bayern Munich, 3 times in a row, champions of Germany, against Manchester City, who are still reeling from missing out on Europe in the English WSL. I won't have European competition next season, but they have shown they are a force to be reckoned with already in this tournament, with some richly talented individuals. First of all, it's Bayern Munich on their way out. I mean, this is an unconventional tournament, right, Rachel Brown-Finnis? I mean, this is one of the things that players seem to enjoy very much, is choosing how they come on and to which music.
I think that'll be the main topic of conversation tonight at the team hotels in preparation for the semi-finals and the finals tomorrow. Will be what we're going to do when they're calling our names out when lining up. We've seen the bowling ball entrance from Bayern Munich previously. We've seen the cartwheels of Manchester United. Standard gets higher and higher, Jackie.
I'm wondering how it's going to be on finals day tomorrow when suddenly they see the dollar signs in their eyes. Do they become a little bit less fun?
Oh, look, they've got another one.
Reeling in the big fish.
Brilliant.
We normally see this kind of thing after a team has won a tournament, not before a game, but this is the first of the last round of matches, and Bayern Munich and Manchester City have both qualified for the semi-finals. So this match is to determine who will top Group 1 and who will meet either Paris Saint-Germain or Manchester United in the semi-finals tomorrow afternoon.
Both teams have looked excellent. Bayern Munich arguably have looked the best, in my opinion, so far in the tournament.
Have they, of all the teams?
I'd say so. The way that they started a little bit flat in the first game, but then came out to do a bit of a demolition job. The Tuva Hansen goal and the Darman goal to win 4-2 yesterday.
Manchester City opened up with a 4-0 victory over Rosengard of Sweden. That was the first match of this competition. Fujino there, Japan international, scoring one of the goals. Caroline with 2, Ayama with the other one. And then Caroline scoring earlier in the craziest of games we've seen so far. The 2-2 draw with Ajax, which went to sudden death extra time and then sudden death penalty shootout. At which time the players were reduced to 5 play. What are Bayern Munich doing here with
the big fish? The
big fish celebration.
They've definitely picked the smallest player to do that, haven't they? Good choice. This is entertainment, though, isn't it? That's what this tournament has been about. Of course, excellent quality football, some world superstars of football as well here.
Well, Rachel, I spoke to one of the Manchester United players after their last game earlier on, and she was telling me just how much the players are absolutely loving this as we take a look at the Bayern Munich lineup. Some familiar faces in there. Momoko Tanikawa having scored earlier on, and it's Marla Gross who's in goal, and taken over from Mahmutovic. Yeah, it was the enjoyment, and I was asking that player what it was particularly that they loved, and they just said everything about it. The fact that they can just go backstage in the VIP area and watch the other games and mingle with other players, and the fact that the emphasis was on fun and enjoyment, whilst also very much wanting to win this trophy. So it was the perfect combination for them.
Well, it's great. We just saw in the shot there behind the referees to the right in the sunshine-filled stadium there to the right. That is players sat on there like directors' chairs in the sunshine, enjoying themselves, cheering on teammates. As you said, in the VIP section. It's not a bad spot to finish up your season with, is it? Certainly know Kiara Keaton's been enjoying herself, chatting to some of the Manchester City backroom staff.
Yeah, Keating had an eventful game earlier against Ajax, and they prevailed in the shootout. A reminder, these matches are 30 minutes, 2 halves of 15 minutes each, as Manchester City starting on the front foot here with Fujino and Caroline, 2 of their standout players. And we picked out Jess Park as being somebody we thought was going to have a good tournament as well. She scored earlier on in that crazy, crazy game against Ajax. If you do get a chance to watch it back on DAZN online, on the YouTube channel, honestly, it's so worthwhile. It was just pure drama and pure chaos. Gracie Pryor has been heavily involved in these matches. One of the things I've noticed, Rachel, from standing pitch side is just how tall so many of these players are. Don't always get to see it from a high-angle shot on television. Helen Tullis-Joyce of Manchester United, the goalkeeper, she cannot be only 6 foot. She looks a lot taller than that in real life.
Well, that's what you get from widening the pool of players. Certainly, when you look at in women's football in England, we've got more girls and women playing football than ever. And with that, you know, the group of players to choose who move up the pyramid to the elite level, who we see on display today, are the best athletes, the best technicians, the best tactically.
Dalman involved, and Dalman to finish! Linda Dalman on the score sheet again for Bayern Munich, opening the scoring against Manchester City after a lovely move.
Good intricate play from Bayern Munich. They certainly deserved that. Look, thought Jess Park could have cleared her lines in there, gets tight, gets the chance, but Dalman just sneaks in and toe-pokes it home, foot-style style. Just sees that gap, and from such a short in distance, inevitable. 1-0 Germany. It's not strictly Germany, England, but...
Can you not talk like that, Rachel? PTSD from previous England results against them, although less so in latter years. No offence, Rach, no offence. Fujino, oh, this is what she does best. Oh, but Fujino, 1-1. What a strike from the Japanese player. Richly rewarded for endeavour and her enterprise.
How many times have we seen that a team opens the score and then the counter punch within a minute? This must only be 30 seconds after the restart. Fujino just tick-attackers her way through, jinks and turns and finds the opening, just slots it low and left. Excellent finish. More of this, please. 2 minutes in and 2 goals.
I wonder if anybody's joining us late to this competition. If you are, where have you been? Because this is what it's been like largely. And these are certainly 2 of the best sides in this tournament. 15 minutes each way, 7 aside, and then, if required, it will go to sudden death extra time. Park telling Fujino where she wants her to go. Wanted her to create an angle for her. She needs an option. Trying to find Caroline. She has plenty of company. Caroline has Pryor, the centre half, back there. She's now out of position, but Fujino's covering. Bayern looking to retake the lead. Coombs.
Yeah, the game suits technical players like Fujino and Caroline Park, certainly on the Manchester City team.
Damjanovic. Simon.
Good defending from Wienreuter there. Not seen much of her this tournament so far. So an opportunity for players on the fringe of teams to get some fast and furious minutes under their belts.
I think fast and furious is literally the description of this tournament, which is why it's been so popular so far with viewers, with players. With us lot, I think, enjoying very much working on it. It's not really work, is it, for goodness sake? Fujino taking aim again. Simon getting in the way. Reminder, we have rolling substitutes. Simon's off. Maria Plattner, Austrian, coming on again. Chiara Keating, for all her trials and tribulations earlier, she absolutely loved the victory of the penalty shootout, where the goalkeepers got to take a penalty each as well, because it's 5-a-side in sudden death extra time. They have to take 2 players aside off. No more substitutions. More subs for Bayern Munich.
4 on, 4 off.
Park looking for Fujino, slightly overhits it, but here she is. Plenty of movement ahead of her. Ulbrich. Back to Marla Groves. So good to see her in action, the 23-year-old Bayern goalkeeper, having returned to action in March after 4 months out with cancer treatment, after the medics discovered a malignant tumour. Dalman, controlled, lays it off. Oh, and what a glorious opportunity for Momoko Tanikawa, who scored earlier on today. And the goal was gaping.
Oh, and it was a beautiful build-up. Really good play from Dalman down that right-hand side. Cuts it back perfectly. Wasted opportunity.
1-1 it stays. Into the 3rd round of group matches. After this game, Bayern Man City, it is Rosengard against Ajax, 2 sides who are already eliminated. As are Benfica, Roma after that, and then we finish with Manchester United against Paris Saint-Germain.
Just saw a glimpse of Nick Cushing on the sidelines then. He'll have a point to prove against Bayern Munich. He'll be in the Champions League next year. His team obviously not in the Champions League. Pipped to the post by Manchester United. What a game that would be if it ends up being the semi-final.
Yeah, I'd be quite happy to see them, wouldn't we, in action. Reminder, no European football for City next season. They finished 4th in the WSL, 17 points behind the winners Chelsea. 6 years in a row they've won the title. City finishing 5 points behind Arsenal and 1 behind their big rivals Man United. Really disappointing season, having only missed out on the title last season on goal difference after that late capitulation at home to Arsenal, which cost them so dear.
So many injuries for City this season. A lot of players we're not seeing here today because of that. Lauren Hemp coming back from long-term injury, Alex Greenwood, Bunny Shaw, just to name a few key players that they've been without for a lot of the chunk of the season. Vivian Miedemar as well.
Yeah, that's only fair to mention that, because they're huge players. You take them out of any team and they still have other talented players, but they are key. Alex Greenwood, I think every time we talk about her, we say how underrated she is. So therefore, by definition, she can't be underrated, can she, if we keep saying it?
I think because she was obviously started the World Cup because of the absence of Leah Williamson, but had to bide her time sitting on the bench, didn't she, during the European Championships, the majority of it, because of Leah Williamson and Millie Bright being such a competent duo for England.
But only last minute. It was only changed very last minute when Leah Williamson less comfortable in midfield, it seemed, and it worked to good effect. Sometimes it works to just be honest with your coach. And what an achievement that was for the Lionesses.
Who do we beat in the final?
Might just have been Germany.
Oh, okay.
Now, what have Bayern got here? That's a corner as they make a triple substitution. It was interesting to see earlier the tactical substitutions when attacking, so the defenders don't get a chance to pick anyone up because they don't even know they're on the field yet.
Well, I was wondering if that was the substitution for the corner, because it wasn't any obvious time gap.
Julia Zigioti-Ulmer with a goal earlier on. The 4th of 4 against Rosengard.
Good ball from Chiara Keaton, Manchester City goalkeeper, pinning it out to Binkilda Brown.
Now Ravine Reuter. And towards Murphy. It's away for Simon. And Damjanovic. What have Bayern got here? Ambitious effort from Savistova.
It's a solid effort that. I had Chiara Keaton scrambling, ensuring that she covered that post, just dragged wide. Those sort of openings with this calibre of opponent, Manchester City have to just tighten up a little.
Simon. Nice ball from her. Damjanovic looking for Hansen. Binkilda Brown. The former England goalkeeper, Rachel, what do you make of Chiara Keating and her potential and her journey so far? It's been full of ups and downs, hasn't it?
Well, she was thrown in at the deep end in some ways at a young age with injuries to Ellie Roebuck at Manchester City a couple of years ago, and she barely made a senior team debut at start, and she's grown through that. Yes, ups and downs, absolutely. You know, none of them injuries, but mistakes. There's something you have to get used to as a goalkeeper. It's how you pick yourself up. Got herself into the senior England squad.
Simon with a strike against Oyama's legs.
But certainly, depth of goalkeeping at England at the moment, excellent with Hannah Hampton and Mary Earps. Looking like they're going to vie it out for the starting position for this summer's European Championships in Switzerland.
Do you think Hampton's just about ahead at the moment?
I'd say so, with the lineups that Serena Wiegmann has put in.
Oh, that's a good tactic. No offside, remember. Lazel away. As far as Fujino, good defending by the youngster. Another couple of substitutions now for Manchester City with Cody Thomas, the 18-year-old, coming on. So to Maisie Davis, the Welsh 18-year-old. 5 caps to her name already, formerly of Flint Town and Llandudno. Well, with both sides already through, it is an opportunity to give some more minutes to those youngsters who we would hope we'll get to see some action in the WSL next season. Lazel.
Yeah, because the intensity and the speed of thought that's required in this tight, congested pitch is something that these girls, young girls particularly, need to experience. Not had a lot of WSL time. And it's the same for the Bayern Munich players, for those who potentially on the fringes, to be able to come up against and with world-class teammates. It's a great experience.
Zadrazil, the Austrian, vastly experienced player. Damjanovic looking for options. shirt. So we're into the final minute of the first half.
Good run.
Oh, from Keating, looking for Blinkiller Brown.
Yeah, it was an excellent run from Blinkiller Brown. She got in behind the defender.
A kill from Damjanovic. Damjanovic looking for options. Tanikawa saved by Keating.
Ooh, just dribbled wide, didn't it? It was really good build-up play.
Initially, she got a touch, but she didn't, did she?
No, it just bobbled wide, didn't it?
So that's the end of the first half. The first 15 minutes down, nothing to separate Bayern Munich and Manchester City. Linda Dahlmann and Aoba Fujino on the score sheet. And there'll be full analysis of that first half with Seema and the gang when we come back in just a moment.
Live golf on DAZN. Who will be victorious on the banks of Lake Manassas?
Glorious shot there.
From the 6th to the 8th of June, live on DAZN.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names, the biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale!
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars!
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is back roads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field. Powerboats with A-listers. Gravity-defying skaters. High-flying volleyball. Home run hitters. And pillow fighting. Because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN.
Welcome back to Estoril, where, as things stand, there is nothing separating these two sides. They had a bit of fun before the match kicked off, but then when the action started, it was slightly cagey at times, but it's one apiece between Manchester City and Bayern Munich, and we're in for a real treat in this second half. There has to be a winner at the end of this. The question is, who will it be? Before we even get to that part, Anita, you called it. You think it's going all the way to the golden goal, and it might well do if it carries on like this.
What did I say?
That's why we have you here.
A tight game, and it's exactly what it was. And it was a great start, obviously, from Bayern when they got the early goal with Dahlmann. A bit of a poacher's finish, futsal-style finish, but Aoba Fujino coming back as well into this game, delivering, getting the equaliser. Now it's game on.
It is game on. Let's have a look at the goals then. And as you said, it was Dahlmann that opened the scoring, Laura.
Yeah, Dahlmann was opening those goals. They are really well organized. Like, we know that they like to play on the side. And she's coming with a lot of energy to kick that ball in. But there's like a Manchester City who's not like defeated. And this player has been outstanding during the entire tournament, coming through and scoring that goal. She seems to be quiet, but during the game she's always doing the difference.
This is a lovely goal from Aoba Fujino because she just carries the ball, dribbles, it just opens up, no one comes into pressure, and the way she just takes that strike on low and hard, bottom corner. Beautiful.
It was beautiful. We really enjoyed that, and I know we're in for a real treat in this second half. So let's now hand you back to your match commentators, Rachel Brown-Finnis and Jackie Oatley.
Thank you very much, Seema. Let's see what tactics are deployed for this second half, knowing that they have the semi-finals to come for sure tomorrow, but pride dictates they'd love to top the group and play the second-placed side from Group 2, which we'll be seeing later. They go head-to-head. The top two, Manchester United and Paris Saint-Germain. Will we get that Manchester derby that Rachel Brown-Finnis even is keen to see? Can I call you Phyllis?
Preferably not.
Well, the wind has really picked up again here. It does tend to be windy around these parts. Traditionally, the flags are blowing an absolute gale. The players' shirts and hair fluttering away. Sensible hairstyle from the referee in the circumstances. Linda Dahlmann, score of 2 goals in this tournament, one of them in this game, ready to get us back underway. Another 15 minutes, and if it's still level after that stage, then we'll go to sudden death, extra time. One of the joyful regulations here is that we have to have a winner for every single game. And here's Dahlmann, cleared off the line. Laura Wienreuter was there.
An excellent little touch from Chiara Keating, but covered brilliantly by Wienreuter.
Bayern come again.
We said that we want Manchester City to finish this game off. Bayern Munich have come out with absolutely the same mentality. So many internationals in their team too. It's a lovely little ball across. And Dahlmann at the back post. Chiara Keating, great positioning. Off the director's seats there. Fans in the sunshine.
Really does feel like a festival of football, but it's not a pre-season friendly kind of tournament. Far from it. $5 million in prize money. And the player I was talking to earlier said, like, no one really wants to talk about money, but of course it's a factor. I mean, you wouldn't be putting $5 million into a prize fund if it wasn't supposed to be an enticing factor. And a big section of that pot goes to the players, not just for the clubs to keep, and the staff as well. And it's up to them how they want to split it up between players and staff. I guess it's none of our business, frankly. Dahlmann. It's just one of those differential factors that really sets this tournament apart from everything else.
Yeah, it being the inaugural event, you want some of the best teams in Europe. Oh, our first official yellow card.
Linda Dahlmann getting a yellow card. Was that for not putting her bib on the sideline?
No, it was a little tussle when Fujino went over to the sideline to pick up the ball. It was a little tussle between Dahlmann and her, stopping Fujino play the ball early. That was my interpretation of what I saw.
Oh, and Keating has to get back here.
Yeah, Marmutovic starting the second half in goal for Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich have certainly looked the more likely to score in this opening few minutes of the second half.
The intent is there. It's a good curling ball in. Ulbrich got ahead to it. Zigiotti Ulmer. Bayern again. Oh, what a strike by Julia Zigiotti Ulmer. That is absolutely sensational from the Swedish midfielder.
I just called it. City have looked on their heels since they've come out in this second half. They've allowed Bayern Munich to have too much space, and this is another example of it. A clever little layoff A little jink to the side creates a space for herself, Igliotti. And a thunderous strike, as we've seen from a similar range a number of times in this tournament so far. Early advantage Bayern Munich.
Wienreuter now breaking into the Bayern penalty area. Savistova, the pole. Simon. I could see what she was trying to do. Spilled by Keating, but Wienreuter coming to the rescue. What a strike that was by the Sweden international, a former Brighton midfielder.
We've seen a few of those, haven't we, Jackie, though? Juliana for Roma scored 2, very similar, left-footed, but from a similar range. Just opens up. You've got to remember, outside the box is about, what, 14 yards out? Not far.
Simon driving it in. Oh, and saved by Keating. It came at a rate of knots. And she just smashed the ball into the head of Damjanovic. She receives a yellow card for not retreating.
Yeah, for trying to stand in the way of Chiara Keating was the interpretation of the referee. 2 yellow cards, not one in the tournament so far.
Oh, well, the one was shown initially to the Hansen. There's Caroline, let's fly! Mahmutovic was behind it, the substitute goalkeeper.
Yeah, good positioning, forward stance, so that any rebound, she's straight onto it rather than back on her heels. Good goalkeeping.
Never a dull moment in these matches, that is for sure. We've had very few down moments where we can talk about the weather or if there's anything good on the telly later. Or...
Ooh, a bit of a clash on the far side there.
It's a painful one as well.
But as we tend to see in this tournament in women's football, just straight back up and on with it.
Plattner. Plattner, the Austrian, will take the corner. Here comes Dalman again.
Just drilled them in low and hard the last few times.
Now Caroline. Oh, this is what she's best at. Caroline slightly overrunning it, allowing Mahmutovic to come out. Good play by the goalkeeper.
Excellent play by her. Really high starting position. Recognises that Caroline's going to beat her player for pace. Good technical goalkeeping down with a K-stop.
Mahmutovic with 1 cap for Germany last year. Played 19 times in all competitions this past season, with Groves being out for that cancer treatment. So good to see her back. Now we're going to... How many substitutions are we going to have here for Manchester City? Goalkeeper as well.
All 7, is that?
Looks like all 7 in one go.
I expect something special.
Eve Annetz has come on. The 19-year-old England under-19 international. No senior appearances for Manchester City as yet. In regular football, we should say. This is her chance now in this crazy, fast, frenetic kind of game. She might get tested here and does really well.
Again, that same technique that Mahmutovic just employed to save at close range. Excellent goalkeeping from Eve Annetz. There, see how she gets down, spreads the arms. Little tiny target shootout.
Lazelle bringing the ball away.
This is certainly Manchester City's next gen, isn't it?
Sadrazil finding Tanikawa. Oh. Chaos near the goal line, and City win a free kick with young Eve Annetz.
Holding her head.
Straight into the thick of the action, and the referee pointing that she's stopping the clock, as you'll see to the top left of your screen. It is paused while we have an injury.
You'll see it's really brave goalkeeping. Oh, and it's crunching in. I think the boot was not the contact point with the head, but the knee that followed through afterwards, I think, was the contact, which is probably more of a concussion concern.
Eve Anna's has literally been on the pitch for a matter of seconds, straight into the thick of the action, making a save immediately. Clearly a super brave young goalkeeper, already receiving praise from Rachel Brown-Finnis.
You've got to be brave. I've lost my 2 front teeth. I can run through as many injuries as you'd like.
You were nuts, you were. Mind you, you're all nuts, you goalkeepers.
You've got to put your head in places where you don't expect to, but this is the lovely little toe pump finish to open the scoring, and this is the response just within a minute, wasn't it? Fujino just skips through, opens up, finds that edge of the space, defends back off, and she slots it through beautifully into the bottom left-hand corner. Man, Bayern Munich gets the second. It's a lovely little layoff for Zighiotti, and what a strike that is from a similar distance for a Fujino.
No, it's such a shame that Eve Anna's has to come straight off. It really is. She's seeing the funny side, but my goodness. I mean, literally, on in seconds, makes a save.
I think if we get a close-up on her, you can see
wow.
she's got...
Oh, my goodness. Look at the egg.
It's the knee on her head that's clearly she's not going to be able to continue with that.
Wow.
That is an impressive war wound, that. Well, what did you get when you went to Portugal, Eve? I got an egg on my head.
Brought back an egg. It's not even Easter. My goodness.
I hope she's all right.
Indeed. Oh, and Keating's beaten just seconds after the restart. Bayern Munich score again. Maria Plattner with the third for them.
Manchester City just switched off, didn't they? Weren't quite... Still having a drinks break. Chiara Keating should have got down, should have saved that. She'll know that difficult situation, having just gone off and switched off mentally to come back on. Switched back on. Needed to have done that and didn't. Mountain to climb for City.
City really want to win this tournament. They may still do it, reminded that they are through to the semis already. But this kind of experience, Rachel, where players are having to try to think differently, particularly young players, having to retrain their brain to different types of rules, react to different situations, substitutes being made all the time, having to concentrate the entire time, can only stand them in good stead.
Oh, it's brilliant credit in the bank for football experience, because it's new experience. There's been new experience developing new neural pathways, all part of their learning journey. You see the players that are on the pitch, particularly for Manchester City, just focusing on them at the moment, how young this group of players is that's come on. Evanet's making the briefest of appearances, but great experience for these young players. Eriksson and Sembrant at the back for Bayern Munich, very, very experienced Swedish duo
as well. So much experience in this whole squad of Bayern Munich. Certainly one of the favourites to win this. Slightly stating the obvious, bearing in mind they're already in the last four, but...
Hedging your bets there, Jackie.
Oh, yeah. Eriksson with the long throw, looking for Damjanovic. Lazel is there. Is that a foul, perhaps? Oh. It is from Maisie Davis. And the referee showing another yellow card.
It was definitely a foul. I mean, she caught her on the back of the calves there, you can see. It's just a mistimed tackle. It seems enough to tip that balance in a yellow card, a third of the game.
Simon. Straight to the feet of Lazel. Yama is fouled, a 20-year-old from Japan.
She's probably the oldest player on the pitch, actually, for Manchester City.
And he made a couple of appearances in all competitions for City, both in the league off the bench, having signed in January from Waseda University in Japan. Ooh, oh, a clash there with Fujino and Marmutovic.
It's a great punch from Marmutovic.
Simon Thinking ahead. Gracie Pryor. Here's Eriksson.
This is where Kiara Keaton's got to organise players in front of her. A lot of youth in the Manchester City team. She's got to be that vocal player, organise them. And for Bayern Munich, it's just about seeing out this game.
Fujino, not far away.
And again, Marmutovic did really well, because as soon as Fujino turned after that clever throw-in, when she rolled a player, we'll see it here, Laura Coombs throwing it in, Fujino rolling a player. You see Marmutovic is right up there in her face, making her make a very early decision.
The players are used to not being offside from a throw-in, but they're not used to not being offside at all from open play. Caroline. And a lot quieter in this game than in previous games.
Yeah, heavily strapped leg. I hope that's nothing lingering. It's going to keep her out of tomorrow's games.
I think they wouldn't risk her if that were the case. Damjanovic, the Serbian. Zadrazil.
Only a few seconds left in this game now.
25 seconds remain. It looks as though Manchester City are going to suffer their first defeat of this tournament, having won ultimately their opening two games against Rosengard 4-0 and coming through in a penalty shootout after a 2-2 draw against Ajax. Bayern Munich just seconds away from topping Group 1. Keating, and it's all over. The Bayern Munich players celebrate. They have topped Group 1 with a 100% record. Beating Ajax, Rosengard, and now Manchester City. And we'll see both of these sides back in the semi-finals tomorrow against Manchester United and Paris Saint-Germain. But who plays who has yet to be decided, as those two sides from Group 2 will face off later this evening. Well, Bayern Munich have brought the joy here. They've meant business, but they are thoroughly enjoying themselves with the players in the VIP section. They came on with quite an entrance. And it didn't take their focus off the game at all. And now they're celebrating winning Group 1.
Well, I've loved everything about Bayern Munich so far. They've brought the enjoyment of the tournament. I love these scenes afterwards. I think every team needs to think about their match-winning song, what they're going to have on.
Well, let's have a look at the table. It is complete now. Group 1, Bayern Munich, top of the pile with 3 points from a possible 3, followed by Manchester City, who'd already qualified before this game. Rosengard and Ajax are up next, having already been eliminated. And then we'll find out who will finish third and who will finish fourth. And Bayern still very much celebrating. Looks to be a real squad effort here.
No George Stanway, remember, for Bayern Munich. I've seen her around and about. She is with the team, but no play minutes for her.
No, recovering from that knee injury, which has kept her out for quite some time. The England international, the European Championship winner, Georgia Stanway, but she'll be joining in the celebrations. I think a lot of players will be watching this around the world and thinking, I quite fancy a piece of that. Can my team play next time? Maybe in November, maybe in the United States, perhaps. All that yet to be decided and yet to be confirmed. But as things stand, it is Bayern Munich who are top of this group. Well, the moment of the match presented by Invisalign is that second goal for Bayern Munich by the Swedish midfielder Julia Zigiotti-Ulmer, and what a strike it was.
It was beautiful, wasn't it? Seen a few of those from that distance. Is the strike better or is the celebration better? It seems that Bayern Munich are doing both the best so far. Reeling in the big fish, but they did right at the beginning. I do like that one, and they post for that instead of the standard team lineup. Top of my list so far, Bayern Munich.
The Germans are bringing the vibes. Oh, we can see Seema down pitch side with Anita Asante and Laura Georges. They're bringing the vibes as well. Having a little boogie yourself, Seema.
Absolutely are. We're loving it over here. I must say, both of these girls know how to move. I think we should have a dance-off soon.
So cool.
But you know what? We're back. I didn't even realise we were coming back, and that's brilliant. Look, it's been a fantastic match.
Hello.
Congratulations. Congratulations. So first of all, tell me, how did it feel? I mean, you guys have been absolutely brilliant so far, but that was a really convincing win.
Yeah, I think we have a good mix of joy and good football, and that's our threat. My English is not so good.
Your English is bad.
No. But I think we have a good day today, and tomorrow we keep going.
Tomorrow you keep going for sure, and it looks like you have everything in your locker, and the celebrations have been so much fun. Tell us what it means to you to have played so well in this tournament, and what it would mean to actually win it as well.
We don't discuss the tactics before the games, we just discuss what we are doing when we walk in and what show we are doing, and then we play good. I think that's the best way to play a tournament.
And actually, you know, tactically, everybody's noticed that you guys have really put in the thought and the work, obviously, and the tactics are so important to you. How different has it been preparing for a tournament like this?
I think you just need a good mix of players, some physical ones, some tactical ones, and I think we have a really good mix of everything. That's our, yeah.
And how does it feel to see back the goal?
Yeah, as a team, huh? Yeah, it was a bit luck, but it was okay.
It was more than okay, because these ladies definitely enjoyed it, didn't you, Anita?
Absolutely. Congratulations. You are player of the match. This is for you. And keep bringing the fire, both on and off the pitch.
Thank you. New show tomorrow.
Oh,
yes. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Brilliant, Dalman, who was your player of the match. And tell us why she was your player of the match.
Because she's been consistent, she was hungry. Even the first goal, yes, you could argue it's a poacher's goal, but it's the intensity at which she wanted to be first, to get to the ball, to put it in the back of the net. And this Bayern team, I think they've been a joy to watch throughout the competition so far.
And, you know, you called it, you were saying that Bayern have been the strongest team. I know many people believe that and have seen that as well, but they have everything in their locker, and you can tell they've worked hard for this.
Yeah, it's like they're having fun, but on the field, they mean business. Like, they're really focused and really organized. She didn't tell us about the strategy, but you can see that they are not keeping the ball too much, passing. There's like combination between them, like, and they are adapting to what they see other teams doing. There is one team, and then there's another team coming up. So they've been building even their team during the tournament.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. And as we watched that match unfold and we were looking at the substitutions, you noticed something really interesting, that the subs are being used more often now. So people have kind of learned, the teams have learned from day one, essentially.
Yeah, they're picking, you know, tactics from other teams as well. You know, wholesale changes, 7 players at a time. It's making them more efficient. It's causing more chaos. and they're utilising it really well, and they've got the balance really well in their teams.
Well, let's reflect on what we've just seen and look at the celebrations. I absolutely love it. It's brilliant to see, taking a team photo. They were dancing on the pitch not so long ago as well, and they've really, really enjoyed the tournament. So now let's have a look at the goals that were scored, and you just saw Dalman was talking to us then, and she is the player that got the goals going, Anita.
Yeah, obviously start with the first one. She's just arriving into the box late to follow up on that finish, and, you know, Man City weren't able to clear their lines. They'll be disappointed, but I think it's the speed and intensity at which Bayern moved the ball and moved themselves. And in the end, Manchester City, I think, just ran out of steam, and Bayern's experience really showed. But we still, you know, this is a fantastic finish from Fujino, who I think has been exceptional throughout the tournament so far and was very impactful even in this game. But they just couldn't find enough of those moments, and you don't have time in this format to find a way back in. And then, of course, the second goal from Bayern, in this instance, this was a clearance, a headed ball across from Bayern Munich there. Look at the Bayern fans reacting to that situation. And moments like this, winning the ball high up the pitch and then going with intensity, changing that tempo. And this strike is an unbelievable strike from Ziyech. And a celebration to match that strike. So
that is a goal you could watch over and over again, Laura.
Yeah, it seems to really easy. And you see, Manchester City tried to come back, but this team of Bayern Munich is I mean, the goalkeeper is still well into the game. Sorry.
This is brilliant. That's why we started laughing.
That bringing the fun.
That is what you call having fun and enjoying and soaking up this tournament. It's one of a kind. It's never been done before, and they have absolutely nailed it so far. They've played some wonderful football, and they're doing the conga as they go off. Anita, you couldn't get much better than that.
I'm going to tag on to the end of that, I think.
Okay, well, whilst they conga inside and prepare for tomorrow, we are going to go to a break, after which we'll bring you our next match, of course, where Rosengard take on Ajax. We're back straight after this.
DAZN is the global home of women's football.
Let's go!
Bringing you the best live games.
On my team!
With the biggest stars battling it out in the biggest competitions.
Cue the chaos! First blood in the title decider! Would you believe it? Goodness me!
Witness every season-defining moment.
The stuff of champions!
Live and on demand. Only on DAZN.
Let's knuckle up!
Can I get a face-off with Conor McGregor? Combat fighting in its purest form.
There is no show in the world like the BKFC.
Sport never stops on DAZN's live channels. The biggest names and moments streaming 24/7. NFL Network, the plays, the stars, the drama. Red Bull TV, extreme sports, extreme action. Matchroom boxing. Knockout after knockout all day, every day. PDC darts, precision under pressure. That and so much more with dedicated live channels on DAZN.
Strap yourselves in, everyone.
Let's go!
National League has a new home.
We've got lots to look forward to here on DAZN.
All of the matches.
The early shot is a really good one.
All in one place.
It's a great ball. It's a super goal.
Live or on demand.
Fabulous.
Available on any device.
As a goal, and scores majestically.
It all starts here.
National League TV now on DAZN. Sign up at DAZN.com/NLTV.
Greatness comes to DAZN this summer. The world's best players will be summoned together to decide the greatest club on earth.
Vinicius, great chance to score.
Goats will battle Wonder Kids. Fire will meet ice. From Boca to Bayern, PSG to Palmeiras, 32 clubs from across the globe will compete to be crowned
Rodrigo, what a strike that was.
world champion. And this summer, Haaland won't be watching from home, but you can on DAZN. In every country in the world. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch on DAZN from the 14th of June.
Hello and welcome back to Estoril, where there is so much fun that's being had here. And as you can see, the DJ actually is enjoying it, I think, the most. But Bayern Munich have been strong from start to finish. We've seen them just beat Manchester City 3-1. It was a fantastic match. We saw some cracking goals. And that means they do top their group as they head into tomorrow's semi-final. And there you go. They've soaked up the atmosphere. They've enjoyed every moment. They conquered out. Now they are focusing on tomorrow, and we are focusing on the next match in the company of Rachel Brown-Finnis and Caroline Seeger. So we've got rolling subs everywhere you look, and it's great to have both of you here. Okay, so we've just seen Manchester City against Bayern Munich. Next up, it's Rosengard against Ajax. Look, neither team has picked up any points, but Rachel, no one wants to go out bottom of the group.
No, and I was thinking about this. You know, they're not going to be here tomorrow, certainly not competing, but they're going to want to showcase. They can really just do anything now. They can come out here, try all the flicks, all of the rainbow flicks, all of the tricks, all the things that we associate really with like street football. You know, there's nothing left to lose.
Playing with freedom.
Yeah, I agree with you. I hope they get out there and just enjoy and have fun, because it's the last game for them. So
yeah, if I was in goal, I'd be trying to score today.
Yeah,
in this last game,
nice.
Why not?
Yeah, that would
be great.
Nice.
Look, it's the inaugural tournament. It's been so good to be part of, and there's only 8 teams involved. So for them to even be part of this, it's such an experience, right?
Yeah, and of course, you know, there's different teams at different stages of the season in this tournament, you know, from all different leagues, and that's what we want to showcase here, is like the best of Europe. And we've certainly seen that. I think the 4 teams who have gone through to the semi-finals are arguably, I would say, are the best teams in the tournament. But it's great, you know, to be able to see and be up against those teams as well. Especially see teams like Ajax, we're going to see now, have got a lot of young players. They're going to learn from being up against and in and around top European players.
Rosengard, they're in a really unique position where they're actually in the middle of their domestic season, aren't they?
Yeah, they will play a game against Häcken on Saturday, so they're flying home, I think, tomorrow after they're going to have a training, but obviously it's maybe not the best, but it's also good for them to be here and experience everything, and it's hard to say no and turn down such a big event for a team. Yeah.
Absolutely, and I think it's the right thing to have done, because it's great for all of the players to be involved for many different reasons. Is it going to be strange for them to go from playing 7-a-side back to 11-a-side?
No, but I think it's like a lot of training sessions are like this, and I think any player would love to come and play in a little tournament like this than 2 more days of training.
Yeah, for sure.
It's fun, it's frenetic, you'll get all of your sports science outcomes from doing this. You know, ultimately that's what training's about. They'll go in for the final training session, like you just mentioned, and they'll look at the opposition, and the kind of tactical stuff is what they'll complete it when they get back.
They play on Saturday, don't they, at 2 o'clock. But for anyone that's just joining us, or anyone that's not really watched Rosengard before, who are we looking out for? What players are you keeping your eye on today?
Well, I really like the goalkeeper. Eartha, she saved them a lot. They could have had more goals against them, but I really like her as a player. And then there's young ones as Joanne Kronqvist. She's also a young player, but very technical. I thought she was so much better in the second game, like the rest of the players. And then you have another youngster, Bea Sprung. I don't know if I should say it in English or in Swedish.
In Swedish.
In Swedish, Bea Sprung. Also a good technical player, but I think she's out for this last game, unfortunately. But she's the type of player that you want to see, skillful and enjoys playing at a small pitch.
And do you know, when you think about it, they've had a tough draw, haven't they? Manchester City and Bayern Munich in the only 2 games that they've played. It's not been easy for them.
No, they probably would have liked this game to have been first, you know, to kind of ease them into the tournament a little bit, because, as you said, Manchester City, Champions League, not winners, but, you know, always generally in the Champions League, and Bayern Munich absolutely in the later rounds. So, and the depth of international experience that both teams have in their teams as well, of course, it's very, very tough. But for the young players that you just mentioned there, what a brilliant learning experience to be able to come here and compete and see about the pace of decision-making, the intensity of play. It's going to make them better players.
Yeah, and also the only time they otherwise get that, it's in the big Champions League, like when they play 11 versus 11, and now they're here and they get to see this in a different format, of course, but still against the same players. So I feel, like I said before, they were much better and more comfortable in the second game. And yeah, of course, when teams decide that they want to just switch a gear and put up more energy in the game, they accelerate, and then you see the difference between Rosengard and City.
Yeah. Well, the players are actually walking out. They're just lining up just on the other side of our cameras. I know the fans are all packed into the stadium. In one of the stands, there's quite a few fans that are all set and ready to watch this match unfold. So it's Ajax against Rosengard. Neither team wants to finish bottom. Who will take that precious point today? Well, let's find out in the company of Emilia Pereira and Jackie Oli.
Thank you very much, Seema. So for the final time for these two sides in this inaugural World Sevens tournament here in Estoril, Rosengard and Ajax are about to be introduced. First off, it is the Swedish side. Well, Emilia, it has been a very tough tournament for Rosengard, who are 8 games into their season, sitting 6th at the moment. 4-0 defeat against Manchester City, followed by a 4-0 defeat against Bayern Munich. They're looking for their first goal of this tournament. And they're going to do it against a very tough, competitive Ajax side, who took the lead initially against Bayern Munich, who came roaring back, and ultimately they went down 4-2. Lotte Kukla has been instrumental in everything positive they've done. So too Lily Johannes. Here she is, the USA international, who has scored in each game. Earlier on today, a penalty against Manchester City, having scored also in that first game against Bayern Munich. So yeah, they know they're going home, but they're enjoying themselves here.
Absolutely. Good afternoon again. One more game here. Yes, the Rosengard will be looking to score their first goal, obviously getting the best result that they possibly can before they go back to Sweden in their league, the Dama Allsvenskan. But it seems like we won't have the Beas Prung on this last game. One of the most technical players for the Rosengard team. But let's see, the young players, the academy players with a lot of quality from Ajax, they were so close on that first game today to get possibly a win. It was a tough game and exciting for us, very exciting for us on this, seeing from the outside. So let's see what the Ajax can bring to this game.
Well, here's the Rosengard lineup. Cronqvist, who was picked out by the legendary Caroline Sager earlier on, but so too the goalkeeper, Eartha Cummings, from Scotland, formerly of Charlton, on the books of Liverpool as well. She certainly performed admirably in this tournament, despite having conceded 4 goals in each game. But Ajax certainly brought plenty to this competition, and they scored 4 goals. Rosengard looking for their first in their last match of this tournament. The sun's going down, but the wind is still whipping up a treat, and this is what we have to look forward to. A treat again with Lily Johannes, as you mentioned, having scored in each of their 2 games so far. Danique Nordman scoring that late equaliser against Manchester City, an unconventional one after the punt from the goalkeeper, but a different goalkeeper this time, Lois Nienhuis, after Van Eyck had done so well. And other players getting minutes in this final match for the Dutch side. DJ Cristal continuing to do her thing, keeping up the tempo, keeping up the energy.
Yeah,
and
loving
that has
it.
been a real theme of this tournament, Amelia.
Loving it. No, loving it. She's such a vibe.
She looks like she's paying for parking there, doesn't she, on her phone, just thinking, do I need to extend it a bit? Or maybe she was picking out an next record. I'm not sure. One of the two, I'm not sure
One
which.
of the two. Yeah. Now, it's a great environment today here at the stadium. And she's definitely playing a great role in it. Bringing entertainment.
Amelia Pereira, former Portugal international, having played for Durham as well in England. Oh, and going for it. Now that's a first tactic from Rosengard. Shoot on sight policy. With the opening strike from Emma Janssen.
Trying to catch by surprise the opponent.
House wasn't falling for that one. Here she is, the goalkeeper. And brought in for Regina van Eyck. Kronqvist is on her bike. It doesn't reach her though. Hartikainen. And now here's Kronqvist. Lilia Hannes back doing her defensive duties. Just getting caught. The 17-year-old.
Yeah, that was a great work by Kronqvist. And then Sevenius couldn't just quite get to the ball.
You just wonder how much it perhaps took out of these Ajax players, that epic match earlier on, Lilia Hannes.
That had to be one of the most exciting, if not the most exciting, that we had today. It's great when the team gets to that level of extra time and penalty shootout with several penalties to get to the winner.
Well, it was what everybody was calling for yesterday. They were saying this tournament has had everything so far apart from sudden death extra time, which, if level after the 30 minutes here of seven-a-side football, we will go to sudden death extra time, 5 minutes of five-a-side football. No more substitutions will be allowed. And then possibly sudden death penalty shootout, which is what happened against Manchester City. And it was absolutely extraordinary.
Coquelin always trying to make a difference.
It's Kronqvist using her power, but just nudged off the ball by Cardinal. She felt unfairly. The referee felt fairly.
Yeah, strong Cardinal on the shoulder to shoulder. Ajax appears to be with a 2-2-2 at this point. Couldn't quite get that first touch.
2-2-2 formation, that's an interesting one, isn't it? Not one we're entirely
but
used to.
It's so dynamic that sometimes we're reading the 2-2-2, but then all of a sudden, with the mobility, being so dynamic, the movements off the ball, ends up being now the 2-3-1 from Rosengard attacking with the wingers.
Kronqvist.
Some space for Lily.
Here is Lilia Hannes, the 17-year-old. So full of confidence, so technically gifted. Oh, and the strike from distance from Una Sevenius, young Finnish international.
That was so close. That was a great try.
Excuse me, it's Van Hall with the strike.
Yeah, because when Lily has the ball, she does attract 1, 2, 3 opponents, and then if she's quick to kind of pass it to the side, like she just did right now to Sevenius, that opened the space for the 21 to aim at the goal. Hertha Cummings is definitely one of the Rosengard fans' sweetheart, let's say.
Koikala. Johannes. Always looking to make something happen.
Yeah, the 1v1, but the cover very close. Has to be like a 2v1.
She's going to pull the trigger off the frame of the goal from Lily Johannes.
Good defending. Reaction to the loss.
Still Lily Johannes. And she does score. Well, she fully deserved that goal, just seconds after smashing the ball off the frame of the goal. And Lily Johannes is on the score sheet again in the 3rd match in a row.
Amazing. One of the top scorers for Ajax this season. And she continues to do that here at the World Sevens. Great work, great footwork. Very composed, and what a finish.
Well, you can see why Emma Hayes was so keen for her to sign up as a fully fledged USA international. Just 17, but so comfortable on the ball. And defensively, look at her, there she is as well. It's Rosengard. Oh, there's a handball in there. Lily Johannes joining Caroline of Manchester City at the top of the goal scorers charts. She's rolled off.
Yeah, definitely this last game to keep her fresh for longer. It's the usual rotation, 5 minutes.
Yeah, subs can be made at any stage in the 30 minutes, just not in extra time. That 5 minutes of 5v5 football.
That was great work by Emma Janssen, the number 11. Just in progression with the ball, but then just that Emilie Larsson couldn't get the crosses she wanted.
Here come Ajax again, looking for goal number 2.
Good ball.
Oh, a lovely reverse pass. Good defending by Cardinal. Read the danger beautifully.
Definitely a very important slide tackle to get to that ball. Great defending. But the vision to put the ball in the last woman, that she would be one-on-one with the keeper.
Koikala already scored in this tournament. Unselfishly lays it off. Hoekstra was goal hanging. Reminder, you cannot be offside in this tournament.
Trying to find some space.
It's difficult for players to switch their mindsets from offside. They're just so used to playing it.
Absolutely. We see that. But the players are definitely finding the rhythm. Good overlap.
Hoekstra. Back to Cardinal for Ajax. One of their key players in this side. Then Turk to Cardinal. Oh, it had to be tipped over by Eartha Cummings.
Didn't want to risk it. That looked like a dangerous ball. Cummings thought that was better to send it to a corner. Short corner, quick.
Oh, that's a nice move. Cardman with a strike. Pensetter, the Swede. Partikainen. The sun's going down here in Estoril, but it's still lovely and warm. We're being sheltered from the strong wind that's been a feature of this tournament here on the second day of 3.
Yeah, this is definitely a lovely place. Weather is usually nice, but also windy. That was dangerous, probably a corner from what we saw, but the Rosengard team is really trying to push for the tie, for that equalizer. We've seen some, as we say in Portuguese, some like good sketches, like offensively.
That's a waste of a corner. They won't be happy, Amelia, if they leave here without scoring in any of their 3 games.
Exactly. I believe that the team is at least trying to push for that honor, the goal. For everyone to celebrate at least and go back to Sweden to their Damallsvenskan 9th game of the season. They will be playing very soon. That was a great through ball, good idea, not enough space and behind the last defensive line of Rosengard.
There's Cummings, the goalkeeper. 1 Scotland cap to her name. Has certainly been one of the best performers here for Rosengard. Well, Chris thinking that she'd won the corner.
Yeah, she's definitely trying to push, and one of the players is trying to make the difference the most, especially in the attacking third.
Lilja Hannes, Kagman. Kukala. Now a little bit of space to try and make something happen in the final third again for Ajax. It's a shame we won't see Lilja Hannes on finals day. She has been a star performer with 3 goals in 3 games so far. Still has time for another one. And to go top of the goal scoring charts outright from Caroline. And what a talent she is and what a bright future she has ahead of her. Cummings with a long pass, cutting out the midfield altogether. Can they find their first goal of the tournament in their third match? Not this time.
Was trying to find the gap, but there's so many opponents, so many players surrounding her. Ajax is really defending really well.
Cummings goes long again. Bit of goal hanging this time. There's nothing wrong with that. Off the foot of the post. So unlucky.
So close.
Decent effort from Emma Janssen.
And that was almost an assist from Hertha Cummins. Here is possible to see the goalkeepers having more assists than usual.
And to score in penalty shootouts. We saw both goalkeepers taking them, bearing in mind it's only 5-a-side. It was a brilliant, brilliant game. More goal hanging. Is it to good effect this time?
Great
really
defending.
Important interception from Maja Johansson, denying a certain goal for Ajax.
Very good defending here by Kagman. Let's see if they can get most out of this corner.
Emily Voldvik, joint top scorer this season for Rosengard with 2 goals. The defender, one of them a spectacular strike from distance. And she's won another corner. It's a little better than the last one they had. The Norwegian Voldvik again.
That was a call for handball.
Now is a chance perhaps to get a shot in on goal.
But there's always a body, there's always someone. Ajax is really the covers, helping each other.
Not the cross that Molly Johansson had in mind. waste of an opportunity. Just hasn't come together for them in the final third, Rosengard.
No, exactly, but there's always someone on the way to the goal. A lot of space for Eartha Cummins, but
30 seconds to go of this first half. A reminder, after this game, it's Benfica against Roma in the second group, followed by Manchester United against Paris Saint-Germain. That's our last match of the evening, due to kick off roughly around 9:30. What a game that will be, that to take the honours in Group 2. Both already through to the semi-finals tomorrow. Now both semi-finals, then we'll have the playoff for third place, and then we'll have the final. As that comes to nothing for Ajax, and that's surely the last act of the first half. Lilja Hannes with the only goal of the first half, scoring her third goal in as many games here. Ajax know they're going out, as do Rosengard, but Ajax showing their quality, in particular Lilja Hannes. First half analysis to come when we come back.
Live golf on DAZN. Who will be victorious on the banks of Lake Manassas?
Glorious shot there.
From the 6th to the 8th of June, live on DAZN.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is backroads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field. Powerboats with A-listers. Gravity-defying skaters. High-flying volleyball. Home run hitters. And pillow fighting. Because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names, the biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars!
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
Hello and welcome back to Estoril, where the World Sevens tournament is well underway. We've just watched the first half between Rosengard and Ajax, and actually as I'm speaking now, the DJ has ramped up the music as they're all enjoying some halftime entertainment. But here you can see on your screens exactly some highlights from the first half, and it was Lilja Hannes that scored the solitary goal that separates these two sides. But in the second half, I'm sure we'll be expecting some more goals, because we know that both of these teams have finished bottom of the table, so they won't be playing in the semi-finals tomorrow, and they'll definitely want to impress those fans that are watching on from the stands. And I have Rachel Brown-Finnis and Caroline Seeger here with me. So Lilja Hannes with the solitary goal, what did you make of it?
Well, she's been a standout player for the team this whole tournament across the couple of days. Showed the skill, the poise, and at the time the composure to just finish it low and hard. Made it look so simple. So she's been excellent. I expect more from her.
What about for you, Caroline? What are you expecting to see from the second half now?
I just hope that Rosengard can get a goal, because I think that would mean a lot to them, and also they have been very close to scoring, so I hope.
Their goalkeeper, Eartha Cummins, has been excellent, and she's kept in it throughout the tournament, made some top saves, and I like how her advanced position, she's kind of almost probing for an assist as well.
Yes. Don't you just love this DJ, by the way? Isn't she excellent? Like, she's just brought so much fun and a real atmosphere to this tournament. I mean, it's very rare to be in this situation, right? To have a DJ playing while you're playing football.
Yeah, But I think the players really likes it, and also obviously we like it.
Yeah.
And that's the most important thing for us.
It makes our job more fun, isn't it? When
It
you can have a little,
does.
like,
It does.
dance on
I'm
the
catching
sideline.
everyone having a few moves every now and then. Yeah, there's the DJ that you can see right there on your screen. So, expecting a little bit more from this second half now. We know that both of these teams just have 15 minutes left of this competition, unless it, of course, goes to extra time and penalties. But for now, let's hand you back to your commentators, Amelia and Jackie.
Thank you, Seema. Yes, we are here for the chaos. If Rosengard would like to level matters and send us to 5 minutes of five-a-side sudden death extra time, not a problem at all. We're all over it like a rash, and our DJ Cristal will love it as well. The final 15 minutes, in theory, of the inaugural World Sevens tournament for these two sides, unless they were to push it on a little bit further. Lilia Hannes has more than made her mark in this competition. 3 goals in 2.5 games. And she's no doubt hungry for more. Oh, this is positive from Ajax. And the early sight of goal from Pool. Why not? Eartha Cummings, who Rachel Brown-Finnis, former England goalkeeper, picked out. As you rightly expect, Rachel always sticking up for the goalkeepers, but she's absolutely spot on. She has been fantastic, Eartha Cummings. Here's Lilia Hannes.
Getting the ball from the defenders, trying to create. Very much active. Oh, nice there. Nice save, nice. Coming out of her post.
Cummings dominant again. Tryggvadottir. Oh, not too far away from an opening goal. That's a
that was a great
problem
work.
Here for Cronqvist.
That was a great work on the right-hand side by Isabella Tryggvadottir, the international under-19 for Iceland.
And it's a painful one, really painful one for Joanne Cronqvist, the 20-year-old Swede. Came through the youth academy. Not a bad vantage point, is it? Been watering the plants, good for them. Sprinklers have been out in force on the grass. Usually when I'm pitch side, I've noticed they seem to particularly be vociferous. Got it in for me.
Nice touch. 7 years.
This is positive, and that's a clear pullback by Anna Dottir.
That was a great touch for the Finnish international.
Lilia Hannes. Back to the 17-year-old. Oh, is she going for goal? Was it a cross? Was it a shot? She's so full of confidence that she probably does fancy herself to score from there.
Yeah, tight angle. She gave it a go.
Van Poel, Pilar in there. Rosengard have really struggled to break down, frankly, any defence here, but Ajax, yes, they're going out, but they have really limited the amount of space that any of their forward players have been able to find.
Completely, yeah.
Oh, and the strike so close to their first goal. Molly Johansson with the effort. As you can see, Arsenal-Barcelona awaits us on Saturday. The UEFA Women's Champions League final live here on the global home of women's football, DAZN.
And what a game it will be. Both these teams have found each other 4 times. Oh, that was close. But between Arsenal and Barcelona, 4 times. 2 wins to each side. And Arsenal, what a way to be in the final. After losing 2-1 in the first leg with the Olympique Lyon, that was in the final and is the winner of all 8 titles in the Champions League so far. The most honored team in terms of titles, and it's amazing what Arsenal was able to do. Second leg, 4-1.
It was a fabulous comeback. It just looked so unlikely in that.
Absolutely, and against
half,
Lyon.
First leg defeat.
Lyon, that is used to being in this type of finals.
Barcelona looking to make it 3 victories in a row. And 4 in the last 5. They've been so dominant. Can Arsenal break that run to become European champions for the first time since 2007, when it was called the UEFA Cup? It was very different, over 2 legs in the final. Very, very different vibe. But here in Lyon, here in Lisbon, the stadium will be absolutely bouncing. Just about half an hour up the road from here.
Yeah, that's the Sporting Stadium.
Yeah, the big green stadium we went past earlier on today. And just down the road is the big red stadium, which belongs to Benfica.
Yeah.
Benfica women, having been in this tournament, they're also going home, not making it to finals day. Sorry for you, Amelia.
Yeah, it's tough. But, you know, they know as well that this is great, even to prepare next season for Champions League.
Oh, an opportunity, and what a strike that was from such a key player, Lotte Koikelaar, Dutch forward.
Yeah,
she's of Herenveen. She's been fantastic.
Fantastic. She's been very active. Usually the dangerous plays is either her or Lily. 7 use as well, but definitely one of the most active and danger to the opponents that Ajax face. Now a bit more of a higher pressure from Rosengard. Rosengard trying to win the ball, and they did.
Still only 1 goal behind. Still looking for their first goal in this tournament. Hint of a foul throw there, potentially.
Great run.
Bente Janssen was hoping to take that before the officials noticed it wasn't her throw.
There's a lot of space now and individual markers behind.
On a dot here.
She had some space. She aimed at the goal too high for the Iceland international. That was a good idea. It's too much pace for that through ball going through the defensive lines of Rosengard.
Just over 8 minutes for Rosengard to try to find their first goal of the tournament. Lily Johannes has other ideas. Stopped in her tracks that time by Emma Janssen. Here's Johannes again. For a second, as though it might just sneak in that near post from Rosa van Gaal.
That was a very good play combination among 4 players.
Janssen. Kagman. Johannes.
Nice.
Far too much space, Johannes. Almost like they're paying her too much respect.
Yeah, when she has the ball, they don't want to go at first, otherwise she might easily dribble.
Eartha Cummings. Oh, she almost got caught out then by Van Gaal. Here's Kagman. Is she going to go for goal? Cummings recovered. Did not want to be embarrassed then. Scottish keeper.
Yeah, but very, very smart of Kahman. Now she's getting subbed off, but seeing Cummins off of her line, trying to chip.
Van Hensbergen straight off the bench. And a chance. Kukala. Janssen. Kukala again. That's a good-looking ball to the far post. Just a bit too much elevation for Bente Janssen.
Yeah, she's trying to cross. If it was 11 aside, that would be a perfect cross.
A reminder still to come after this, Benfica from just up the road against Roma, who have not disgraced themselves in this tournament at all. Highly competitive against Paris Saint-Germain. Really devastated to lose that game. Didn't quite see the same levels of intensity earlier on today. But then Manchester United against PSG to finish off proceedings this evening. Man United were really in party mood earlier. They've thoroughly been enjoying this tournament. So too PSG, who went on a golden goal earlier on today. Well, there are more goals in this for Ajax. Kukala. That's a good-looking ball from her. No offside, remember. Kukala to get the strike away off the top of the bar.
Always Kukla. Always a danger to the Cummins goal. She had some space, she aimed at the goal, crossbar. Could have been the 2-0. A bit of a more higher press from Rosengard. Well done getting the ball back.
Now, is this the moment? Is this the moment for Rosengard to get their first goal? No. Still not. The effort from Tryggva Dottir of Iceland, the teenager. Kukala.
Nice combination, through ball between the defenders. Trying to find some space to shoot.
Going for the shot herself. Oh, and it's deflected in. Eartha Cummings is beaten by that touch right in front of her. No offside in 7 aside. And Ajax are 2 goals to the good.
That was a great shot. Kukla, one of the best players, as we've been mentioning, really making a difference. She creates advantages easily for her team. Definitely one of the players that certainly giving the most headaches to the Rosengard defense. And she so deserved this goal for what she's been doing the whole tournament and this game in particular.
Bente Janssen, it came off last. And she'll certainly be claiming it. The 21-year-old Dutch midfielder, formerly at Zwolle. But yes, you're right, it was absolutely to Kukala again. A reminder that Ajax are looking for a new head coach. Hesterine de Royce having left by mutual consent a week or so ago after just a year in charge, and Dolph Rox is the interim. Just love that name. Dolph Rox. Rock and roll name. Never mind an interim head coach.
It does have a good ring to it.
He should be in the DJ booth with Cristal. Bring in the vibes. Cronquist wins a corner.
Let's see if this chance could be the one for the first goal of Rosengard in this tournament.
Oh, and it's driven into the center, and the timing almost perfect. Just a few inches away from Hartikainen. Ajax are less than 3 minutes away from their first win in this tournament, having lost 4-2 to Bayern Munich, but certainly not ashamed, and drawn 2-2 with Manchester City, losing only on sudden death penalties. And that's a foul. Here she is again, Lily Johannes. Always on the move, always looking to make things happen. And Kukla with a strike. Corner. Well, they tried to find the danger woman. And she was involved again, Kukla.
That was a really great movement, great play in the attack. Cummins here.
We've seen some inventiveness, haven't we, from those corners, with it being a pitch half the side of a regular field. And the strike again. No way through for Rosengard. Selenius this time. Lily Johannes.
Her and Kuklar, when they can combine, definitely dangerous.
1 minute left. Ooh.
30 seconds away from Ajax and their first victory of the tournament. And their only one, both these sides going home, but they've certainly showcased their talents, particularly Ajax, it has to be said, particularly Lily Johannes, exactly as expected.
Yes, she has a vision. Last attack.
Oh, and they really wanted a goal. Molly Johansson with surely the last effort of the game, and it is all over. A 2-0 victory for Ajax, their first in 3 games, having drawn against Man City, but lost on penalties, and having lost to Bayern Munich, who could well go on and win this whole tournament. Rosengard bow out without having scored a goal. They're back into league play at the weekend for their 9th match of their season on a different calendar to everyone else, but a really disappointing feeling for them. Ajax, though, have made their mark on this tournament, and we'll see plenty more of this player, Lily Johannes, for years and years to come. What a talent she is.
What a talent indeed. She's the one.
So it's all over in Group 1, and this is how it's finished. Bayern Munich on top of the pile, having seen off Manchester City earlier on, and Ajax with their first point from their first win. And Rosengard go out on a -10 goal difference for the Swedish side. So what about the moment of the match presented by Invisalign? And it is that goal by Lily Johannes.
Yes, the opener of this match that paved the way for this win, for Ajax's first win. And here it is, the work, number 20, Lily. Only 17, look at this. Great footwork in the middle of 3-4 players, look at that. Like you said, what a bright future she will have doing this already at this age.
The balance, the confidence, the height, the power, the cleverness, the tenacity. Not that we want to big her up too much, but she is fun to watch. Well done, Ajax, on their first points. And to react on that game, Seema and the gang.
Very much, Jackie. Yes, we're going to reflect on this game now. There's some really lovely scenes, though, here of the players as they stand in a huddle and they embrace the moment. I know that it's the end of the road for both of them, but it was still a really lovely victory for Ajax.
Well, and it's the start of a lot of these players' journeys, really. You know, they're kind of in their infancy. You see Johannes, who I think she's about 18, who's taking centre stage as it goes right there. They're all going in and doing their initiation dances. But it's, you know, it's part of the fun that this tournament has brought, part of the learning, obviously. It shouldn't be disappointment because it's all part of progression.
It is. It's progress, and we've seen so much that they can take from this tournament and that they will have learned from.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a young team, but I've seen them develop during this tournament, and it's only 3 games, but I've seen them playing really good, so they have a bright future.
Lots to build on. What have you seen? When you say you've seen the progress for the last few games, what sort of things have you noticed?
No, I'm just saying, like, moving the ball, the style of playing, they really want to play football. I'm that type that I like to have the ball and keep the ball, and I think Ajax is playing exactly that way. So I think that's brave also for a young team like they are. So it's cool to see that during this tournament, like I said, they've been better and better. And this last game, yeah, they finish off with a win.
They do, and you can see the celebrations on the pitch. Everybody's enjoying themselves for sure, aren't they? Because it's such a lovely tournament to be part of.
Well, it's lovely, and you want to win, and that's why Ajax have just got their first win and scored, you know, 3 goals as well. They look comfortable on the ball. Caroline mentioned there about being comfortable in possession, and they look comfortable, they look confident, and you know that's what brings the best out in players.
It is indeed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So how was that for you? Your final game in the tournament, and you got a win, the 2-0 victory.
Yeah, it was really nice that we could finish off good, and I think we played well this tournament. It's a shame we aren't through to the next round, but I think we can be proud, and it's nice to win a game after all.
Absolutely, a lovely way to bow out of the tournament. And look, it's the first time we're seeing a 7-a-side. What was the experience like to play in?
Yeah, I actually have no words for it. I find it till now really amazing. Like the tournament, how it is like all, how do you say it in English, but it's just really well done, and it's kind of luxury too, so it's nice to experience that.
Would you recommend it to other teams, to other players to
I
come
would
along?
recommend all of the teams to come here, because it's really been great, and it's a fun experience with the team, so it's nice.
What was it like to train for as well?
It was a little bit weird, because there's a lot of rules that don't apply to the normal game, like no offside, but so it was like that.
Yeah.
So it was a bit a bit new, but it was nice. It was fun experience.
No, I'm so impressed of you. How old are you?
19.
Yeah, that's why I've never seen you. But so impressed of you, and it's been a pleasure to watch. And I think we have to remember your name, or at least I will.
Will be nice. Nice. Thank you.
But there's so much to learn from, so much to build on, and you are our player of the match. So congratulations! A lovely way to cap things off.
You've been longing for this water bottle. Let's be honest.
I've been dreaming of it.
So your dream has come true.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Nice to
and
meet you. Thank
good
you.
luck with the rest of the
Thank
summer.
you. Well done.
Oh, what a lovely moment. And it does mean a lot, and she's so young. She's so young. Such a bright future
all
ahead.
of them are young.
Maybe
it's us. I don't know.
You're still young, by the way, both of you.
Thanks.
But look, overall, Ajax can walk away having won their first match. They kept the clean sheet, and they can build on that. What about for Rosengard? How will they reflect on the tournament?
Well, I think experience-way, they learned a lot. They had some trouble with the final third. Obviously, they haven't scored in this tournament, so I think they will be disappointed with that. But also the experience from being here, playing against some of the best teams and players, I think that gives them more than just not scoring a goal. So I think overall they will keep that in mind and go home and continue the league.
And do you know what? We talk about the fact that they've had a really tough draw. Actually, as players, don't you dream to play against the best in the world, the biggest teams? That's what you that's what you sort of build up your career to do, isn't it?
You don't play teams like this every week, and that's whatever league you're in. You don't come up against teams that are regularly in Champions League and latter stages of Champions League, against top international players with over 100 caps in some cases. So yeah, it is not once in a lifetime, but certainly for some of these younger girls, it is their first ever time coming up against senior internationals who've got World Cup experience, Olympic experience, European championships experience, and so for them it's all part of, you know, how they're going to learn.
Oh, look at that. You know, I just think it's brilliant. You're just watching the players on the pitch, just enjoying the moment. And whilst they do that, let's enjoy how Ajax actually won this match. It was 2-0 in the end, and it was a player that we've spoken about a lot throughout the course of this tournament, Lily Johannes, that got on the score sheet.
Yeah, and this is typical of what she does, is pick the ball up in midfield and then a little drop of the shoulder, find a tiny little spaces, but just kind of gets it off of the toe, but lovely bit of control and just strikes it hard and low in her stride as well. That's the most impressive thing. She doesn't even break stride, does she, when she's striking that? Such a technically gifted player, one that I think Anita Asante in the opening game said to watch, and absolutely that has been the case. And this, this is Rosengard having a little stroke of luck for that to stay out.
I felt that happened a lot. You know, they were so close, but yet so far away.
Well, they defended really well. I thought Eartha Cummins in goal for Rosengard as well. Had an excellent game. Has had an excellent tournament, albeit conceded, you know, a number of goals, but for a goalkeeper, it's better than a few training sessions, getting peppered in real life time. It's great fun. And I think this is the closing goal. Oh no, this is another chance for Ajax. They were the better team. They did deserve to win. There's Kuklar having a little chance at goal, just skimming the top of Earth Cummins' goal. And I wouldn't say it was inevitable, but they wore them down as well. You know, the intensity of 3 matches in less than 2 days. And I think Ajax dealt with that better.
And that's a good word you use there. It is intense, isn't it? Because you think, although the matches are shorter, 15 minutes each half, 7 aside, the pitch is obviously half the size, and it's intense.
Yeah, but it's also, you know, it's mostly man marking and a different type of style of playing. So I think they have to cover a lot of ground, but I think they handle it good, and it's, at the end of the day, it's not too much load on them for sure.
And they also have to deal with these weather conditions. I'm sure you can tell, I think you can tell, because we've, as the day has gone on, we've added more layers. So, you know, it started off with shorts and a t-shirt, now we've got jackets, we've got blankets ready and hot water bottles to come. But to play with this condition of the wind, I mean, the speed is quite high here.
Yeah, it is, and, you know, depending on which end you're at, you can take advantage of that, or you've got to kind of literally ride it out, because it can be a big advantage. You know, as I said, if I was in goal, I'd be taking a pop shot. I'd be having a little go. I'd be watching, see if the players off the bench, off the line a little bit. You know, it's that type of tournament where you can do stuff like that.
And Laura's wearing a scarf, so there you go.
Yeah.
That just goes
Blanket,
to show it is
scarf,
very
hoodie.
cold here. Okay, well, let's just take a quick reminder of how the teams stand in this group. As we know, the 2 at the top have already made it through, but we'll just have a look at how the teams stand. So it's Bayern Munich and Manchester City that are 1 and 2 respectively. Bayern with the 3 points from their opening games, and then it's Ajax 3rd and Rosengard at the bottom. But plenty to take away from this tournament as they played some big teams en route. Right, on that note, it is time for us to take a break, after which we'll bring you in another match. We've got 2 more to come this evening, so don't go anywhere, because next up it's Roma against Benfica.
You made it.
Good job.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. Let's go!
National League has a new home.
We've got lots to look forward to here on DAZN.
All of the matches.
The early shot is a really good one.
All in one place.
It's a great ball. It's a super goal.
Live or on demand.
Fabulous.
Available on any device.
That's a goal. And scores majestically.
It all starts here.
National League TV now on DAZN. Sign up at DAZN.com/NLTV.
Let's knuckle up!
Can I get a face-off with Conor McGregor? Combat fighting in its purest form.
There is no show in the world like the BKFC.
DAZN is the global home of women's football.
Let's go!
Bringing you the best live games.
On my team!
With the biggest stars battling it out in the biggest competitions.
Cue the chaos! First blood in the title title decider. Would you believe it? Goodness me!
Witness every season-defining moment.
The stuff of champions!
Live and on demand, only on DAZN.
Sport never stops on DAZN's live channels. The biggest names and moments streaming 24/7. NFL Network, the plays, the stars, the drama. Red Bull TV, extreme sports, extreme action. Matchroom boxing. Knockout after knockout all day, every day. PDC darts, precision under pressure. That and so much more with dedicated live channels on DAZN.
Greatness comes to DAZN this summer. The world's best players will be summoned together to decide the greatest club on earth.
Vinicius, great chance to score.
Goats will battle Wonder Kids. Fire will meet ice. From Boca to Bayern, PSG to Palmeiras, 32 clubs from across the globe will compete to be crowned
Rodrigo, what a strike that was.
world champion. And this summer, Haaland won't be watching from home, but you can, on DAZN. In every country in the world. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch on DAZN from the 14th of June.
Hello, welcome back to a very breezy Estoril where the action has been well underway all day. We've had a fabulous time and I hope you have as well, wherever you're watching from around the world. I now have Rachel Brown-Finnis with me. You've been very busy in commentary, studio, well, kind of studio, pitch side if you want to call this a studio.
I've certainly got my steps in today, Seema.
You have. We're working you hard. Have you enjoyed it so far?
Do you know, the whole tournament's been like a real carnival atmosphere with singing and dancing and celebrations. You know, even teams when they've lost have been showing everybody how enjoyable it's been.
It has been very enjoyable, and now we get to watch two more teams that are not in the competition anymore, but they will still want to play for pride. They want to pick up the points to not finish bottom of the group, and that's Benfica against Roma. How much are you looking forward to it, and what are you expecting from it?
Well, Roma have scored some outstanding goals, particularly Giuliani, their captain, number 10, has scored a couple of sensational goals and had a couple kind of rifle off of posts. So she's one to watch from a danger, from a goal threat point of view. And Benfica obviously are at home. They want to please the crowd. They got a couple of goals in each of the games, lost against PSG in the first game, lost against Manchester United earlier on today. But scored a couple of goals. They've had some exciting moments and really put Manchester United under the cosh for a little bit in that game today. So they want to go out and beat Roma today.
Absolutely, and we've talked a lot about this being such a unique experience because it's the first time we've seen a tournament like this. How much would you have loved to have played in a tournament like this in your playing days?
Well, singing, dancing, making a fool of yourself was pretty much what I did as a career, so I would have loved it, you know. So, when you go away as a team, you want to be in a nice hotel, you want nice food, and you know that's what all the teams have been provided with, lovely settings and great fun football. So, you know, it's a unique situation, and everything's laid on a plate for them, and they've been able to come out here and showcase, you know, their skills, which has been absolutely wonderful for the spectator.
It's been wonderful, hasn't it, for all of us and indeed the fans. And we can now head pitchside to Alex Aljo, who's speaking to the Roma head coach Alessandro Spugna.
Hey Alessandro, che messaggio vorresti dare alle giocatrici per questa ultima partita? What message do you want to give your players ahead of this final game?
Che si divertino, devono divertirsi, devono provare a fare più gol possibili, fare tante giocate, dribbling, che si divertino. È l'ultima partita della stagione per noi, quindi devono divertirsi.
It's the last game for us. I want them to have fun. I want them to score lots of goals. I want to see lots of dribbling. But the main thing is I want the girls to have fun. Nonostante il risultato, quanto sei orgoglioso della squadra? Despite the result, just how proud can you be of your players?
Sì, ma siamo tutti tanto orgogliosi perché è stata una bellissima manifestazione, un bellissimo torneo. E di questo siamo venuti qua per questo, per divertirci, per fare il meglio possibile. Avevamo qualche giocatrice infortunata che non è venuta e quindi e non era facile contro queste squadre.
Yeah, well, it hasn't been easy against these top teams, but we've done really well in this amazing tournament, and I'm so proud of all my players and the job they've done. Cosa avete imparato di questo torneo? What have you learnt from this tournament?
Ma quando giochi contro squadre così forti c'è sempre da imparare qualcosa. Sicuramente abbiamo messo dentro un po' di bagaglio che ci può essere utile per il futuro.
Okay, well, when you're playing against these top teams, there's always something that you can learn that will be useful for the future. So that's what I'm taking away from this. In bocca al lupo per quest'ultima partita. Good luck.
Viva il lupo.
Viva il lupo. Grazie mille.
Grazie a te.
Thank you for that, Alex and Alessandra Spugna. Now I have to give a special shout out to our lovely camera, because whilst we were watching that interview, he came and he listened, because I now have an extra layer. I said I was going to add layers to my outfit throughout the course of this chat, and I now have a lovely blanket. Thank you so much. And next up, we've got a hot water bottle. That was very thoughtful. Thank you very much. I'll get you one as well, don't you worry. So, Alessandro Spugna is saying he wants his team to go out and enjoy it, and that's what they have to do now.
Well, that's what we said ahead of these two games where all four teams are out of the tournament, to go out and show us your flicks and your tricks, your skill sets, some freestyle football, enjoyment. So I want to see loads of stuff today that hasn't been seen today.
Okay, well, let's see how it all unfolds. It's over to Amelia Pereira and Flo Pollock.
Thank you, Seema. So, playing for pride, these two teams already eliminated. But Benfica will be desperate to get a win. They're playing here in Portugal, kind of on home soil, about 20 minutes outside of Lisbon. Here they are lining up now. Jodie Brown, she's been a player that's impressed quite a lot this tournament, the Jamaican international. Araujo as well coming on, not seen too much of her, so get a glimpse of that youngster. And now here comes the Roma side. Captaining the team is Emeline Javi. The Roma team taking turns to captain the side. Young goalkeeper Liliana Merola, just a teenager. Alice Corelli scored last game. So there's the Roma side then. Two teams facing off against each other. Both on 0 points so far. Must be a winner though. There are no draws in World 7, so one of these teams will be going home with a win. Benfica side just bowing to the crowd. Some home fans here, and there is their lineup then. Powell's in goal, made some really fantastic saves earlier. Silva, Araujo, Andrea Norton, Faria the captain, Gutierrez and Jodie Brown. But if you've just joined in, one, where have you been? And two, well, there's unlimited roll-in, roll-on subs, so that might not be the starting 7 for that long. Our referees then. Seen a couple of yellow cards dished out on this day, match day 2, for bad challenges. That earlier yellow card on match day 1 given out to Hansen for taking off her shirt was rescinded. And the starting 7 then for Roma. Merola in goal, Thorgerson, Pandini, Catherine Kuhl, Sano Trollsgaard, Captain Harvey, and Alice Corelli. So 2 teams yet to get a win here at World Sevens. One of them must be victorious after this game. Both eliminated. They're playing to get a point on the board. DJ building things up nicely for us. Over the ball is the top goal scorer for Benfica this season, Prieto. And a little bit of breaking news actually ahead of this game is that Benfica manager Philippa Pateo looks like she's going to be leaving Benfica and going off to Boston Legacy, a new NWSL franchise side that's been set up alongside me for this game. Amelia Pereira, and your thoughts on that?
Well, that's a great opportunity for Philippa Patão. She's been doing an amazing, amazing work with Benfica, starting as an assistant manager to an ex-professional men's player of Benfica that was the head coach. Then eventually she moved on to be the main coach. She's in Benfica since she was 18, managing the 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds. It's amazing to see so many years after, almost 2 decades, what she's been doing in Benfica. And then also the wins. She won everything that there is to win last year and got to the quarterfinals, which was an amazing achievement. The quarterfinals of the Champions League, an amazing achievement for Philippa Patão. And that caught the eye of teams like in the US. She was nominated for the best manager in the world with Sabrina, with the manager Jimenez that went on from Barcelona to the United States as well. So yeah, definitely she was in that very kind of confined, very special, let's say, group. And this season, Benfica couldn't make it. That was a shock and a surprise, but she led the team to another league. 5th in a row. It's amazing what she's been doing.
Can she get another final win maybe tonight here in World Sevens?
Yeah, and if she's leaving, that might be the last game of the season. So she certainly wants to end on a good note.
Catherine Kuhl for Roma, former Arsenal player. Didn't quite break into the Arsenal side. Hard to break into that Arsenal midfield, but the likes of Kim Little, Leah Volti, Victoria Palova.
Yeah, that's why she was on loan to Everton. And yeah, trying to make the best of her out of a new adventure in Roma.
Out comes the goalkeeper to claim that. Roma, a little unfortunate that they've got no wins so far. First 2 games, they lost.
It was so close.
Very narrowly as Norton comes forward and fires wide.
Norton is definitely one of the most technically developed, so talented players of this Benfica squad. And let me tell you, Lena Powells was such a great acquisition last year. She was one of the main also reasons why Benfica went through to the quarterfinals, saving a penalty against Eintracht Frankfurt to take the team out of the group stage.
Norton on the ball again. Was actually signed by Barcelona when she was younger, but had some serious knee injuries. Never played for Barcelona. Back enjoying her football now at Benfica, but you can see that heavy strapping on her knee as Benfica come forward, out for a throw-in.
She does usually play with that, but she was also able to live some of her best moments in her career at Benfica. And also with the national team, the Portuguese national team. 1v1.
Here comes Alice Corelli, scored last game and blazes that over.
Alice, that was a great progression with the ball, confident, just putting her chest, like leaning back. The ball gained some altitude. Here's Joanna.
Trying the nice little turn, but goes out for a throw-in instead. Or in fact, it's a free kick. Joanna Silva. So many good Portuguese players with the name Silva, aren't there? Diana Silva, Jessica Silva, of course.
Yes.
She's a former Benfica player, I believe.
Yes, Jessica now in the United States. She also went through Lyon, got a Champions League while she was there.
Bernardo Silva.
Bernardo Silva.
I think
a lot of Silvas.
I think Silva's perhaps the Portuguese version of Smith.
I think it is. I think it actually is the most common name in Portuguese, like surname.
Approaching the 5-minute mark. Neither side has broken the deadlock yet, and that's unusual. In this World Sevens tournament, we see a lot of goals. And remember, there can be no draws. There are only winners here, so if it is level after 30 minutes, then it goes to 5 minutes of additional time, where it's 5-a-side with no subs, and then sudden death penalties, should they be required. Faria puts it out to that far side. Shouts of handball. Referee content. Pietro can't find the space to get her shot through. Top goal scorer for Benfica. Made a bit of a mistake yesterday, though, that led to a goal for the opposition. Not seen the best of Pietro.
Yeah, she's definitely been a great acquisition to the Benfica squad at the beginning of last summer. Let's see what's coming out of here.
Andrea Norton just delayed, and then the angle got too tight.
Yeah, not enough space then to get that cross with the left foot.
Good hold up from Corelli there.
Slight tackle by Joanna.
Faria, over 100 appearances for Benfica. And Harvey comes forward. Shot takes a deflection corner. We're going to have a raft of changes. And look who we've spotted in the crowd, getting themselves nice and warm. Rachel Brown-Fiddis with the blanket on. Don't expect that when you come away to Portugal, do you?
It's true. It's very true. But here it's because we are so close to the ocean, and it's known for being very windy. Again, playing in Estoril and learning that from day or for afternoon until night, the temperature just drops when the sun goes down massively.
Good ball then out behind. Yes, in classic British tourist fashion, I came only in shorts, t-shirts and flip-flops, and I'm currently a t-shirt draped over my legs to keep me warm. We're in Southern Europe. I thought it was going to be hot.
And I'm the Portuguese that comes here with a scarf at this time.
So another corner for Roma. As I said, they're a bit unlucky, Roma. They lost 2-1 to PSG, 3-2 to United, so just narrow losses. And against PSG, they lost in extra time to Golden Goal, so...
Yeah, they could have easily been on the semi-finals. What a breakthrough, 3-1.
3v1 here. And it's a really good last-ditch block from Pilgrim.
Amazing defensive work by Pilgrim. She's a forward, and look at her. That commitment to help the team. Oladipo just clearing it out.
Time for a corner. I think we're still on only one-headed goal in this tournament, so the corner's taken short. That's probably wise. And it comes, and the effort, and Benfica have a goal. Well, maybe the side from Portugal will get a win here. And it's Katrina Amado.
Catarina Amado, 25-year-old, actually played here in Estoril before she moved to Benfica. Not much of a goal scorer usually. She got 1 goal this season, and look at that. right timing.
In World Sevens, Amelia, everyone's a goal scorer, and Roma coming forward now.
For sure. Defending and attacking. Really putting all the effort to help the team, providing that balance defensively and offensively. Another breakthrough can happen, a transition here, 2v2.
Hawa Sissoko tracking the run of Guedes. Oh, and it's good from Hawa Sissoko. And that's going to be a free kick, and I think that ought to be a yellow card, actually, for Guedes. She lashed out to Sissoko after she lost the ball fair and square, but referee is not forthcoming.
Yeah, 18-year-old Neidget. She played mostly on the second division for the Benfica B team. But here, having that opportunity.
Benfica coming forward again. Oh, Sissoko's lost the ball. Guedes. Benfica on top. Lund now from range, and it's a smart stop from Marola.
Yeah, great try by the Norwegian. Another great acquisition for Benfica. Oh, nutmeg. Not enough to pick it up on the other side. A good try by Evelyn Wiens.
And Sissoko will collect that and go back to Marola in goal. Benfica players wanting to come on. Looks like they're going to change all 6 outfield players. That's what we've seen a lot this tournament. Evelyn Wiens trying to create space for the shot. Can't, so it goes back to Oladapo. Ioni now. Dinked ball was a little ambitious. Lund. Back to her goalkeeper, Powells. Almeida. This is nice from the Portuguese side.
Yeah, keeping possession. Now we...
Curse of the commentator.
Yes, we call it the syndrome of the commentator.
Oh, syndrome.
The syndrome of the commentator. Yeah, because the team was very composed, very calm, just trying to attract the Roma team to go higher and press higher. So the Benfica team could then, through combinations, quick passes, or even a more direct ball, to attack the last defensive line. But very well, Benfica trying to keep possession, being organized.
Silva into Faria. Great turn from Andrea Faria. Still going. Just a little bit too far, but Prieto caught that really well. Vicious strike, but over the bar.
Yeah, Andrea definitely is Andrea Faria, very important. She's the captain, very important player for Benfica.
Can Roma find a way back into this? They have scored in both their previous games. Hit 2 against United and 1 against PSG.
We don't see Manuela on the pitch. We haven't seen her. She's definitely making a difference, and we saw like both games she played. She was a crucial element for the team, and I don't know if it's if she has a touch, you know, like playing consecutive games and consecutive days as well. Not sure if she's like 100%.
Yeah, that is a good point. We're missing
probably her best
Manuela
player.
Guglielmo, and also Valentina Giacinti as well, a key player.
2 key players, yes.
2 key attacking players.
So this is where we see that probably the production, the attacking production for the Roma team hasn't been the same. Maybe because it's lacking those important players in that offensive.
Forward from Silva and met by Brown. I'm not sure. I think she was in between 2 minds about whether to cross that or take that herself.
Yeah, I think she's trying to assist Laish, but yeah, she was like in the middle.
Powells bowls it out. Benfica heading towards a point. You only get 1 point for a win. It's not 3 points for a win. 1 point for a win. There can be no draws. No points for a loss, of course. Both these sides already eliminated, but
that would be a nice ball.
They want to find the win. That was almost a very nice move. Good run from Jodie Brown.
Yeah, but I think it's important, you know, it's being hosted for the first time in Portugal, in Lisbon. So I think it's nice for Benfica to come out of here with something at least, you know, for the fans that came out today here in the cold supporting their team. We could see when Catarina Amado scored, the majority of the crowd was cheering.
It is a carnival of women's football here in Portugal this week. Saturday, of course, the Women's Champions League final as Arsenal take on the holders Barcelona live here on DAZN.
What an amazing week for women's football here in Europe, in Lisbon.
No better place to be this week than in Lisbon. Benfica coming forward, and that's a little ambitious from Araujo.
Yeah, I mean, she did a great run, diagonal run from the inside to the outside, but then she had space and time probably to cross the ball.
And there is the half-time whistle. Then a pretty tight contest between the two sides at the foot of the table here. Good goal there from Catarina Amado. And at half-time, it is Benfica 1, Roma 0. Analysis after the break.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names, the biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars!
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
Live golf on DAZN. Who will be victorious on the banks of Lake Manassas?
Glorious shot there.
From the 6th to the 8th of June, live on DAZN.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is backroads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field. Powerboats with A-listers. Gravity-defying skaters. High-flying volleyball. Home run hitters. And pillow fighting. Because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN.
And welcome back to Estoril, where it's half-time between Roma and Benfica. And it might be very breezy and very cold here. There you go. We were caught on camera, Rachel. We were wrapped up watching the first half from the sidelines, but actually the fans are in good spirits. The DJ's keeping our spirits high. We're having to dance to keep warm, and we're loving it. But were you feeling warmer after your double blanket wrap?
Oh, I loved it. It was a moment of joy for me. Yeah, it was. When I unwrapped and got out here, it's okay, game face. Many a time I was in goal, freezing. You just got to get on with
you're
it.
used to it.
Yeah.
Hard stuff, Amida. Right, let's have a look at the highlights from the first half. And of course, it was Catarina Amado that got on the score sheet.
Yeah, delight for the home fans in front of the crowd. Good follow-up, good save from the goalkeeper initially. But Catarina Amado, like you said, she'd been a pest. She'd been a problem for the Roma goalkeeper, the Roma defence, all this first half, and gets a deserved goal. And what a great way to go out of the tournament, if it stays like this, to go out with a win.
And also a goal to please the home support that are staying here in the freezing cold, as Amelia pointed out. So, on that note, let's hand you straight back to the commentators. Oh, they're joining in with the dancing as well. I love it. This is why we love this tournament. Everyone's up and dancing. And I hope that Flo and Amelia are also dancing in the commentary box.
We are a little bit. Sitting down, just, you know, bopping back up and forth. The refs also, at the break, doing the YMCA. That was good to see. In fact, there they are again, learning their routine. Going to have to improve their choreo a bit if they want to go professional there. So, second half coming up. Roma currently heading out with no points. Both these sides cannot progress to the semi-finals as the winds caught the notes of some of the people on the sidelines. So can Roma get back into this, or will Benfica get their first win here on home soil in Estoril? Back underway then. Odelapo for Roma. And they've got to go for this, Roma. Evelyn Wiens, experienced Canadian international. Oh, she's done well to wriggle away there. Plays it into a teammate, and it's now with Pilgrim. But the Benfica players swarmed around her like bees there, just blocking off the options.
Yeah, I mean, with Patão, that being compact and having that discipline defensively, it's one of the keys.
Pilgrim with the effort!
So
Strikes
close.
The underside of the post. And then it's wide. Roma inches away from getting level.
Pilgrim, what a great effort by the Swiss international. 2 times she could have here had the equalizer for the Roma team.
She'll be representing Switzerland in the summer. They're hosting the Euros, of course. Also, earlier we saw Kika Nazareth amongst the crowd, former Benfica player, Portuguese star, now plays for Barcelona. She won't be playing on Saturday. She's been out all injury with a serious ankle injury as Benfica take an effort from range. A real star, though, in Portuguese football, Kika Nazareth, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. In terms of number 10, that technique, it's lovely to see, you know, kind of that, we call it the perfume on her feet, you know, that, you know, the Portuguese very characteristic, you know, of the doing wonders, taking a rabbit out of the hat kind of thing, and Kika can do that.
Perfume on her feet.
Yeah, we say that expression like perfume on her feet, you know, when the touch, when takes care of the ball, treats the ball by you, as we say, it's like the ball is our friend.
I really
it's
like
great
that
expressions. Like
it
yesterday,
is.
remember the relationship with the goal? Or the relationship with the net? That's when the player has a goal. We're talking about that with the midfield.
Pilgrim with the effort, and it goes wide. Yeah, Kika Nazareth scored a really nice goal actually against England in the Nations League in that 1-1.
Absolutely.
Came on, danced through the England defence and put it top bins.
Yeah, that type of football. You see, that's the perfume.
Stunk if you're an England fan, though.
Oh, yes, absolutely. But that was for Portugal. That was a great result. Developing, making strides.
And Wiens getting behind here. The goalkeeper's taking a little bit of a risk.
That was kind of lucky there by Lena Powell's. Now Leticia is being pressured in the corner.
Roma are pushing for this. They don't want to go out without getting a win. And it's Ioni. Scoops it forward into the box.
That was a futsal ball. It's great to see it here.
Certainly was. Out by Odelapo. Pilgrim again. She's looked probably the most threatening for Roma. Runs straight into a Benfica defender. Now Benfica will try and break.
She needed some support there.
That falls nicely for Pilgrim. Takes it first time. Evelyn Wiens cuts back on her left foot. Blocked.
Great defending by Carol Costa. She's one of the most international players for Portugal.
And now Benfica might be in no offsides, of course, and it's blazed over by Guedes.
That was such a great opportunity to take the team to the 2-0 advantage.
And this game feels tight, it feels close, it feels like another goal would decide it. And we're now going to see wholesale changes from Benfica, and they're changing their goalkeeper. This is the first time, I think, Emilia, we've seen a goalkeeper roll off and a new goalkeeper roll on. They've had a goalkeeper change at half-time, but not mid-game.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, Filipe Patão wants to give an opportunity to Thais Lima, a 17-year-old that's been on the Benfica squad for a long time, almost since the beginning, 2020. So very young.
Big job on her hands to help Benfica see out this win.
Absolutely.
Off the boot of Brown and out for a Roma throw-in. Roma readying their 6 subs to bring on. They make that change now. Experienced players back on the pitch. Rosengard.
Yeah, Javi also for these last minutes to try to make a difference. And she has the armband, the captain armband, since Manuela is not playing. Julian.
On the ball now, the Norwegian tries a little back heel to Andini. Harvey got Corelli in the box. Catherine Kuhl on the cut back, instead picks out another player, and it bounces twice off the crossbar.
That was...
Thorgerson it was.
That was so close. Thais Lima. In that situation, that was so close. Great job by Faria, Andrea Faria, progressing with the ball, trying to create advantage. That was so close. Cristina Martin Prieto, the forward, making that cross to Jordi Brown.
Looked like it just skimmed her forehead. Corelli leaves the ball behind. And that's nice work. Now on the left-hand side, although it's run out of play. Unfortunate by Andrea Norton. Can Roma find a way back into this? They'll have to do so, as we said, without Giuliano, without Giacinti. Got a free kick here, and I wonder if they're going to just go for goal. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Here's Rosengard, and she does go for goal, and it got caught up a little in the wind and lifted well over the bar.
Yeah, Benfica playing short, as they usually like. The more associative type of play. Short passes, a lot of movement, playing out of the back, with the goalkeeper also being an important role for that build-up, first build-up phase.
Silva back to the teenage goalkeeper. That's actually a really good ball up to Prieto.
Prieto's very good at this, like holding the ball, playing with the back to the opposition goal, and then waiting for the support to come to do like 1-2 touch. What an acquisition she was for Benfica this year. 37 games, 30 goals and 5 assists. And she got called up to the Spanish national team with 31 years old for the first time. And what a debut. She scored in the debut as well for Spain, and we know that Spain is one of the best, if not the best right now.
They are the reigning world champions, it is true. Although they're not the reigning European champions. Amelia, who is that?
I knew this was going to come.
It's England, everybody. Defending their title this summer, of course, in Switzerland. Roma on the attack then. Good defending from Benfica.
Yeah, Lai is very composed, trying to give it the outside to the player, and then in the right moment, at perfect timing.
Alice Corelli blocks by Silva.
Yeah, good job by Joana in the contention, not letting space for the cross, not allowing.
6 minutes remaining. 6 minutes for Roma to find a goal. Remember, we will go to the 5 minutes of five-a-side extra time if it ends level after 30 minutes. Catherine Kuhl with a pull on her shirt. They're still going, and the shot, a tame one in the end from the Danish midfielder.
And it's a corner, but good try by Catherine Kuhl. She did get a goal this season for Roma in their first season.
She did. She scored in a 3-3 amazing game against Milan.
And there it is. We'll soon be seeing the subs coming off again. The entire team of Benfica, and then the same for Roma side.
Entering the final 5 minutes. Benfica actually with 9 shots to Roma's 6. Worthy of their narrow lead. And they win the free kick. They lost the first 2, Roma, but this is probably their poorest performance so far. They're, as we said, a little unlucky against Paris Saint-Germain. It's nice though from Harvey. Got space to drive into. She'll go herself, and good goalkeeping, caught on the second attempt.
Great work by Javi. She was the one finding the space and then having a go, and that seems to be a foul, yes.
Free kick for Guedes. Yeah, that was a free kick, push in the back. A little bit of frustration seeping out, perhaps. The player that won the foul will take the free kick, Guedes. The ball in, but those balls haven't really worked in this format, the dinking it in like that. You can't generate enough power
for
from
the
that
chipping.
kind of...
Exactly. Here, that's why we don't see that many like header goals in these types of tournaments. I think it's more clever from the players sometimes to just like shoot with the laces, you know, with as much power as you can. When it's so crowded, it might hit the defender and go in. It might hit the goalkeeper. It might hit someone and just go in. So I think sometimes it's just like the players need to play with that. If you ask me, it's not the most pretty. No, it's not a chip. But that's...
And here we go, and penalty for Roma. And as you were saying, Emilia, not the most pretty in terms of an attack, but Roma won't care because they've got a chance to get level from the spot.
No, that's Pilgrim got to touch in the right moment.
And does the goalkeeper get a touch on that? Is that a little unfortunate?
It seems like it.
Let's see if she can save it.
Yeah, 17-year-old.
Up against Roma's number 17, Pilgrim.
Tigers.
So, Elia Pilgrim to get Roma level, makes no mistake, and that is a emphatic penalty, top corner. Roma 1, Benfica 1.
That was a great penalty, a lot of very potent, a lot of power. Well played, well placed as well. And the clock stopped for these minutes since we are within the last 5 minutes of the match. Let's see if this is going to take us to extra time.
Yes, 2.5 minutes remaining. We must have a winner. Remember, there are no draws here at World Sevens football, so one of these sides will win, even if we have to go to extra time and sudden death penalties, as Pilgrim nearly through again in on the goalkeeper. Forward comes the goalkeeper. Why not? Get involved in the build-up. It's a nice pass. And the effort, a wayward one from Carol Costa.
That was her weak foot, left foot. She usually has a great distance. She's a center back.
Oh, out comes the goalkeeper, Evelyn Wiens in. And that's a little rash from the keeper. The keeper's been a little rash since coming on. Yoni to the byline, and Evelyn Wiens with the finish. She tried to mess it up, but on the second attempt, gets Roma in front and have Roma come from behind to nick a win.
What a great work. Great work there, down the line, Benedetta Gliona. And then the pass backwards. And then after insisting, 2-1 up in a few minutes, 2 minutes, turned it around.
Feels harsh on Benfica. They're just gonna have to go for it now. Sissoko, good strength from against Brown. Benfica, Andrea Norton, and it's finished off by Brown. Benfica back level. Jodie Brown with the finish. And this game's come alive in the final 5 minutes.
Amazing, amazing to see the crowd with their scarves. Great timing. Shot and Jordie Brown in the right place, the right time. Finding the back of the net. And the clock has stopped like 3 times at least. Let's see if they can get one more goal and avoid extra time.
Love to see it from these teams. Both of them already eliminated, but they want this final win. Free kick Benfica into the final minute. Andrea Norton. Up to Prieto. Couldn't hold it up, and now come forward the Roma players. And can they win it here with Harvey? Fantastic last-ditch defending and goalkeeping from Benfica. Now they'll try and break with Prieto, but
Oladipo was very well positioned. She tracked back, she recovered her position and didn't allow Martin Prieto to get that, and be able to be in front of the goal.
Final 10 seconds though. Odelapo up to Harvey, dispossessed. Can Benfica win it now? Right at the end, Silva slides it into the path of Andrea Faria, who skies it. That was the moment. And that is the 30 minutes played. So we are going to extra time, which is in World Sevens. If you've just joined us, it is 5 minutes of 5-a-side, no substitutions. And if we do not get a winner, and it is golden goal, so as soon as there is a goal, the game is done, then we will go to sudden death penalties. And although this game was a dead rubber in terms of both these teams already being eliminated, Amelia, it's been pretty exciting.
Pretty exciting. I think sometimes when players don't have anything to play for, they will be going out and just playing for fun and maybe, you know, being more inspired, doing more tricks and kind of presenting us with great football, because the pressure is not there anymore to get to the next level. So they're really just playing for the honor of it. Benfica playing at home, definitely want to win for the number of fans, a lot of fans that came out here today. As you know, Benfica has a huge fan base. It's no different for the women. People going all over Portugal to get to see Benfica, and Roma playing also for the honor of the 2 great games that they did just before this.
There's the goals that have taken us to this stage then. So 5v5 for 5 minutes, golden goal. Roma got Hauer Sissoko, Pilgrim, Thorgerson and Harvey. They're the 5, well, the 4 outfield players anyway, and Merola in goal still. Andrea Norton, Prieto. As well for Benfica. Totally different game now as Araujo knocks it forward to Faria.
especially on the third game in 2 days. Of course, shorter in terms of the time of play, but it's really demanding. All the back and forth, all the running, and now less 2 players.
Ball up for Pilgrim. Behind for a corner. Roma lost on golden goal to Paris Saint-Germain earlier in the group, so they'll be keen to avoid that fate again. So the free kick goes the way of Benfica. Benfica manager urging Prieto forward, I think just suggesting that she might as well just linger up top waiting for the ball to come.
Yeah, like we were talking about before, maybe just being in front of the goalkeeper, you know, just trying to bother the goalkeeper. Maybe a flick on might result in a goal from the goalkeeper as well.
Goalkeeper will edge forward.
Cristina Prieto were saying for the goalkeeper to come and then eventually to pass her the ball. That's a duel. Remember the duel we were talking about? Great duel between these two.
A real duel, and in fact, I think a little bit too aggressive a duel. Both players catching each other in the face.
Yeah, playing with the arms. We know that we use the arms in football, but of course.
Clock stopped for that moment, and it will restart when the ball is struck by Araujo. Faria.
That was
Pilgrim.
a tricky ball.
Trying to set Harvey away. Up to Prieto. Oh, and couldn't quite find the target. A reminder that after this, we've got the final game of this group, the final game of the day, Manchester United against Paris Saint-Germain, and the winner of that game will top the group. Semi-finals tomorrow with Bayern Munich and Manchester City already through, and Pilgrim pulled back there, and that will be a yellow card because she stopped a really promising opportunity.
For sure, but she had to do it. That was a smart foul, let's say, by Norton.
Professional foul, as we call it.
Yeah, absolutely. But Pilgrim's definitely being one of the most, or one of the key players for Roma tonight.
Harvey's going to strike this. Up she steps, straight into the wall. Will she get another bite at the cherry? No, she won't. Hawa Sissoko into Pilgrim. One-touch turn, and out comes the goalkeeper. Now Benfica can maybe break, and ooh, Hawa Sissoko is going to get a yellow card for that.
Yeah,
twice she tried to delay the goalkeeper.
Professional foul, here you go.
Nothing professional about that.
But, you know, it's smart because there was going to be a transition. 2 players from Benfica going alone in their offensive mid. And Thais Lima, the goalkeeper, was looking for that ball. Could be dangerous.
Andrea Norton.
Can't lose that.
Faria.
Nice work by Faria.
Going forward,
seemed to be a foul, but she got her position.
Final 2 minutes, as we will have sudden death penalties. Up to Harvey.
Good defending by Laís Araújo, not letting her through.
Thorgerson.
Thorgerson very active in the last third.
These two sides cancelling each other out as things stand. Into Harvey. Cuts it back to Pilgrim, and the goalkeeper does her job.
Now the players are also tired too.
And that's a great ball, and Prieto, I think, had more time than she realised there.
Absolutely. She definitely did. The tiredness, players are starting to get tired, so the decision-making.
Game's getting stretched. Harvey trying to play it back to Pilgrim, wins the corner.
Less than a minute to go. Let's see if any of these teams can avoid a penalty shootout.
Fans beneath us cheering Benfica on. Final 30 seconds. Pilgrim goes for goal. Routine for the goalkeeper. And Benfica's strategy now just to try and set Prieto away. That's classic, very good defending from Hawa Sissoko.
Yeah, great defending. Sissoko right on time. It's Christina's weaker foot, but she could still get a shot with her left. Not long to go. Last push by the fans as well, since Benfica is attacking in these last few seconds of the match.
Into the final 10 seconds. It's now or never, or else sudden death penalties. Into Prieto, and we will be having sudden death penalties then to find a winner in this game between Roma and Benfica. After extra time, it's ended 2-2.
This is great. Second penalty shootout of the day. Let's see, we got to the 7th, so we repeated some players.
Neither of these sides wanting to go home, trying to play this one out. They are both already eliminated, but they're playing to get a point on the board, playing for pride.
It's amazing how the substitute goalkeeper, so Camelia Caesar, and everyone is like cheering and supporting Liliana Merla, 19-year-old is playing this game. So we're going to see two goalkeepers, 17-year-old in one side, 19-year-old in another. This is amazing to see from academy players in this level of, you know, elite football, and getting the chance to be the kind of main character, or one of the main characters in this penalty shootout at this time. It's amazing to see. And so they can also grow a little bit quicker playing at this level as well.
Great experience for the two young goalkeepers, that is for sure. Referee is going to flip the coin to decide which team will shoot first. And remember, it's sudden death, so you cannot slip up. Penalties taken only by the 5 players on the pitch, so if all 5 players take a penalty and it's still 5-5, we go back to the start. No substitutes allowed. Lima then, the goalkeeper for Benfica. Merola, the goalkeeper for Roma. And up, first of all, for Benfica is Andrea Faria, wearing the captain's armband.
She had an amazing chance to give the 3-2 just before extra time to Benfica. Here she is.
Up steps Faria, and that's a fantastic save from the young goalkeeper. Strong hand, palmed it out.
Amazing. She only got the chance to play 10 minutes in the cup from the Academy of Napoli. In 2021, she joined Roma. As we know, geographically, it's close by in Italy. And what a great save for the 19-year-old.
Up steps Emily Harvey then, Norwegian forward. If she scores this, Roma win. Can Lima, the young goalkeeper, prevent the loss? And it's a great finish from Harvey. And Roma are the winners. Came from behind, took it to penalties, and they've got a point on the board.
What a great ending to this game. I mean, Liliana Mella, what a great debut on this, and the teammates throwing it in the air. Look at that. What a lovely debut for the goalkeeper.
Fantastic moment for her. There's the goal that sealed it then. And Amelia, let's have your moment of the match. We'll come to that moment of the match shortly, though, because we want to soak up the celebrations. Merola getting all the plaudits for that fantastic save that she made. Great moment for a young player. Let's have a look at the table then. So as we know already, Roma and Benfica already eliminated, but Roma have that 1 point on the board. Next up, United against Paris Saint-Germain to see who will top the group. And let's take a look at the moment of the match then, the winning penalty presented by Invisalign. Breaking local hearts, no wins for Benfica in this World Sevens tournament. Roma snatched the victory late on. Honorary mention for moment of the match for the referees as well for their YMCA rendition.
What a nice moment.
So Roma with the victory. That's the end of their tournament though, and now it's Manchester United up against Paris Saint-Germain.
Hello, hello, hello.
Viva Roma! Viva Roma! E che me dà coraggio. Se tu non me vuoi bene.
You see them for some analysis.
Oh yes, the atmosphere down here is incredible, and I'm standing by with our player of the match and her teammates. Come in, come in. No, it's fine. First of all, how much did you enjoy that?
Like all about the vibe, and yeah, we really enjoyed it.
You know what? You all look like you enjoyed it. How much fun did you have?
You speak English? You know, right? Yeah, a lot. From 10 to 100, 100.
That's amazing. Marks out of 100. 100. It doesn't get better than that, does it? What did you enjoy most? Was there something that will always stand out for you?
I think just the environment created, just watching other team and just. It was short, that's perfect. And yeah, it was fun actually.
And of course, nice to end it on a high. No, you come back. Nice to end it with a win.
Oh yeah, that's always nice.
Of course it is, of course it is. And you were really, really impressed, weren't you, with what you saw today?
2 goals today was perfect. And 2 brilliant goals from your captain, Giuliano, in the tournament as well. What's it like to learn from more senior players? You know, the opportunity to play with and against international players. Has that been good?
Yeah, I think like playing against top teams was really fun. Also to compete against them. And yeah, it was really nice.
And I was saying to Rachel, we were sat in the dugout freezing with our blankets on. To play with the music going on in the background, does that make you, it just gets you going, right?
Yeah, of course. Like the vibe was here, the music was here, so it was lit, yeah.
And your teammates are celebrating as well. It's been brilliant, hasn't it, all around? And congratulations, because you are our player of the match. And here you go, that is just for you.
A sustainable trophy.
Something to remember the tournament.
Thank you.
Congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to speak to us. Thank you. Thank you.
Nice meeting you too.
Oh, brilliant stuff.
Thank you, guys.
You're very welcome. Enjoy the celebrations. Oh, fantastic. See, that just goes to show, when we say there are teams that are out of the competition, you can look at it in two ways. Either they have nothing to play for, or actually they can go and give it a really good go and end on a high, and that's what they did.
You want to take any momentum that you can. You know, a lot of these players, particularly the teams who are just finishing up their season, want to finish it on a high, you know. They may have won their league, they may not have won their league, but to come out here and enjoy themselves, you see the camaraderie, the togetherness. There's not many opportunities you get as a team to come out and really express yourself, really enjoy yourself, and that's exactly what this Roma team have done.
They really have, haven't they? And let's have a word on Benfica as well, because they provided a lot of entertainment for the home support.
They did. He scored some key goals that got the crowd off their feet, got them dancing along with the music, and you know they've certainly enjoyed it. And like Alaya just alluded to there, with the opportunity to come and play alongside and up against some of the best players in the world, it's only something that will help these younger players, particularly, will help them grow.
Oh, lovely scenes there. Them all standing by, having a photo as a group. It's really brilliant to see. And they'll take back lots of special memories from this tournament. I think everyone will.
Everyone will remember this. Every player who's been involved will absolutely remember this, you know, for the opportunities off the pitch as well as the opportunities on the pitch. It's certainly been unique.
And considering it is absolutely freezing, we've still got fans here. They're still dancing. The DJ's kept us all going, and the football has been thoroughly entertaining. And I think it's just about to get even more entertaining with the next match as well. How much are you looking forward to it?
Tonight's session has built to a crescendo, hasn't it? With the two teams that are looking to fill the final spots of the semi-final tomorrow. Who's going to win the group? It's down to these two.
It is indeed. I mean, Manchester United against PSG. So these are the two teams that have topped Group 2. And what we do know is that the winner of this match will play Manchester City, because Manchester City have finished second in Group A, which means we could have a Manchester derby on our hands, or it'd be Man City PSG. Either way, it will be an incredible semi-final.
Well, huge names in football, huge names in women's football, both in Champions League next season. So this is a great kind of preview of what we might see. I know, albeit within the confines of a 7v7 and a smaller pitch, but I tell you, both teams will want to stamp their authority on this and get the win.
Player that you're looking out for the most today?
Well, Laetitia has led the team brilliantly. You know, in the change strips, they were in a blue strip. Now they're in the red. I'm just watching their impressive comings onto the pitch. Gabby George shooting hoops there, basketball style.
I love that.
But Grace Clinton's been impressive, couple of goals as well. So they've got firepower from all over. We're not seeing much of Leah Goldson. She played in the last game, but this format certainly suits her for Manchester United.
There seems to be a bit of a theme here. I love the way that their entrance onto the pitch. Oh, brilliant. I like that. Okay, on that note, let's hand you over to Amelia and Flo.
Thank you, Seema. And this is one I've been looking forward to all day. Manchester United against PSG, and the way the group's worked out means that the winner of this game wins the group, so it's all the more important. The juxtaposition of me saying it's important as the Manchester United players pose on the pitch. So there's the starting 7 for Manchester United, and now here comes the starting 7 for Paris Saint-Germain. A little more straight-laced with the entrance to the pitch, the Paris Saint-Germain players. Okay, and then the 7 of Paris Saint-Germain. And the two teams will face off ahead of this final game in Group 2 and the final game on day 2. The winner of this wins the group. By Laetitia, the captain of United. And they've been practicing their poses, the United players. Let's have a look at the first starting 7 for United then. So a change in goal. No Tullis Joyce. We've got Middleton Patel instead. Gabby George, Letitia, Clinton, Owujo. Got 2 goals last game. Leah Galton and Elizabeth Turland up front, although positions very much interchangeable in this kind of format. Our 4 referees. I wonder what dance they'll be doing at half-time. And the starting 11 for PSG. Klidzenek, Polish goalkeeper, Dudek, Di Almeida, Mbok, Kachawi, Gayoro, and Romilukta. So, for a place at the top of the group, both these teams will be in the semi-finals tomorrow. They will face either Bayern, Munich, or Manchester City, depending on where they place. Bayern Munich were first in Group 1, City second, so the winner here will face City, the loser will face Bayern Munich. Kachawi combines well with Gayoro, and PSG coming forward straight away. Lukta with the ball across, and wow, look at that! 13 seconds on the clock. Sakine Kachawi puts Paris Saint-Germain in front.
Amazing goal, wow. The Man United team hasn't even got the chance to touch the ball. What an amazing collective team play. What a start for Paris Saint-Germain.
Incredible start from the French. Kachawi with the goal. Can United react immediately? They've got Simi Owujo on, scored 2 last time out. Those actually were the first goals she's ever scored for Manchester United. Never scored in the WSL or any of the domestic competitions, so exciting for her to get 2 goals here.
Yeah, maybe good. We'll give her confidence for next season.
It's up along towards Lukta. One back by Clinton. Good to see Middleton Patel getting some minutes as well, the Welsh goalkeeper. Doesn't get too many appearances with Tullis Joyce in the goal for Manchester United. And United look a little bit shell-shocked from that start. Lukta flicks it on to Kachawi. Oh, so close. For a moment, that looked like that was going in. Kachawi's been excellent.
Absolutely. She was the one kind of going forward with that play that turned into the first goal for Paris Saint-Germain on this match. And that was a right foot shot. Obviously, it's not her strongest foot.
Really good from Middleton Patel. Turland now yet to score in this tournament. United's top goal scorer in the Women's Super League this season. Galton also yet to get on the score sheet. The United players that have scored: Bizet with 2, Owujo with 2, Ella Toon and Grace Clinton with a goal each. Ball up to Di Almeida, and it's inaccurate. Galton back to Gabby George. Captain Letitia.
Waiting for the players to make those runs. Well played.
Clinton into Owujo. Watched all the way and double teamed. Kachawi wins it back. Great play from Paris Saint-Germain's number 7. Steaming forward now, and that's a foul from Grace Clinton. It will be a yellow card.
Yeah, that's the professional foul. Here she was going. Sakina Karchawi. 85 times international for France. What a player. Great left foot. And she was going to create more danger, and there she is.
Running the show out there at the moment for Paris Saint-Germain. Yellow card then for Grace Clinton. If she gets another, she'll be sent off, and she will He's suspended for the next game. Again, Kachawi leaves it for Lukta. Forward from Mbok, straight into the chest of Awujo.
Great job to keep it in by Dudek, the Polish defender.
Lisa Northland lays it off to Awujo. One back there by Letitia, who shoots low and gets United back level. She may be a centre-back, but she's got an eye for goal, and that's a bullseye.
Amazing. Maya Letitia, great shot, crossed, still hit the post before he went in. Great goal, 1-1.
This game was billed as the big one that it's delivering. Ball put forward for Melvin Mallard, and that was just a little bit too far in front of her. Kachawi
gave away the sensation that she could still make it to the end of that cross. Very promising cross.
Great finish from Maya Letitia. Struck that so sweetly in off the post.
And again, the Brazilian manager making substitution. Only the goalkeeper remains the same.
Celine Bizet pokes it through the legs of the PSG player. And that's a poor giveaway. PSG on the attack, and the effort dragged wide by Herté.
Good try by the three-time starter this season, Herté.
Middleton Patel going for the direct option up to Mallard, who actually did an exceptional touch, but didn't quite back herself to get onto it.
Couldn't quite keep it in. Kanjinga.
Bizet. Oh, nearly giving that up to Kanjinga.
Some space, well done. Quick play.
Yeah, United fizzing the ball around the turf.
Yeah, and when they do it quickly, they do find spaces and a teammate alone.
United have got some young players on there as well now. Emma Watson, young Scottish player. So learning the championship recently. On the pitch now, showing for the ball. Ball looking for Clinton. Oh, she could have gone for a dive-in header there, surely. Yet to see a dive-in header. Goal.
Sorry, that's right. And it's grass. They could definitely do it. So strong.
Clinton staying with her, though. Up to Mallard, player that's won the Champions League with Lyon.
Great ball by the Nigerian.
Oh, and it's well parried by Middleton Patel.
Great run by Herté. Through ball, waiting for the run, and then first touch finish.
Can Bizet run this out? No, she can't. Cleared into the crowd. Some Man United fans sitting in those posh seats. Clinton trying to find Mallard. Cut out by Gaetino.
Very crowded, that area. Still managed to connect with a teammate.
Bizet. Oh. Perhaps the shot was on.
Yeah, I was waiting for one of the midfields to be in that area.
Herté now in behind. Tried to dink it forward for Kanjinga. United can break. Melvin Mallard all the way. Will she go alone? Oh, surely she had to square it to Celine Bizet. And you can tell by the outstretched arms of the Norwegian midfielder that's exactly what she was thinking. The pass was on.
That was a great work by number 9, Mala. And then Legili closing the space.
Emma Watson back to Clinton. Lays it off to Letitia. Can she get another one? Good block from Echegini. Forward again by Clinton.
High press by Man U, getting the effect that they wanted. The team winning the ball in there, close to the opponent's half or area.
Lorena Faza coming forward, her ball across. Aim for Kanjinga.
So quick. That was a great work down the line. Trying to cross back. Phaser. 3 times international as well for France.
Now the corner swinging in and no player able to get the required touch. And the DJ Cristal is really bringing the tunes. Letitia, United's goal scorer. Her goal getting Manchester United level. Gabby George.
Good
really
turn and
great
good first
control
touch.
from Awujo. George again. Forward for Galton. Nice spell this from Manchester United. They've got the corner.
Quick corner.
And that's what you've got to do from these set pieces in this type of format. Take it quickly.
Exactly. They have to take advantage while the defense is not well positioned. It's still recovering. Some players probably still tracking back. Has to be that quick, taking advantage of every second. You could see how the wind had an effect on this ball in the air.
Gabby George wins the aerial duel. I'm yet to see Gabby George lose an aerial duel. And I've watched a lot of Gabby George playing for Manchester United. Such a good defender. Romelu Lukta now. Great from Letitia.
Actually played against her at Everton when she was at Everton.
Gabby George?
Yeah.
There you go.
One of the players here. But yeah, like you said, yeah, she was on the duels that we were talking about before. She was very, very strong when it came to defending 1v1s in the air especially.
Lovely from Mbok up to Romelu Lukta. Holding off Galton. Galton poking it into the path of her captain. Letitia with her socks slung low. Often.
You think she's using shin guards? I mean, nowadays the shin guards are so small, are so many.
If she is, they're the size of custard creams. They're very small. Kachawi.
Something can come out of this left foot for sure. She's always trying to make things happen.
Scored after 13 seconds. Fantastic team goal, but she was the one that got the final touch.
Yeah, and she started as well, trying to get the team forward through progression with the ball.
Awujo flicks it on. Jessica Simpson, young Manchester United player, getting some minutes. Back to Bizet. Magnon now. Another defender with low slung socks. All the rage.
Good defending this time. Karchawi. Too high.
Far too high.
This effort by Ify.
This game, remember, playing for the top spot in the group and to avoid top of Group 1, Bayern Munich in the semi-finals. Simpson wins it cleanly in the eyes of the referee. Celine Bizet now. Again, it's with Simpson. Up to Turlen, and that was a really smart move from the Norwegian. Wins the corner.
Taking advantage to do some subs here. Make some substitutions.
Letitia. Square to Clinton. Hooks it in, and Vise caught it really well, but fires it out of the stadium completely and out into the shrubs over there. I'm going to keep an eye on that ball and go collect that later and take it home with me.
Yeah, those goals when they hit the laces with the ball that's coming in the air can be like really amazing goals.
Awujo now into the path of Bizet. Can United get a goal later on this first half? Up to Turlen, her ball across, cut out. Awujo tries to put it back in play. And now, conversely, PSG will counter-attack. And there is the half-time whistle. Really tightly contested first half between the two teams at the top of the group. PSG scored after 13 seconds. Sakine Kachawi, Maya Letitia getting things level. Half-time, Manchester United 1, Paris Saint-Germain 1. And our pundits will break down the analysis for you after the break.
Live golf on DAZN. Who will be victorious on the banks of Lake Manassas?
Glorious shot there.
From the 6th to the 8th of June, live on DAZN.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names, the biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars.
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is back roads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field. Powerboats with A-listers. Gravity-defying skaters. High-flying volleyball. Home run hitters. And pillow fighting. Because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN.
Welcome back to Estrella, where this is the story of the first half so far. So it's one apiece at half-time. So a huge second half is upon us, and we're going to take a moment now to analyse everything we've just seen in that opening 15 minutes. And I'm delighted that Rachel Brown-Finnis is still here, and Laura George is back in. Thank you for coming back with your scarf. Nice and warm now?
Yes, yes, better than...
Well, let's take a moment to look back at what has happened so far. Maya Letitia got on the score sheet first.
Well, it was Kashawi
got on the score sheet first.
She got on the score sheet first, but response really quickly from Letitia. Great strike from centre half from the captain. So it's a really tight game, not much in it at all.
It has. What did you make of this first half then?
I mean, we were expecting like Manchester United to come really strong, and even PSG. It's, I would say, that top team starting. For the coach, it's really important, like, to start really strong. Now I see like some change in the team, but tight game.
It is a tight game, isn't it? Because there's so much riding on this.
Well, yeah, if Manchester United win, they play Manchester City in the semi-final, so, you know, kind of local rivals. But you know, they're two top teams in Europe and they want to show that.
Of course they do, and they want to make it all the way to that final. Right, let's have a look back at exactly how that opening half unfolded. A couple of the goals to show you. Kashawi, of course, opened the scoring in this first 15 minutes. And what did you make of the goal, Laura?
I mean, we can see PSG is trying to build this game and open up the game on the side, and see Grace, she knows exactly where Kashawi should be, and she was expecting to come get this goal at the center. Yes. Voila.
And the response, though, was exactly what Manchester United needed. Just touch out of her feet, lovely, hard and low drill, dispossessed by Knowles and Meletice, the goalkeeper. I mean, that is unsavable. Even in the smaller goals, that is unsavable. Great.
Yeah, really great finish there. Okay, well, as you can see, the fans are still enjoying themselves. They are here. DJ Christel's keeping everyone entertained. So let's hand you straight back to Amelia and Flo.
Thank you, Seema. They're playing Sweet Caroline in the stands. That's why we're enjoying it. A lot of England players in this Manchester United team. Letitia, of course, Gabby George. And England will be playing France in the Euros this summer in Switzerland. They're in the same group. And there's a lot of French players in this PSG side. Kachaoui, the goal scorer, among them. So playing for the top spot in the group and to avoid Bayern Munich in the semi-finals. Paris Saint-Germain coming forward straight away. Brought down well and on the volley, and once again they start fast. Not as fast as last time, but within 30 seconds, the side from Paris are back in front.
Amazing goal. Again, the beginning of the half. Great turn, great goal by the number 6, Honi Echegini, the player that came from Juventus in the last summer.
Fast start again from the French side. Mallard, brilliant touch to take it into our path. Back to George. Can't get past Echegini. Just bounces off people like a trampoline, Gabby George. Once again, such a quick play from the French side to get started. Mallard then into Bizet. Back to Letitia, she levelled things up in the first half, finds George though this time. Bizet shows a little bit too much of it and then fouls Kanjinga. Forward from the goalkeeper, and she almost scores! One goalkeeper almost getting on the score sheet. That would have been fantastic.
That would have been the first.
United have made a change of their goalkeeper. Middleton Patel is off, and Kyla Rendell's now in goal. And that would have been a very poor first moment for her to pick the ball out of her own net.
Yeah, absolutely. She got only 90 minutes on the WSL Cup this season.
Signed in January from Championship side Southampton.
Under 23 international as well. Stretching the team, taking advantage of the width, Man United.
Forward from Letitia. Headed back across goal from Mallard. Oh, and Bizet thought about the overhead effort. Had Dawson too close to her though to pull that off.
Yeah, Grace here trying to find some space and to connect. Breakthrough.
Faza steaming forward. Letitia with a robust challenge.
Amazing, Letitia. Putting the foot there, the right foot and the right timing as well.
As things stand then in the semi-finals tomorrow, we would have Manchester City up against Paris Saint-Germain and Manchester United up against Bayern Munich. There's that chance for the goalkeeper. Would have loved to see that nestled in the bottom corner. A goal from a goalkeeper is always a collector's item.
It definitely is.
Celine Bizet. Have I seen a goalkeeper score in a game you've played in, Amelia? Mannion goes from range, good save there.
To be honest, not that I can think of. Assists, yes, many times.
one that sticks in my mind is a very niche reference, but Sonny Silooy, goalkeeper for Queen's Park Rangers, scored a header once from a corner in the Championship.
Yeah.
Only the real ones will remember that.
Of course. I mean, in men, of course, we've seen several.
Up to Melvin Mallard. Waits for the overlapping run of Bizet, slides it into the
Very
Norwegian,
good.
and the ball across. Too close to the defender. Le Gouly. Corner for United.
Was trying to find Lisa there on the second post. Making the run, Lisa now to do the 1-2s. Well done.
DJ's now playing Lady Gaga, Bad Romance. Says Manchester United romance their way in to find the back of the net. They are back level.
What a great combination after that short corner. Very well done by the team. Jessica Simpson, the defender.
Never scored for Manchester United. Young player in and around the first team. Lovely moment for her.
Absolutely. Scoring against the PSG is not every day. But who knows? Maybe we'll have these teams facing each other next year in the Champions League with a new format as well for the women's. Exciting coming up.
As you say, into a league phase like the men's next season. Final this season's Champions League, of course, is on Saturday. Arsenal, Barcelona. Live on DAZN. Kachawi's free kick glazed over. I think she's been fouled 3 or 4 times this game, Sakin Kachawi. Rome Lukta now. Back to De Almeida. Got her head up, thought about the shot.
Yeah, she has a great long distance range. Back heel, back heel.
And Kachawi finds the space! Parried by Rendell.
Very good, like, team effort there. Nice 1-2s in the short space, tight spaces.
I've been so impressed with Sakin Kachawi, the speed with which she moves her feet and reorganises the ball is fantastic. Such a talent.
Yeah, definitely. Ball kind of glued to her left foot, very close, like small touches. She doesn't lose sight.
Hooked away by Grige Mbok. Experienced French player as Rome Luktas takes a bit of a kick in the ankles. United come forward though still. Mallard.
Still looking for a goal tonight.
Clinton into Simpson. In fact, sorry, it's Emma Watson, another young United player. And Bizet from range. Not a great effort. Players interchanging so quickly, it's hard to keep an eye on. That was actually Grace Clinton, my mistake. We have unlimited roll-on, roll-off subs. And remember, we will be going to 5 minutes of five-a-side extra time if it's level after the 30 minutes.
And Letitia is back on again.
Up to Turland, won by Mbok.
Mbok very strong.
Really enjoyable name to say as well, Mbok, isn't it? Oh, and can Clinton latch onto this, De Almeida, though, with the crucial intervention? Gabby George.
Well done defensively and being an option in the offense.
Back on it and blazes that over.
Left foot shot by Gabby. Too wide and high. Three, you can see it.
Rome Lukta back to Kachawi! Fantastic volley and equally fantastic save from Rendell. Kachawi so close to giving PSG the advantage again.
Great save, great shot, and again, what an answer by the keeper, Rendell.
Kachawi getting that all wrong. That's the first error that I've seen her make. We'll forgive her. Throw it up to Turland, who's wrestling away with Mbok. Really nice pass up to Clinton. Thinks it goalwards and capturing practice that.
Letitia now.
Oh, in the book as well, Maya Letitia. Second Manchester United player in this game to get a yellow card.
Yeah.
Got to be careful now.
Lochter was just trying to turn and go straight to the goal.
And you've got to hit this from here, surely. Rome looked to staying very close to it. She doesn't want a teammate to come and try and take it off her. She won the free kick. Three-person Manchester United wall.
Yeah, these, like you said, can aim at the goal. Or even then a rebound, second balls.
Rome Luchter! It wasn't far off. I think in a full 11-a-side goal that would have been top bins, but the goals are slightly smaller here.
That is true.
I believe they're 2 meters in height and 5.5 meters in width. A wee bit smaller than an 11-a-side full goal. Clinton, fantastic ball to Letitia. Trying to pick out a red shirt in the box, but Khizinek claiming.
Letitia very active in kind of attacking, on an attacking role as well.
She is, she's staying up in the attacking half. Oh, Kachari unable to pull off that move. That would have been fantastic.
And we entered 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes to go. This fight for the first spot, very close. Subs coming on.
Kachari up against Mannion. Oh, good strength from the English fullback. Rendell up to Mallard. Mbok is there. So good at that, getting one of their long legs in front of the attacker to poke the ball away. Final moments of this game. That's a poor forward pass from the goalkeeper. These two sides playing for top spot in the group, remember. And if United win, they will top the group and they will play second-placed side from the other group, which is Manchester City, so we'd have a Manchester derby.
That would be interesting as well.
Manchester derby is always interesting, Amelia. We've had some really fantastic ones this season.
Absolutely.
A 2-2. Ella Toon scoring a hat-trick as well in the game earlier in the WSL.
I mean, I'm saying this in the semifinals. I mean, as an English person, you'd probably wanted to see a final, like a full final. So that wouldn't be the best scenario for the next semifinals. Let's see how the pairing up works. Mallard very confident here. Not a good ball.
Gives it away to Huerte.
She was like 2 alone. Huerte didn't have that support. Tracking back now, getting to that position defensively. And I think now it's like iffy with this ball. The tiredness of the players as well.
It is past 10 p.m.
That is true as well.
Can't blame them. Beyond my bedtime, Amelia. Hooked away by Simpson. That's nice from Mallard. Wriggles away up to Bizet. Heavy touch. Showed too much of it to Gaetino.
Gaetino, good effort there. Not allowing the breakthrough to happen.
Key intervention by Mannion. Celine Bizet. Trying to skip past her defender. Awujo.
Nice
combination play. And the ball across looking for Mallard. Met the ball well. Caught it well. Couldn't direct it downwards and goalwards.
What a great run from behind, appearing and close to the second post. That was very promising. Great work on the right-hand side.
Crucial intervention there from Simpson. Remember, there are no draws in World Sevens football. We will have a winner. So after 30 minutes, if it's still 2-2, we will have 5 minutes of extra time where it's 5-a-side with no subs, and then sudden death penalties, should they be required. Mallard now into Bizet. Maya Letitia has just jogged back onto the pitch for United. Awujo can't quite keep it in. Letitia will play it back to Rendell. Rendell fires forward.
Nice first touch by Hutre.
Oh, that's nice by Kanjinga. Lays it off to Achengani, who shoots a Rendell. Fantastic.
Great way to keep Man United still into the game.
They're on the ropes here though, United. Still going, Kanjinga can't quite squeeze it through. Rendell does really well.
That's incredible, twice.
Full time then, we are going to additional time. 2-2 the score after 30 minutes. We will now have 5 minutes of 5-a-side to see if we can find a winner. If not, sudden death penalties. There must be a winner. We must find out who tops this group, who avoids Bayern Munich in the semi-final. Getting very late now, Emilia. Some people are going to miss the last bus home.
Yes, I mean, but it will be a great way to end this second day, surely, after a 2-2, a close game like this, to start the second day too. We're ending the same way. Paris Saint-Germain twice on the lead. Halftime was 1-1, at the end of the match 2-2, so very even. Let's see what's going to come out of these 5 minutes. We know the players are tired, and then to play 5 more minutes with less 2 players, that'll make a difference. Let's see. They know that there's golden goal, and we're watching the match highlights, first seconds of the game.
And PSG were in front within the first 13 seconds of the game. Kachawi with the finish. Didn't take United too long, though, to get level. Maya Letitia winning the ball back and firing in off the post. Euro showing too much of the ball to the United player. Echegini restoring Paris Saint-Germain's lead. Fantastic touch. 2 touches and shot. Goalkeeper nearly scoring for Paris Saint-Germain. That would have definitely been the moment of the match, wouldn't it? Alas, they did not, and United managed to get level.
That was a great play. And for Jess Simpson, what a nice way to score the first goal. And here it is, the player that's been making the difference for what an amazing left foot. Technique, the perfume on her feet.
Okay, 5 minutes then of 5-a-side to try and find a winner.
Try to come out strong again, the Paris Saint-Germain team.
They have already won a game with a golden goal, Paris Saint-Germain. Romy Lukta got that goal. She's not on the pitch right now, so can't repeat the feat. But a strong 5 out there. Mbok, Kachawi, Gayoro and Echegini, and it's play through looking for Gayoro, but out comes Rendell to smother.
Now this is the 2-2 formation. It's very hard, sometimes the 1-2-1, but there has to be a lot of movement from the players.
Awujo wanting a free kick there. There was a slight pull on her shirt, you could see.
Yeah, by Mbok there.
Jennifer Echegini coming forward, can't quite keep it in. when I used to play five-a-side in Italy, we used to call it either a square or a diamond formation.
Yeah.
Struggling to find the geometric shape on the pitch between the players right now. I think PSG look like they're in a diamond. And Mbok at the bottom and Echegini at the tip.
Yeah.
Guilloro into Kachawi. Back to Guilloro. Those two French internationals combined so well, played together so much for the national side and club side.
Oh, transition now, but the ball was too much power in that pass and good recovery as well by the talented number 7 helping defensively, Karchui.
Rendell thinks it up to Owujo.
It's always a tough ball.
Tired forward pass, I think.
Yes,
we can call
the running behind, and there's not that much energy now, and especially 5v5 on this the size of the pitch. He's waiting for the movement of the attackers.
One of these sides must win it, and the winner will top Group 2. Semi-finals tomorrow. First one underway at 3 p.m. kickoff. As Mallard tries to wriggle away from Mbok, out by Kachawi. Midway through this 5-minute extra time period.
Let's see if Leticia is trying. That was too short.
Rendell's high off the line. Dinks it up to Mallard. Touches it down with the outside of her foot. Mbok is there. Clears out for a United throw-in. Leticia back to Rendell, who's getting involved in the build-up.
Yeah, to do almost the 5v4, like they do in futsal when the team is losing and needs a goal. They play with the keeper forward. Very confident on the ball, Rendell, 23-year-old. Under 9.
Northland, and that would have been fantastic.
That would have been a great assist by Rendell.
First time volley, struck it sweetly. Just too much weight on the shot.
But the technical gesture was very good. Inside of the foot, opening the body.
Great strength by Kachawi.
That last ball.
Tried the disguise pass to Guilloro, and Leticia then hauled down by Kachawi.
Yeah, Kachawi had to run alongside her. She couldn't let Leticia gain that momentum, and with the pace that she was already going into the offensive mid.
Leticia goes for goal, and a bit of a wasted effort, but we are into the final 30 seconds, so running out of time. Kricinak forward to Echegini. Not really got any support around her, so I'll have to go on her own. Another tired effort. And there we have it then. We are going to sudden death penalties to find out who will win this group. Top of the group will face second place in the other group, which is Manchester City. Second place will face Bayern Munich. And aside from Germany, Bayern Munich have looked pretty imperious, Amelia, haven't they? So you might want to try and avoid them.
Absolutely. They've been coming out, not only having seems like the time of their lives, having a lot of fun, but when they mean business, they do mean business. They're being very, very strong these first 2 days and waiting for their opponent to come out of this match. We'll definitely have 2 great games in the semifinal, but before We have this penalty shootout. One we went to about 14 penalty kicks, 13, and the last game was only 2. So anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Will we have another heroic display from a goalkeeper? We've got one young goalkeeper in Kyler Rendell, in goal for Manchester United, and Krysinek, more experienced goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Goal for Paris Saint-Germain.
Yeah, 34-year-old.
A veteran.
Yeah, the Polish international.
Kachawi and Letitia deciding who to shoot first. Would you want your side to shoot first or second?
I think second. But it's you know, it's coming as they go. But sometimes, I mean, here it doesn't matter. But you know, when you would pick the best shooter to be the 5th, and it wouldn't get to the 5th. So in recent times they started changing that, so they don't leave one of the best players. Of course, when it's like a regular shootout, like penalty shootout, to be the 5th, just in case, might not able to score. And we're gonna have Letitia, the opener.
Big pressure.
Opener and the one that opened the score for Man U on this game.
My Letitia then. Up against Krysinek. And Letitia finishes brilliantly. Bottom corner. No mistake from the Manchester United captain. Bullseye.
Very good. Keeper to one side. She was composed enough to open the body and sending it across. The celebration with the dart. I know that's very common in the UK. So in recent times they started changing that, so they don't leave one of the best players. Of course, when it's like a regular shootout, like penalty shootout, to be the 5th, just in case, might not able to score. And we're gonna have Letitia, the opener.
Big pressure.
Opener and the one that opened the score for Man U on this game.
My Letitia then. Up against Krysinek. And Letitia finishes brilliantly. Bottom corner. No mistake from the Manchester United captain. Bullseye.
Very good. Keeper to one side. She was composed enough to open the body and sending it across. The celebration with the dart. I know that's very common in the So in recent times they started changing that, so they don't leave one of the best players. Of course, when it's like a regular shootout, like penalty shootout, to be the 5th, just in case, might not able to score. And we're gonna have Letitia, the opener.
Big pressure.
Opener and the one that opened the score for Man U on this game.
My Letitia then. Up against Krysinek. And Letitia finishes brilliantly. Bottom corner. No mistake from the Manchester United captain. Bullseye.
Very good. Keeper to one side. She was composed enough to open the body and sending it across. The celebration with the dart. I know that's very It's very common in the So in recent times they started changing that so they don't leave one of the best players. Of course, when it's like a regular shootout, like penalty shootout, to be the fifth, just in case, might not able to score. And we're gonna have Laetitia, the opener.
Big pressure.
Opener and the one that opened the score for Man U on this game.
My Laetitia then. Up against Christianek. And Laetitia finishes brilliantly. Bottom corner. No mistake from the Manchester United captain. Bullseye.
Very good. Keeper to one side. She was composed enough to open the body and sending it across. The celebration with the dart. I know that's very common in the So in recent times they started changing that so they don't leave one of the best players. Of course, when it's like a regular shootout, like penalty shootout, to be the fifth, just in case, might not able to score. And we're gonna have Laetitia, the opener.
Big pressure.
Opener and the one that opened the score for Man U on this game.
My Laetitia then. Up against Christianek. And Laetitia finishes brilliantly. Bottom corner. No mistake from the Manchester United captain. Bullseye.
Very good. Keeper to one side. She was composed enough to open the body and sending it across. The celebration with the dart. I know that's very common in the So in recent times they started changing that so they don't leave one of the best players. Of course, when it's like a regular shootout, like penalty shootout, to be the fifth, just in case, might not able to score. And we're gonna have Laetitia, the opener.
Big pressure.
Opener and the one that opened the score for Man U on this game.
My Laetitia then. Up against Christianek. And Laetitia finishes brilliantly. Bottom corner. No mistake from the Manchester United captain. Bullseye.
Very good. Keeper to one side. She was composed enough to open the body and sending it across. The celebration with the dart. I know that's very common in the So in recent times they started changing that so they don't leave one of the best players. Of course, when it's like a regular shootout, like penalty shootout, to be the fifth, just in case, might not able to score. And we're gonna have Laetitia, the opener.
Big pressure.
Opener and the one that opened the score for Man U on this game.
My Laetitia then. Up against Christianek. And Laetitia finishes brilliantly. Bottom corner. No mistake from the Manchester United captain. Bullseye.
Very good. Keeper to one side. She was composed enough to open the body and sending it across. The celebration with the dart. I know that's very common in the So in recent times they started changing that so they don't leave one of the best players. Of course, when it's like a regular shootout, like penalty shootout, to be the fifth, just in case, might not able to score. And we're gonna have Laetitia, the opener.
Big pressure.
Opener and the one that opened the score for Man U on this game.
My Laetitia then. Up against Christianek. And Laetitia finishes brilliantly. Bottom corner. No mistake from the Manchester United captain. Bullseye.
Very good. Keeper to one side. She was composed enough to open the body and sending it across. The celebration with the dart. I know that's very common in the So in recent times they started changing that, so they don't leave one of the best players. Of course, when it's like a regular shootout, like penalty shootout, to be the fifth, just in case, might not able to score. And we're gonna have Laetitia, the opener.
Big pressure.